Mm.
But I can't just have it all out all the time because I'm only allowed one room in our house, according to my wife.
Machan.
Machan, indeed. You watched the YouTube thing, did you?
I didn't leave much of a reply, but I like her. She's like, maybe you should date this guy. That was funny.
It was I think by the end of it, she really got into it. So we're probably going to do some more of those super retro happy time videos.
There you go.
Should be fun.
Oh, crap. I'll be right back. I gotta go blow my nose.
Yep. By all means. We're live, but we haven't started yet.
So this is all recording, is it?
Mm-hmm.
How much
we're
space
live
is this on the Hangouts here?
What? Repeat the question. Hello?
What? Me?
What? Yeah.
Okay. I was just,
Big bro?
how much space does this take up after you've recorded it, or is it just all on the cloud, or?
Well, the Google, what's happening as far as the YouTube, it's automatically uploaded to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So I just leave that fat, raw video file as is. It's just for anyone that wants to watch or join along right away. Because there's a chat feature, so it's like streaming, which I really should have opened. I haven't even tweeted it out yet. But anyone who follows my channel will see that we are live.
Cool. I'll let Rob know that if he's available. He probably won't be, but I think he's at church actually.
You have to seek forgiveness after all those.
After our last podcast, yes.
Every single podcast.
He's such a nice guy in real life, but he's such a tool to me. Like, I'm the only one he can be. Yeah, well, definitely.
Where is the link for what the hell is happening here? Okay, so everything is recording as far as the audio. Hope my levels are okay. They look good. I don't know. I never know. Oh my god. We're live, but we're not. We're live, sort of. You know, it's okay. Is anyone here? I can't tell. Where's? Okay, we got links.
Oh man.
I can't get mad because I just didn't see.
You're gonna give Mars
here it
tons
is.
of like
Here it is.
audio crap. Let's see. Oh, I see him.
I gotta say, Yoshi, your name is so damn confusing to me.
Yeah.
I keep seeing Yoshi there and I'm going, hey, that's me. No, that's not me.
Mm-hmm.
My beard isn't quite as lustrous.
Dude, it takes a while.
That guy's out of control with his hair.
My brother has a beard all the way out to here, but I am not allowed to because I work for the Australian government and we have to be prim and proper at all times.
I'm gonna run into that problem in a couple years when I go to get a job as an engineer, because they're gonna be like, "Oh, you need to cut your hair and like shave your face and like look like an engineer," and I'll be like, "Damn it! Oh well, I had my fun at college."
Every engineer I know looks like you. Like
really?
Big hair, big beards, yeah.
Yeah, because
in Australia they're treated like gurus. You know, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, yeah.
All right, I have returned.
Because they got to make everything.
All right, cool.
Exactly.
Okay,
Who do
so
you think
we're
designed
recording.
all this
The chat
fancy
is
electric
going.
crap?
Hey, chat. So we got Dago and Wolfgasp. Who is Dago? Who are you, Dago? Explain yourself. Dago.
Like, yay, we got people watching. Who are you? What do you want?
I know, right? I'm so confused. Viewers? But thank you for joining us. Dago and Wolfgasp. Wolfgasp, I believe, is awesome. So Darren's back. Everyone's back. Everyone's here. PogChamp. PogChamp doesn't work here. It'd be awesome if it did, though.
Wait. I'm out of the loop.
What? PogChamp is
I
the
don't know what it means.
face on Twitch.
Oh.
Okay, so we have me. Oh, we got Harry Yoshi. We got Darren. Darren's not using the webcam.
I like to maintain the big brother facade I have going on.
We've seen you on my channel.
Only the once.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious. What does Darren actually look like?
I know, right?
He's the baldest one of us all.
It's true.
I think by choice.
Yep.
Darren, you should just draw like a little stick figure and put it up against the webcam. Just jiggle it around occasionally.
That'd be awesome.
I actually
like
have
Rob.
one video where I'm doing the ACL challenge, and that's actually the only the video I have of myself on my channel where I'm actually there.
Actually, that was a good question there, but I'll wait until we started. I got all the crap. Everyone good to go? We good? Everything's ready? I think we're ready. Cartridge Club, get off of my fucking web thingy.
I'll just get pen and paper.
Okay, here we go. So we've got AC, Yoshi, and Darren. Is that everyone's okay with those names?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. So we're more or less starting now, 7 minutes into recording time. So what I'm going to do is make a note of when everything is good to go for editing purposes.
So, your editing will go faster.
Yeah. It'll be good. Alright. That's good. We put the tweet out. By all means, feel free to retweet that tweet. My stupid watch I shouldn't have bought is beeping in the background. We've got... I'm going to leave it open for the chat. Aussie, Glorious Nerve shirt, Transformer toys, don't... Oh, we're in there. We're getting there. And so much crap. Man, what a production. How's the video camera look? Good. Alright, cool. Everyone's good? We're good, Darren? I don't know because I can't see you.
That's the way I like it.
That's the way he likes it. Alright. So we're going to assume that I've edited some random clip from our talking from this first 7 minutes. Music plays. Music is probably going to be something different because this is the Capmax EVACAST this time. Which brings us to the start. Howdy, pilgrims.
Oh, man. I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know.
I listen to your show. No, wait, that's not my intro. What is my intro? Oh, I know what my intro is. I'm Rob.
I'm AC.
And welcome to Bit Seizure.
And you can have worst Australian accent ever. Or best Australian accent ever. It doesn't really matter.
I'm your Prime Minister now. G'day, mate.
Oh, yeah. I've got something to report to ya.
Yeah. Hey, Andy.
That's a bloody outrage.
Can I just say
$900 dues.
Yeah, Tobias. All of Canada is so jealous of how good the Australian Simpsons episode is. There was one where they went to Canada. It was forgettable. I can't remember anything about it.
Oh, was that the one where they went to get drugs or something over the border, like prescription pharmaceuticals?
I can't even remember.
They go, well, you're going to become an honorary Canadian. He goes, them's fighting words, or something like that. I can't remember that episode very well either.
Was this before? Was this during the decline of The Simpsons or prior?
Yep.
No, decline.
Decline, yeah. This pen sucks. There
was actually
the Australia season. That was good. Good Simpsons.
Yeah. There was actually a petition in Australia recently to say change our official currency from dollars to dollary-doos.
Dollary-doos.
Dude.
I don't believe that for an instant, but I like the sound of it. Nope, that's not my intro either. Hey everybody, Barrett on Mars here. Nope, that's not it. That damn sure ain't it. I know what it is. Finally. Nope. Greetings, friend. Steven here. We're finally starting. Welcome to the Capmax Hypecast. This is episode 16? 16. I'm pretty sure it's 16, and thank you, my haircut is on point. Episode 16. Yeah, cool. Our recording date is March 19th, 2016. So we're recording on Saturday in the evening this time. Now, one of our guests is actually from Australia. Isn't that fun? Obviously, you may have pieced that together by our little discussion right before this, but let's get to know who we've got for guests today. This is, of course, the Evangelion-based episode, but we've got some other stuff to talk about. We've got what you've been playing, what you've been watching, what you've been reading, what you've been listening, what you've been buying. Got our Nintendo Watch, interesting news, Evangelion. So hopefully this won't be 4 hours, but maybe it will. It'll be good. So let's meet our guests, and we've got a list of names, so we'll just go down the list as is. And our first guest is AC. AC, how is it going today?
Not too bad. I'm actually from the future. I am from the 20th of March, 2016. One
That's
whole day.
Insanity.
It's just crazy here. The future is fantastic. We've got hoverboards, flying cars, people die, the apocalypse.
Dogs and cats living together.
Totally. Basically.
Woo!
Yeah, it's still probably a decade behind everyone else, though, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, you know, celebrating 30 years of electricity over here.
Right. Because I heard you guys just got degrees.
What?
We had a Twitter discussion. I was like, oh, you guys have degrees now. No, do you use... what I was actually trying to ask when I tweeted that was, are you using Celsius or the other one? What's the other one? Yoshi, you're American. What's the other one?
What?
What temperature?
Fahrenheit?
Is it Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit.
Degrees?
They use Celsius. The only people that use Fahrenheit are the U.S.
Okay. Is it
It's
just the U.S.
special.
that uses Fahrenheit?
I think there's one
It's
other
very
country.
Special.
Alright.
It's the same reason we use feet and inches instead of the much better metric system.
Oh, photon gaming. Alright, cool.
No,
Also,
we
just wanna point out-
use Celsius or centigrade. It can also be called centigrade, so you can say it's 20 degrees Celsius or 20 degrees centigrade. It means the same
Which
thing.
is room temperature.
Centigrade.
Roughly.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, roughly, yeah. 20 to 22, I think, is room temperature. Or, you know, if you're outside in Australia, 40 degrees, you know, which is about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, I think. It gets a little hot here.
It's summer, isn't there?
Conversion ratio.
It's just gone into autumn, but I think last week it was still getting up to 35 degrees, which is probably in the 90s in Fahrenheit, so...
But that's in Celsius, right?
Yeah, Celsius, yeah. You know, it's Australia. The country burns down every year.
Yeah.
If we didn't like it, we would leave.
That's cool. Oh. Yeah. You have to wipe yourself off with whatever wallaby just walks by. Okay, so we are recording this live also on YouTube, so shout out to everyone in the chat. We have Wolfgasp, aka us. We have Photon Gaming, and who did we have at the very start? Dago, who knows me by name. It never catches my live streams, but shout out to you.
Wait, he knows you by name. Doesn't like everyone know you by name?
Yeah, I don't know.
You introduce yourself as Steven on every video.
That's how I get his podcast. How are they finding this out? Anyways, back to AC. We're still getting to know the guests. Tell us a bit about Bit Seizure and now Game Life Balance Australia.
Well, Bit Seizure was a video series that me and my cohort Rob used to do. It's actually finished now, but you can still go check it out. We had a beginning, a middle, and an end to that series. Like the final episode was when we supposedly got a letter from YouTube saying you must cease and desist all of this, and like we copied like the signature of I suppose forged the signature of whoever was in charge of YouTube and made it all look pretty unofficial and everything like that. And we got a friend of mine who works for a television channel in Australia. He actually did the production for that last episode, so it looks pretty good. And the very final scene was me getting locked out by my wife of the house. Yeah. Because that's what we used to do. It's just stupid, inane stuff. But Game Life Balance is the Game Life Balance Australia is the current podcast that Rob and I do, and we always record in the same room. So Google Hangouts is very new and strange to me, and I'm very frightened of it.
No one ever really understands.
No, I clicked on the link and it all worked.
Skype, so it wins, but otherwise it's got its own issues. But yeah, it gets the job done, and of course it is YouTube friendly, so that's nice.
Yeah, so Game Life Balance Australia is something that Rob and I are doing now, and basically we will, every 2 weeks, we have a new podcast. We have a featured game. It's usually a retro game, but not always. And we talk about just what we've been doing in our lives, because Rob has a baby now. So the whole playing game thing doesn't always, we go, what did you play this week? Oh, I've been really busy. So we actually decided to talk about our lives. Yeah. What a fun game that is. And
at the point now where he just lifts the baby and puts its ass right in his face to check if it needs changing?
I don't know if anyone does that, Steve. I'm not sure whether you should have babies.
More people do that than I'd like to see them do.
You Canadians are weird, eh?
I guess so. Eh? I don't know what that's all about, but so your episode was so good. Like, remember when they're being chased and then there's like a Mad Max guy chased them. Oh, Simpsons. Oh, the golden years. We had nothing. I can't remember what happened in that episode. I have to look that up, actually. There's like Americans now. I saw that message because your last... How did it work? Your last podcast, someone had left a single message on Podomatic or whatever, wherever you had your things uploaded. No one ever leaves messages there. And I saw that too. I was like, there's a message? What? So I clicked down. I was like, I thought that was an ad. I thought it was like some...
Yeah, so did we. So I got this basically at the end of the first season of Game Life Balance, just before Rob had a baby. We counted down our top 5 games, episode by episode, and had a roarous fun time. And then after it finished, these American guys kind of contacted us and said, "We love your show, we love your name, and it sounds like you guys are finishing. Can we have your name?" And we went, "Well, we're not finishing. We're just going on sabbatical for a while." And it turns out that this guy, Cody Goff, works for I think he has several jobs, but one of the jobs is he works for a Chicago AM radio station. And at first we thought, like, this sounds dodgy. Is he like a Nigerian princess or something? Does he want our credit card details? But no, like they liked the name, and they were doing another podcast called Unprofessional Gamers. Unqualified Gamers, not unprofessional. Unqualified. And their podcast was pretty good as well. A little bit more serious than ours was, but they really wanted our name, and we said, well, actually, we're going to come back. So how about you guys be the American contingent of Game Life Balance, and we'll be the Australian contingent. So basically, we've got offices all over the world now. So they started at the beginning of the year, and then we rebooted about a month or so ago, and we've got a professional website, www.GameLifeBalanceAustralia.com, and we put up articles and YouTube videos and stuff like that as well under the Game Life Balance Australia heading. And we basically torment our US listeners. We gave one of them the nickname Uncle Stabbo, just because he was. We were just trying to, so that you guys probably don't know what you've gotten yourselves into here. So we thought, well, this other guy who is so calm and very methodical in the way he talks and thinks, we thought, oh, let's give him just an Australian nickname, so Uncle Stabbo. And he ran with it. They were really good sports about it. So now we have this kind of rivalry thing where we just kind of make fun of each other. They do Australian accents, not as good as yours, Steve. And I think they wanted us to do American accents, and that involved us talking about eating McDonald's and shooting people, I think, which is wrong. I'm nowhere near that racist. I'm a very nice person.
Oh, by all means. I told you before, we are a swear and race. Well, not racism friendly, but within reason.
Here in Canada, we encourage racism against Canadians.
Actually,
what?
Before I got here today, the black hobo got mad at me because I wouldn't give him change, and he said it was because he was black. So,
he pulled the race card.
There's no way to win that situation. Oh boy, that was awkward. Okay, cool. So we got some Game Life Balance discussion in there, and you mentioned the YouTube, and what was it? Was it on Podbean again, or where can people find your podcast? Is it directly off of your website?
Yeah, just directly off the website. It is on iTunes and stuff as well. Game Life Balance Australia. So you can go into the website is the best. We kind of had to move away from Podomatic because we were paying for storage, and there's like a limit. Like there are only so many people who can download your podcast. And even and we even bought the extra space and extra bandwidth and everything like that. And we just went, no, this is just not working for us. So I think we're Blueberry.
Blueberry.
Yeah, and I think it's one like BLUBRY or something like that. And
all
it's
I heard
really...
was B-A.
B-A.
I'm going to sing it as many references to that Simpsons episode as I can.
Yeah, go for it.
I will interrupt anyone and everyone at all times. This is the Australian Evangelion episode. I'd like to believe that one of those robots was built in Australia.
Yeah, it's the one that's shaped
that
like
had
a giant
finger
Foster's
stuck in
can.
one of the joints. Get out of there, you Billy.
Get in the fucking robot, Shinji. Kick your bloody ass.
Well, I would say Ava's the only chance that Australia would have to build any robots, considering that most other mecha series I'm aware of, especially in Gundam, Australia is just gone.
Mm.
You know, because of Second Impact, I think
got
Australia might be gone in Evangelion as well.
Oh, because I know in
Because
Gundam
it's
they
close
straight
to
up drop a
Antarctica, so
colony
it's all-
on Australia.
We probably deserved it.
What?
Yeah, that's how it begins. It's like the catalyst.
I need to watch more Gundam.
Yes, you do. I'll encourage that throughout this entire episode as we talk about Ava.
Yeah, I know. You know, Pete
Except-
was a big Evangelion fan, but I think, no, we gotta have Darren on. He was just in Japan. He wins, but
Except, the issue with it, I don't know where to start with that.
Start with your original.
yeah,
And
That's
you
what I'd
just
say.
watch all of them.
no.
So what
I
you
would just
telling
start
me
with
to do?
Universal Century. It's the easiest place. It's the most consistent.
Gundam is a thing unto itself in Japan.
Oh,
Like, just because you're a Gundam fan doesn't mean you're an anime fan. Like, Gundam is just
Oh yeah.
just so completely separate to everything else. It's kind of like a lot of military files really like Gundam because, and there's just so much lore and everything. And I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of getting into it because if I get into it, I'll never stop. Because there's so many series.
There's definitely going to be a point where you might stop. I would say if you stick with the kind of... I usually say to people that you do the original Gundam, which is 0087, or 0079, sorry. Then you do Zeta Gundam, and then you would do Char's Counterattack. And if you want more, there's a crap ton more there. And then there's so many different like self-contained sub-series that I think you can jump in and jump out at any point you want.
Yeah.
It
just looks really intimidating because there's like 20 plus shows altogether.
you-
Does,
not gonna
does
mention
every
Blink?
series feed into the other series as well? Like,
No.
do people like you don't
Only-
need to know the continuity of all of it, or
Not
Some
really.
shows take advantage of that. Like there's a brand new toy fighter show called Gundam Build Fighters, which is its own thing, but it has references to everything, which are kind of more of in-jokes than anything else. So that's like a self-contained thing that just kind of has weird throwbacks. The only Gundam series that really builds off of anything is the Universal Century, which is just one giant timeline. And that's just where a lot of the shows keep adding on. But most of the other Gundam series are their own universes.
I think I saw Gundam Wing as a kid.
Yeah, that's its own thing.
Yeah.
I think we had Robotech in Australia. I think,
Hmm.
which was once again its own thing. I think.
That's
It
Macross,
is-
basically. Right?
It's
Yeah.
Macross and two other shows, like, blended together and butchered,
Yeah,
essentially.
just like they
Which
did
I
with
think-
Voltron.
Hey,
Oh,
man. They love screwing stuff up in translation.
This episode is going to be 6 hours long. Buckle up. Yeah, good stuff. Well, now we're going to go by the list. So we have also Yoshi and Darren, who are actually returning guests. Now Yoshi's next on the list. So Yoshi, how's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I know you've been doing a lot of school stuff, learning to do console mods and all that. You want to let people know what the latest updates are on that? How's it going?
Well, yeah.
Last time I
It's
asked, you were
going-
like, I guess I'm learning stuff. Have you learned more stuff?
Lots of math, man. Lots of math. And things that I don't care about. So it's like I learned the math and electronics, and I'm happy. And then I have to go do speech class, and I'm like, ugh, why do I have to like give this formal speech to these people that don't care about the topic I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Which, I did a speech on anime, so win-win.
Now you sort of get to do it all over again.
Hey,
What
at least this
the-
time will be more fun.
Is it like a community college or straight up college or
Community college.
university?
It's a community college. I can't afford to go to a university. They
Mhm.
cost too much, man.
Oh, tell me about it.
They're not cheap.
I'm
Because
surprised it's
community
still-
college, I can like get by with like grants and loans, mostly,
Yeah.
with like not have to pay out of pocket yet, which is kind of awesome.
Mhm.
So, but I do have to pay half the back, which sucks.
Yeah.
But it's a lot cheaper. So I'll maybe go like 10, 20K in debt to get my associate's degree,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm making like at least probably making half a year. So what the hell? It's like I've seen like looked up the wages and whatever. Actually, the college made me do it, so
Yeah, sounds pretty comprehensive. I don't
it
see how the
is.
speech part fits in, but I guess if
Hey,
things to learn there.
mandatory general education courses.
Yeah, I guess that's another tick on the resume.
Yep.
All that. Alrighty.
But as far as the console mods, I haven't been doing much lately. But
Did you sell those Game Gears?
nah, man, they're still sitting here.
Well, we had Hyperkin on the line that one day on Twitter, but
I know.
one of what you gotta do is make your own Game Gear. Make a Yoshi Knuckle. I'm sorry, it's
I can get a Game Gear TV mod, but it's gonna cost you like at least $150 or so for it. I think, depending on how hard that is to like install. The board itself is like what, $57 Australian, I think. The guy that makes it's in Australia.
Okay.
One of those Australian engineers.
He must have a massive beard.
Oh, boy.
Are all of the electricians?
The bigger the beard, the
in
better the
Australia
engineer
just
you are.
bearded hermits.
I think so.
Well, not all of them, because there's
Until-
EV blog, and he's not
Until a
bearded.
spark sets them on fire and then they lose all the hair. It's inevitable.
So what kind of consoles do you mod, Yoshi?
Mostly the retro stuff right now. Because I've got a couple of Genesis over there that are S-Video modded. I've done some NES RGB mods. I've been thinking about modding my TurboGrafx 16, but I can't bring myself to drill holes in it.
Yeah,
Because,
fair enough.
it's not exactly like a common console. Well, probably just suck it up and drill holes in it anyway. It'll make it better.
So they're all modded for RGB, are they?
Well, some are RGB compatible, and some already have RGB outputs, but others are like, it's confusing when you start looking at it by system basis, because every system outputs a different thing. Some output all these stuff.
I mod consoles myself, but I usually mod them for AV out and PAL to NTSC, because PAL, which is the region for Australia, is a lot slower. It's 50 hertz, whereas NTSC is 60 hertz, so much better.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, we've been calling you the wrong name this whole time. So I was listening to the latest STC pod, and I believe they were calling you Musty Knuckles. Is that accurate?
Oh, man.
From what I gathered from Retro Fandango, it was Mature Knuckles now, no?
Oh,
No,
great.
That was a step up. But then they mistook that name for Musty Knuckles.
Oh,
Musty?
man.
I can't remember what the word they used. Musty. It was
Because that into a legend, huh?
It was a musty hobbit. I feel that's the wrong word. I don't know. We gotta get the boys to do some research on that. It's pretty fun though. Musty. Is that that's the right word? Oh well, whatever. We'll figure your name out one of these days. And if the people want to get in touch with you, it's just Twitter at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can email me, which is basically my Twitter name with @Gmail on it.
Mm-hmm. Musty. Is it Musty?
If for some reason you want to email me instead of tweeting me.
Yeah. Does anyone email anymore, really?
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emails are useful.
Even that's getting too much work now. And I believe that was the voice of our final guest, who's also returning, and that was Darren of the Gaming Pilgrimage YouTube and podcast. Darren, how's it going today?
It's going rather swell. I take it everyone else is doing well from what I've gathered and heard already.
Yeah, we're doing it. What is new and exciting in the world of Gaming Pilgrimage?
Well, I finally got my shit together since returning from Japan.
Right. This guy over here, nonchalantly visiting Japan.
Pretty much, yeah.
Traveling all over the place.
Yeah, that just was last-minute planning in August, and we decided to do it in the new year, and we did it in the middle of the school semester, which is kind of a mistake.
Oh.
But we went. I got back in the middle of February is when we went.
Oh
So I
man.
missed about a week and a half of classes, which I spent basically all of February getting caught up on, and missing parts of my job, which I had to also get caught up on. But I'm past that now, and I'm back on track with video schedules and podcasts and whatnot, which are on YouTube and on SoundCloud is where the Gaming Pilgrimage podcast is held. But it should be available through most podcast applications or services.
Cool. What brought you to SoundCloud specifically?
Well, my editor and co-host Brock really was pushing to go to SoundCloud due to the pricing module of it, which is, I believe, it's $15 a month, and I think we have unlimited download and bandwidth and whatnot. I don't think we have any problems in that regard. And it was just a better interface that he really liked, and he felt he could do more with that page than what he could do with Podomatic. So we had a big transfer. We had like
Podomatic. I'm just too lazy to change.
It's a good starting point, but I think it was just that it's a more limited audience too. Like I think we've seen better just views and results switching over. It was a lot of work to switch over though. Yeah. I'm eternally grateful for Brock for handling that transfer.
Certainly. Shoutouts to Brock.
And also, as of recently in this new year, I've been on another podcast called the Emblemcast, which is a Fire Emblem-based podcast in which we talk about all things Fire Emblem, which I am always down for.
I bet.
So yeah, it's a good time, and that's also on SoundCloud. But it should be available, again, through most podcast applications or services.
Okay. Cool, very good. Yeah, you must be happy to finally get... Is Fire Emblem your favorite, more or less, JRPG-ish type thing?
Yeah, I would say it's probably my favorite RPG series of all time, although I'm not a particular fan of the direction the series is currently heading in, despite it saving the series.
Yeah.
I actually just finished Conquest this week, which is the harder of the two 3DS games that just released for Fire Emblem Fates.
That's the Noir team, is it?
Yep, that's Team Noir. That's team not your siblings, but kind of your siblings.
All I need to know is, can you date the big booby waifu?
Yeah.
Girl? Okay, perfect. Sold.
And don't worry, she plays that archetypical One-san sister.
Oh yeah, girl.
I know. So it's what you're all about, Steven. So I'm sure she'll be for you.
Okay. I begrudgingly accept. I can't remember what my last waifu's name was at this point. Now, I'll tell you what I didn't like about the Awakening. Street Pass. I never should have turned it on. Because you get Street Pass on in Awakening or whatever, and then every time you load it up, you get like 10 more little bloops on your map, and they're not story related, it's just like random teams.
That's sort of Returns and Fates, except they're just in your castle, and then you can just dismiss them right away. But I think it's only one at a time in Fates.
Yeah, because it just overwhelmed me, and I was like, okay, I've seen enough, I gotta shut this down. What was the red-haired girl's name?
Hinoka, I believe. That was my waifu from Birthright, which I imported last year.
No, back in Awakening.
Oh, back in Awakening, that was Cordelia.
Yeah, that's my waifu.
You know what? That's a solid choice. I'll agree with you on that one.
Fire Emblem. I like her style. Yeah, that's the one. Cool. All right. Where's my list here? I got so many things open. We're so late in the day. My drink is gone already.
It's so late. It's at 7 o'clock.
What time is it for you, AC?
It is now 1 o'clock, the time we were meant to begin.
Yeah, but daylight savings. Crazy.
Yeah, we like planned this to the nth degree. It will start at this time and this time, but I had no idea that daylight savings was even a thing in North America. And then all of a sudden it was like, we're starting now, and I'm like, I'm in the car, I got to get home.
Yeah, well, thank you for making it. The worst thing about daylight savings is that it happened right in the middle of the weekends. It was like they stole an hour from our weekend.
You get it back, though. Right? At the end, you get another hour, and that's like another drinking hour you get.
Yeah.
It's pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to just get rid of that whole thing. It's a bunch of nonsense. Besides,
Even
it's like
farmers.
10 o'clock here. 10 p.m. Woo!
Keep rolling.
This can
So
end at 2 a.m. Woo!
as Darren mentioned, he also had a recent trip to Japan, which is pretty cool. Now he actually went over this in pretty good detail over on his own podcast, the Gaming Pilgrimage podcast. Howdy Pilgrims. So if anyone wants to hear more about that, I would recommend listening to that. It's a pretty good episode. I was excited to hear more. So they got bidets, a lot of bidets. Is that
Bidets?
Yeah.
What do you mean by bidets?
The toilets.
Oh,
Push
yes.
buttons
that
and music
is,
and wind and ghosts and all this.
As long as you're not in like a train station or somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, most restaurants or buildings will have a bidet. And the first time you use it is you're never really ready for it.
No.
Although it really streamlines the process of going to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I will give it that.
Does it aim? Like, are there lasers?
There's no lasers, but it does aim. It's a preset aim. You'll hear it move, and you'll clench, because you'll go, oh no, it's happening.
How does it know?
I think it's just preset, but you can adjust it, which I don't really know how you would adjust it. It seems like a really awkward process, but you can.
Damn. Out of control.
And
Is there
there's
still
also a
toilet
mode
paper?
for gents and ladies.
Is there still toilet paper, though? If you don't want to use
Yes, there still is toilet paper.
Okay,
That's
thank
good.
God.
Well, you're
Yeah.
still going to be wet after the bidet process, so you
Does
don't
it-
want to. It's
does it
going to
win-
leak.
It doesn't blow you off after? It's not like a
No.
upside down.
No,
No.
it's not that sophisticated yet.
Damn, not even.
They do exist. I have
Yeah.
seen one of those. There's like two little air jets like beside the bidet thing that can actually fire. I'm not going to say it's
Fire.
warm air, but it's a surprise when it happens.
What?
I should probably mention I lived in Japan for 7 years, so I'm quite au fait with the entire bidet process.
We don't
It's nice.
have those.
It's nice to have options, certainly.
Yeah, you get the choice of the two. Unless you're in a train station where it's usually flat on the ground.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Did you have to use any of those weird squatty toilets?
I never used one because I would always ensure that my bowel movements were timed according to when we were moving or had to go anywhere. Whereas I had other friends who I traveled with who were less fortunate, and we had to wait on them, and they had less than pleasant experiences in those situations.
That's just awkward.
It's a good leg workout, though, from what I hear.
I like to think that you've got a stopwatch there. It's like, okay, time my bowel movement now. All right, I think I can hold it in until I can get home.
The train arrives at this time, and I leave now. I can make it.
Well, you can set your bowel movements to the train times because they're so accurate.
Nice. Did you see the EVA train? Was that?
I saw advertisements for it, but I did not see the train itself in person. I did not see that Shinkansen, which is the bullet trains in Japan.
I'm gonna have to Google that.
Yeah.
It's totally a thing.
Evangelion themed train.
There
Just
is
typed
one
in Evangelion train.
Yeah.
No my.
There's
It
an
looks like
Evangelion
unicorn.
car you can buy at 7-Eleven. That's out of
There was also they had these they had bullet train commercials, and it was like 3 different bullet trains that had transformed into a different mech, and I wanted to know where those were so I could buy them, but I only ever saw commercials for them on the trains, never actually like any type of product.
So they had the commercials, but they didn't actually say where or how to get them.
Well, not that I could understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm impressed you guys were able to figure all that out, because it said you were doing like a backpacking across Japan sort of thing, right?
Yeah, that's what we did. We were there for 2 weeks. We started in Tokyo, and I believe the farthest point we went was Hiroshima, and then we kind of worked our way back, visiting different places like Kyoto. We did various day trips all over. We went to, what is it? I'm totally having a brain fart. It is the kind of like the party town. I'm trying to remember the name off the top of my head. AC, you might know this one since you lived in Japan. Yeah, Osaka. We went to Osaka for a couple nights too. We went over. We did pretty good in terms of traveling, but we probably spent 5 days total in Tokyo, which is probably my favorite part of the trip.
Nice. Yeah.
Did you spend a lot of time in Akihabara?
More than I should have. we would probably go there like almost every night just for the arcades.
I need to go to Japan.
You
We all
do.
do.
Oh, yeah.
I'd highly
Is that-
recommend it. It's a really fun
Can
trip.
we all just move there? Is that a thing?
Oh, yeah, I
Japan
did that.
Quest.
Be like white
Japan
people
Quest
and be like, have
2017.
courses.
It could be arranged.
We should get on that. Are
So
you guys
I
going
went-
to Nintendo Land in 2020? I heard it. Didn't invite me, Darren. I heard.
Oh, we haven't even talked about. I don't even think we've talked about it on the podcast yet, so I don't even know if that's.
No,
gonna
you
be a
did.
thing.
That's the.
We did?
Yeah, that one's up.
Oh shit, we did. I'm not against it. Depends what's there though, because I wanted to go to Universal one day, but there wasn't that many rides that interest me because I'm not really big into Harry Potter, and that was one of the big draws.
Well, they've got a Resident Evil thingy going on. Of course, the Evangelion thingy going on.
I was looking up the attractions.
Monster
on
Hunter
their
going
website.
on.
I didn't really see it.
Hmm?
I was looking on their website while I was actually there visiting, and we only had one day, and it was either we'd go to, I can't remember where we're deciding. I think we're going to Kyoto, or we're going to go to Universal, and I think we just decided to go to Kyoto and spend an extra day there.
Yeah, but didn't you say it was like $60 or so to get into Universal Studios Japan?
I believe for a day pass it was around 6,000 yen, which would be back in a month ago, it would have been roughly like 80 Canadian for a day pass, so that also helped determine the decision.
No doubt. But yeah, if they have Monster Hunter, Evangelion, and even Resident Evil, I mean, sign me
There's
up.
some sort of Attack on Titan thing there too as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah,
man.
When I was in Japan last time, I did go to that exhibition at Universal Studios. So there's the Attack on Titan thing is a whole bunch of like life-size titans basically, and there are ones where like there's just a massive head on the ground and you can like lie in the mouth, like looking like it's about to eat you. And they had a big Monster Hunter statue, and the Ava thing was there. But I couldn't get on it because there was literally a 4-hour wait in line. So it was either go to the Ava thing or do everything else in the park.
Was that
Oh,
the
man.
4D thing?
Yeah, that's the 4D. Like,
4D,
you
what
want to
does
go in
that
there,
mean?
wear glasses, and there's like, the seats move and air gets blasted at you and all that kind of stuff, I think.
Oh, yeah, bidets, baby.
So it's like you're in the
It's like a face
entry
bidet.
plug.
Oh,
So it's basically like
Right.
you're getting in the entry plug and like being simulated being an Ava or something like that.
they filled the ride with LCL.
Just accept it. It'll be able to breathe
Every
it
4
soon.
hours, they drown the audience.
Yeah. That's when it's time to go. All this orange goo. Oh, man, that's so good.
Spoiler.
We'll get to that. We'll
Spoiler.
get to that. All right, good stuff. So that's all our guests. That's more or less our intros on everyone. I am Steven. Thank you for listening to this episode 16 of the Capmax Hypecast. Thank you for everyone listening to it. The edited version still on Podomatic because I'm lazy. And the live version over on YouTube. I am barely buzzed at all. I had one rum and coke and I'm almost out of rum, unfortunately, but hopefully this will be fun. Yeah, Capmax Gaming. Check that out on YouTube if you haven't yet. Some of you might be watching this live on YouTube. Otherwise, you can check this podcast out on Podomatic. If you're watching on YouTube, it's usually one or the other. There's always like people prefer one thing. They'll prefer Twitch. They'll prefer YouTube and all that stuff. So I guess trying to get people bouncing from one to the other is all good. But otherwise, if you're familiar with this podcast, you probably have a pretty good idea of who I am. Anyone have any questions for me? Most of what I will be going over about will be in our next segment, though. I don't know. I work. I don't get paid a whole lot, so I buy toys and then I have no money. And I'm like, why do I have no money?
Yes,
Why am I-
As he glances behind him.
You know.
yeah.
We
There's
got the-
a room that constantly piles up full of video games and
Out of
figures
control.
and collectibles.
Well, Darren
And like,
knows.
I don't know where he sleeps because like it looks like it's just full.
They just dropped that new line of Amiibo. We got Ryu, we got Ryoi, or Ryoi.
Roy, wow.
I don't even know.
Really,
Steroid Man.
new characters.
This shit's out of control. But yeah, I'm one more guy on this show. It'll be fun.
It looks like you have like a load-bearing pillar of games behind you. Like if you take something off that shelf, you're gonna die. It looks like it almost goes up to the ceiling.
Superman is literally holding it all up.
I heard Victoria's going to be expecting a big earthquake at some point in the future. You might want to prepare for that one day.
Apparently there just was a 5.5 nearby. So that'll be fun. But hopefully this episode will be up before that. Okay, so that's it for intro, which means it's time for what you've been playing, what you've been watching, what you've been reading, what you've been listening to, what you've been listening? Is that what you've been listening? Yeah, what you've been listening and what you've been buying. Because, fuck, why not, right? What you've been buying. No need buying in apostrophe.
I feel like you need that in the Resident Evil 4 merchant voice.
What you been buying? There it is. Thank you.
Everyone all at once. Great.
Wish. All right, who wants to start this off? I've got my list of things, but no one else put any of their lists in. We can just keep going by the same order if AC wants to take it from here.
Yeah, sure. Recently, I've been playing mostly Mario Maker. Just Mario Maker is just this incredibly fantastic and frustrating thing at the same time. Because I love the event courses. I mean, a lot of them are easy, but some of them are really, are a bit challenging. Like the PAX event course was really good. And they're like the officially sanctioned by Nintendo courses that you can do. And the creating bit is fun, and I've had a few stars, and people comment on the ones that I've put up there. But what I usually play is the 100 Mario challenge on normal or expert, where you just play a random selection of what people have been putting out there, and I love it because there are some gems in there. There was this Pikmin level, which I just thought, this is the most magnificent thing ever. I've never even played Pikmin, and you get the random mushroom, which is like a Pikmin skin, and then you play through the level with all these piranha plants and mazes and traps and mechanical tricks you can use, and I just thought, this is magnificent. But at least 60% of the levels you skip. The reason is that they're all new Super Mario Brothers Wii U kind of levels. And I don't really like the aesthetic of that. Like, it's not that fun, and it's what you get when you first load up. So, in other words, a lot of those levels are going to be very simple, or they only have one concept behind them. So I find I just skip and skip and skip, and then, Super Mario Brothers World level, I'll do that one. So a lot of them I skip, and every time you complete it, you do get new costumes and stuff, which is pretty cool. I got the Arino costume from Game Center CX, which is pretty awesome. And then when you create a level, you can actually use those in the as question mark mushroom blocks that come out, and then you can be that person, and then you can kind of design a level around that. What have I been buying? I have been buying GameCube games randomly.
Nice.
I like the GameCube, and I've got a PAL GameCube Australian version and the Japanese version. And the Japanese one games come in much smaller cases, because they're mini DVDs basically. They come in much smaller, kind of cool cases, and they look really good on your shelf. So I got Wario World last time I was back in Japan, so I've been playing those. And then someone was giving away 5 GameCube games for $20, and I just leapt on that. So now I've got Luigi's Mansion, which I didn't have before, and it's a good game. I just hate the character of Luigi.
Yeah,
he's such a ponce.
Mario.
Yeah, he's
Can't believe that guy got a whole year. Where's the year of Wario?
Oh, that'll happen. When Wario was the second Mario Land from Game Boy, so
Mario.
So yeah, the GameCube stuff is fun because I just haven't played a lot of it. The only reason I had a GameCube before was Double Dash, just because I am so awesome at that game.
That game's awesome.
And the GameCube player as well. I have 3 different editions of the GameCube player, one complete in box, because I just love being able to play Game Boy Advance games on the big screen. Because after so many years of playing Game Boy, my eyesight is just shot to pieces, so I need to see it on a much bigger screen now.
Blame Nintendo. Come on.
Yeah, I'm going to sue them.
Sue them for making me blind.
Sue them for too much fun.
I'll be playing Game Boy SP with a stick, going, I can't see. I just randomly press buttons.
A stick? You mean a special dialing wand?
Yeah, basically.
Bleep, bloop, bleep.
Your fingers are too fat.
Good times.
What I've been watching is Evangelion 3.3, actually, because that finally came out in Australia.
Yep.
We have been waiting for that for so
Everyone's
damn
been
long.
waiting, not just you
Good.
guys.
Oh, yeah.
I still haven't seen the Blu-ray actually available in stores locally yet. You can get it online. Eventually, Amazon got more in, but I had to get the DVD just because I wanted to get it. The one upside, though, is the book. The book.
Yeah, I got the book too.
It's bigger because it's in the DVD. It always matches the size of the case. So DVD case versus Blu-ray case. DVD case is bigger.
It's because I saw it originally. Basically, what happened was when it first came out, I happened to be going back to Japan to visit my wife's family at that time, and I kind of planned a little Evangelion trip. So after 3.33 came out, my wife and I went to see it in the cinema. There's no English subtitles. My Japanese is okay for listening, but you know, the concepts in Evangelion are so complicated that it was actually a little bit tricky for me. But you know, I got the general gist of it. And then we went down to Hakone, which is where, in the fiction, is where Tokyo 3 is meant to be. And they actually had an Evangelion tour where you go to all of these places that exist in the fiction. And then, so we went to all of these like mountainous places, and went to all of these train stations that actually you can tell exist in the anime and are based off that area. And every time you go to one of these Eva places, you get like a little book and you get a stamp in it. And then when you go to the Evangelion store at the end, they give you like a free prize sort of thing, which is just basically a plastic folder. But I just bought so much stuff in there, and I've got all of these stamp booklets, and it was basically one giant Evangelion themed trip, and it was awesome.
Yeah. Almost as if there's a theme to our guests for this episode. By the way, speaking of purchases, Darren, did you ever get didn't you mail your Japan swag back to you? Is that how that went?
No, I actually bought a separate bag from the local Don Quixote in Akihabara, and I shoved everything in there.
Okay.
So I just basically paid for luggage there at the airport.
Are we gonna do like a pickups video of any sort? Like you've never.
I don't know if I'd do a
yet.
video. But I was waiting until I built all my Gundam kits until I did a giant everything is here, because I got a fair amount of Gundams, my cool Team Gohan statue from the UFO game and whatnot. And a couple random video game pickups. Well, not really random. They were all mecha based, but I got a fair amount.
Nice. Good stuff. All right, cool. And sorry, back to AC. Was that about
That's
it?
basically what I've been up to. Like, of course, you can only really watch 3.33 once before, because I mean, it's very different from the other films. And you know, you go in there and you see the second time you see it through, it's more about paying attention to the little stuff, like all the skulls and the doors of Guff and all that kind of stuff.
Man,
you know, just the little things that they
never
randomly
stay
say. Yeah.
What
And
is
so-
that thing in the doors of Guff? What is that? Is that a satellite?
Well, I think
That thing. What is that?
basically
Looks like a jungle
what
gym.
I can fathom happened is that during Third Impact, basically they got halfway through End of Evangelion and then they managed to halt the process. So that massive ball that's kind of turning around, very much like the end of Evangelion, it kind of looks like it got halfway through that process, then they stopped it. Everyone turned into massive Ava-like
the black
beings.
egg.
Yeah.
Fuck, we're jumping way ahead.
We are jumping ahead. All right, the last thing I've been watching
We'll get to it.
Yeah.
We'll be all have asleep by then.
I've also been watching a lot of Batman Beyond recently. Which is,
Good series.
I love that series so much. Because I got in there on the ground floor for that, like back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and I love Batman the Animated Series, but I saw this and I just went, oh, I love this.
It is more or less a continuation of Batman the Animated Series.
Oh yeah, it is. It's kind of the end, but they did it second, and then they did Justice League, then Justice League Unlimited, and Superman was thrown in there somewhere. And I think one of the last episodes of Justice League Unlimited was kind of the end of the Batman Beyond story, where he finds out he's Bruce's son through genetic manipulation.
What?
You didn't know that?
You didn't know that?
What?
Is
Yeah, there's an
Project
episode-
Beyond?
You mean Terry?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Terry is Bruce's son.
He's biologically his son.
Yeah, not. Yeah, it was. It's a. You should watch that episode. I won't give too much away, but it's a really good episode. Even though I gave most of it away.
Yep. Spoiled. Spoiled. A few
Yeah,
decades
but-
old. Spoiled.
Spoiled for a show that's how old?
Yep. Spoiled. I'll get around to it. Actually, I've been rewatching the original one, but then I stopped. One of these days we'll get back to it. Too much crap, not enough time. Sorry, my life. All right. Good stuff. Yoshi, you've got you've written in a bunch of stuff, and I
Yep,
see you put
so I
Neon
don't forget.
Genesis in there as well. We've all been watching.
So I should skip that.
Yeah, well, he's marathoned it, so thank you for getting up to date and
Your knowledge will be needed later.
your
Oh,
homework.
dude. I marathoned the original series, so I'll be good on that. But once we get to the rebuild, I've only watched them once, so I'm kind of like, I don't get it. I don't
Actually,
get
I
it
just
yet.
watched 1.11 last night again. That was pretty good. Pretty good.
So I watched End of again earlier today.
Mhm.
So I guess it's my turn, huh?
Yeah.
So, well, I'm currently watching Trigun.
Mhm.
I recently finished, well, a couple days ago, I was watching Non Biori Repeat.
Bless you.
which- What? But other than that, I've just been watching a bunch of various anime. I've been swapping through a bunch of things.
For sure.
As far as games go, so I've been trying to play Xenoblade Chronicles X. That goes very, very slowly, and I barely have time to play video games.
Yeah.
And I'm also playing Alan Wake, which is the Cartridge Club game of the month.
By the way,
So,
Darren, about that cartridgeclub.org, have you noticed over in the podcast section there's a distinct lack of Catmax, Hypecast, and Gaming Pilgrimage podcast?
I have, and I haven't
Oh,
taken up with the site master because he's been away.
Oh, it was like that when he was around, too. I like that
Yeah.
Leftover Bits is in there, even though they're basically stillborn at this point. Yeah. That's what's up to the Cartridge Club. Whoever is running it now. Well, we all know Kevin's running the Cartridge Club at this point. There's no debate.
Oh man,
There's no
that's
Oh,
a
debate.
whole other matter. I'm
Yeah.
not going to get into.
Hashtag,
So, like,
oh boy.
I've also been doing that one console challenge thing, so
Oh
my
boy.
gaming is like limited. I already had limited time because of college, but it's become even more limited because I generally go to play games and I'm like, I want to play Mega Man 2. Shit, I can't play Mega Man 2.
Unless you paid money to buy it again.
I know, I have the cartridge like right over here. It's on a shelf right over here that I can't reach at the moment.
I could play mine if I wanted to.
I know.
But I don't want to.
These self-imposed limits, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
as far
enjoy
as like what I've been reading, college stuff.
college.
That's it. College stuff. After I've read through all the textbooks I'm required to, I'm like, I don't want to read anymore.
Understood.
But,
Yeah.
let's see.
It's all studying. I
Skip
missed
that section.
I think I'd enjoy studying if I took a course on something. It'd be
I
nice
don't
to
think
put
you'd
things
enjoy
into
it
the brain
now.
instead of just having it all melt away. My job is too repetitive. I feel I'm getting
Yeah.
dumber over time. Twilight Princess, eh? Did you buy
Yeah.
that?
Yes, I
I
got Twilight
think
Princess
you have a
HD.
job. Where's your money coming from? Explain yourself. 'Cause weren't you going on before about not having money and then suddenly you're doing all this stuff? It's like with Celix. I mentioned Celix in the last episode. Where's everyone getting money? Never it's so secretive. I feel like I'm the one that works a
Yeah,
job.
man.
I like how you're accusing him of not having money. And earlier you were saying, I don't have any money, but you've got like a giant pile of stuff right behind you that goes right up to the ceiling.
No, that's why I don't.
Jacques Hughes.
All your money goes into buying toys.
Oh, we're getting to it. It's on the list. I'm surrounded.
I've pretty much just been buying, like... Well, I haven't been buying that much, really.
Yeah,
but I did pick up Twilight Princess HD, and it hasn't made its way into my console yet. And I also picked up the strategy guide for it.
What console did you pick for your challenge? Was it the Wii U?
Yes, it's the Wii U.
Okay.
Which I picked so I could play Xenoblade Chronicles X. And then I realized Xenoblade Chronicles X is like a 100-hour plus game, and I went, fuck.
You didn't know that going in?
I had an inkling going in that it would be that long.
Because the original's kind of like that, too.
Well, the original I beat in 60 hours, but I kind of rushed through a bunch of the spots, because I'm like, too long is too long.
I feel ya.
That's what she did.
They need warning labels on those things.
I would never be able to understand. We're actually going to get into that too. I've got a prepared statement for Darren later on. I wouldn't mind getting back into Xenogears though. I never finished that. That is good music, man.
I want to play that again.
It's a legendary game.
Mm-hmm. That enemy spawn rate though.
Take 3 steps.
Random battle.
Cheap, crappy Wii games. Whatever cheap, crappy Wii games I can find.
Xenogears, if you turn the camera, that'll sometimes trigger an enemy.
It does?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Like, if you just want to figure what direction you're supposed to go, you'll turn the camera and then...
I don't remember much of my Xenogears playthrough anymore, because when I played it, it was on an emulator, and I fast-forwarded the crap out of everything back then, because I was so, like, I just couldn't sit down and play through like an RPG as it was supposed to be most of the time. I'd just like fast forward through all my grinding. And like now I'm like, whatever. I'll just grind.
Nice.
It gives me an excuse to watch anime.
There you go. Multitasking.
Which is why I have tons of...
Oh man, never enough time today. Various cheap Wii games. I'm trying to cut out the Wii altogether because I hate the system to begin with, and I don't need it. I'm trying to set limits. I try so hard.
Some of them are good, and then you have some where it's like, why did you stick motion controls on this just to like tack motion controls on this?
I know. I'd love to get the PS2 version of Shattered Memories just so I can play it without the... But when they use the Wiimote as a flashlight, it is cool, but it's such a pain in the ass. Batteries, fuck. All right, I'm not gonna get into it. I've gotten into it a few times before in this series. All right, good stuff. Thank you for sharing that, Yoshi. Darren, any odds and ends you wish to share with us?
Sure. I just finished Fire Emblem Conquest, which I mentioned earlier. I'm going to do a video of that later on my own channel, kind of talk about my experience, but I'll just say this really briefly. Easily the worst written Fire Emblem game of all of them. Very disappointed with the story and most of the writing.
Very surprising. Dude, Dragon Quest is coming out. I hope it's a different team then.
Well, it's... Whoever did the DS games did a great job, so I'd assume they'd get the same people. Because I know it was Treehouse who localized Fire Emblem Fates. But I will say this. I know there's a lot of problems with localization, but a lot of the original script was also crap.
Wait, Fire Emblem or Dragon Quest?
Fire Emblem.
Okay.
Dragon Quest has a great script. All those Dragon Quest games, like on the DS, have really great localizations and a great sense of humor and kind of a whimsical sense of humor.
Lots of puns.
Like,
we'll get to that.
Yeah, but I'll get into the specifics of my Fire Emblem Fate stuff in my own video, but I'll just say the gameplay is great. If you like Awakening, it's like Awakening on steroids in terms of gameplay. It's really fun. Conquest has a lot of really interesting map designs, whereas Awakening and Birthright have more open-ended maps, where it's just kind of like you have more space to move. Whereas with Conquest, they give you tighter maps that focus you through different like choke points and whatnot. So it's kind of like the setup challenges you to go through, and it's a lot more challenging because of that. But overall, it's a really enjoyable game, and I would recommend it. Just don't go in expecting a great story.
Yep. Fair enough.
And I recently picked up Salt and Sanctuary for the PS4. It's great because I'm not limited by one console, so I can jump between all these crazy things.
Right?
So for those that don't know, Salt and
We're not going to
Sanctuary.
tease about that. We were having our fun on Twitter, but
Yeah, we have our fun. On
whatever.
Twitter.
If people want to do it, then by all means.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dude.
Yeah, can't blame him for trying. But Salt and Sanctuary is basically 2D Dark Souls, for anyone vaguely familiar with that term or concept. You have a stamina bar and health bar and all that. You have a death system where when you die, you drop all of your salt, which is used for leveling up. It is salt. Your character is the Saltborn. You need salt to level up, to buy various upgrades. Because there's two currencies. There's actually gold for buying items, which you don't lose. When you lose a little bit when you die to respawn, but your salt is the one that's completely dropped, and you have to go back and grab.
Salt.
But it's salt. But it's overall it's a fun little game. It's really well done. I'm not huge on the art style, and I really wish the game had a map feature because it's a 2D Metroidvania type thing.
It looked very bleak, very gray and brown, and it looks like you would be lost quite quickly.
Very reminiscent of Dark Souls, but overall it's a good time. And the only other game I've been playing, which my brother recently picked up for a whopping $75 plus tax, was a Pokken Tournament for the Wii U.
Nice.
Which I did play in the arcades in Japan, and I really did not enjoy it in that setting, mainly because I had no idea what the hell was going on. I'd be doing a quarter circle and nothing would be happening, so I didn't know what the deal with that was. And then once I played the Wii U version, they have a really in-depth tutorial, and the controls are very reminiscent of like a cross between Smash Brothers and Tekken. And overall, it is a really fun game. I really enjoy. You can really see a lot. If you're a fan of Tekken, I think this game will have a lot of appeal to you because it was developed by the same team. And there's a lot of similarities with the juggle combos. And I really appreciate how Pikachu is basically just Heihachi from Tekken. It is super true. He has the electric wind god fist. That's one of his main moves. He's got it. It's great. And his wind poses are Heihachi wind poses.
Is he like that?
Yep, he does that. And he yells Pika when he does that. He like channels electricity. It's really fun though. The online works really well. It's actually kind of sad that the launch of Pokken has been a lot more stable and fun than the launch of Street Fighter V.
Everything is these days.
Yeah, so it's a little disappointing on that front. But overall, it's really fun. Although I was shocked to find out that the Pokken controller costs like $70 Canadian. And that comes out on the 26th.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's a Pokken controller that they're using in the arcades, which is only the 4 face buttons and an L and R button at the top of the controller.
I saw that for sale at my local EB Games like weeks ago. I don't know why it was there so early, like way before the game came out, and then obviously it sold. I was like, oh, Pokken controllers here, weird. I didn't buy it.
So what's its size? Is it a bigger controller or is
it's a lot like
the
fight stick?
As the Gamepad Pro for Wii U. It's pretty much the same size, although there's no sticks. And I believe this only works with Pokken as well, which is kind of crappy. Given that it is a fairly comfortable controller too, so it would be great for a lot of those virtual console games. But I don't know if it supports that.
It would be nice if it did.
Judging by Nintendo's track record with peripherals for the Wii U, I'm doubting no, because the GameCube is still only for Smash Brothers and whatnot, the GameCube adapter. But yeah, Pokken's fun. On the watching front, I've only, mainly due to university, much like Yoshi, I only watch stuff when I'm doing certain types of project work, and I've been watching the new season of Daredevil on Netflix. Which has so far been pretty cool. As a fan of the Punisher, I've been really stoked to watch it, and so far I really like how they've handled the character. Although I'm not big on Elektra, who has just showed up on episode 4, I believe, which I'm just past. But overall, it's good. If you like season 1, you'll probably like this so far, based on what I've seen.
Yeah. I've never really gotten into any of those Marvel shows. But I don't have Netflix.
I'd say Daredevil's worth watching through any means that you may have. Hint.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I enjoyed Daredevil. For buying, I pulled a Steven. I bought my
That's what
first
she
amiibo
said.
this week. I made a vow. Even in Japan, I
Dun,
saw all the
dun,
Fire
dun.
Emblem amiibos everywhere, and I said, I'm
showing
not
them
going to
like
do it. I'm
Yeah.
not.
How could you resist this one? Oh, you can't.
And he did it. He did
So I
it.
bought the Roy amiibo, because when I took my brother to GameStop so he could use his gift cards to buy Pokken and a couple other games, I saw there's one Roy left just sitting there, and I said, I could be that guy that gets that Roy.
Yep.
And I did it. I pulled the trigger on that. And I also pre-ordered the Ryu amiibo, which
Yep.
I'll be getting on Monday through EB Games.
They're both super good amiibo, though.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
pretty
Ryu
impressed
is
with the Roy
actually a bit
one.
bigger than a lot of the average ones.
Darren, it starts with one.
Yep.
That's all it takes. And then all of a sudden you've got a shelf of little bastards.
I'm actually
Yeah,
looking at my
that's
shelf
what
right now
happened.
because it shares shelf space with my Gundam models, and I need more. It's like completely filled up, and I have like 3 model kits from Japan I haven't even built yet. So
We can always use more shelf space, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
But,
you don't have
These
Lucas
mine
in
were
this, though.
removed.
It's nice
Yeah,
to have the
these-
younger brother, though, because he does have a lot of the other amiibo, so I'm less inclined to get them for myself. Although if I do see those Fire Emblem ones in the wild, it might be a little bit harder to resist.
Mess them up, yeah.
I'm
Well, it's
I
too
was really
bad.
upset, though, that Roy
I
has no
sold a couple
support
ones.
in the Fire Emblem Fates game.
He has
All
what?
the other Fire Emblem amiibos, if you use them with Fire Emblem Fates, you get a character. You get that character as a unit, whereas Roy doesn't have anything because he's brand new.
Could be DLC.
No, I doubt it.
Could be, though.
I doubt
Did
it.
they do a
That's not
10
how it
up
works.
DLC for Awakening?
There was, but they're just usually maps.
Okay.
They're just kind of like these are
Yeah.
challenge maps that you can go through. They did have like a really cool like what if story
Yeah.
that they did. Like, they had 4 maps that are really cool, but I don't know if they're going to do anything like that for Fates. And on the topic of buying things you shouldn't,
Mm-hmm.
I also walking through Walmart, which is right beside my university.
Nice.
I
That's convenient.
saw they had the individual Boba Fett Disney Infinity 3.0 figure.
Yep.
I saw it and I said, Boba Fett's the best, I need this.
Understandable.
But I don't know if any of you guys have actually played Disney Infinity 3.0. It's actually a lot of fun.
I've played it. It feels like GTA.
To an extent, yeah, with the open world they have going on. I really enjoy 3.0, so I did want to buy Boba Fett at some point just to see how he plays in the game, because he's like the only character with a jetpack.
Mm-hmm.
And Boba Fett's the coolest, so you have to buy Boba Fett.
Yeah. You can go to the sand skiff and all that in the Tatooine area. It's pretty
Yep, it's pretty rad. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty much
Yeah.
everything with me.
and all that. Yeah. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff. That is everyone except for me. You guys ready to hear what I've been up to?
Yes.
Okay, so I made a list. It's faster. So, Steven, Dirty Dancing / Mary Poppins. Okay, so in the last episode...
Wait. Is this a Dirty Dancing spin-off of Mary Poppins or the 2 movies?
I think he's shipping the characters. This is his new fan fiction.
Oh!
Dirty Dancing cross Mary Poppins.
Yes.
Oh!
I watched that.
Poppins.
Dirty
Okay.
Poppins.
Am I alone in thinking that Mary Poppins was super hot?
She was a
Man.
pretty lady,
I
but
think
I
so,
don't know if
maybe.
I've ever
You might
thought
be
of her
alone in that.
light.
It's hard to tell with the outfit, but hot.
You know, I was like 6 watching that movie when I watched it for the first time, so I don't think I ever, like, reflectively, I don't think I ever thought of that.
Lovely
The only
woman.
time I've seen it was when I was a kid, so...
She hasn't aged a day in the movie. Can you believe Dick Van Dyke is like 90 years old now?
Who?
That's
You
insane.
can't kill that man. He'll be around long after we're gone.
I want to hang out with Dick Van Dyke. What a cool guy. He's a chimney sweep, you know. So in the last episode, I was going on about Dirty Dancing because I had the soundtrack stuck in my head, and I actually bought the soundtrack not too long ago. I bought it. I've been on this big kick of buying music CDs because they're super cheap in thrift stores right now. Along with DVDs, I got stacks of DVDs. You can't see them, but they're it's out of control. I bought a ton of soundtracks, and the 2 I've been listening to the most have been Dirty Dancing soundtrack. There's some good songs in here. Movie itself, actually, you don't need to watch it. It's adequate. It's okay. As far as just being a movie, I thought Saturday Night Fever was just a better movie. Dude, it's okay. It's about this rich family that goes to like a country club, and then the daughter's bored, and then she's like, "Oh, look at the employees; they're all doing this dirty dancing. What's this all about?" And then she meets one of the dance instructors who looks like twice her age, but for whatever reason they hook up, and then they do the dirty dancing. And she fills in for another dirty dancer because she gets pregnant, and then this whole thing, and whatever. Everything works out at the end, and nobody puts baby in the corner. That's what that quote comes from. And the other soundtrack I've been enjoying is Mary Poppins. Now, I've also got on my list here Minecraft. And I found an amazing mix is playing Minecraft while listening to Mary Poppins' soundtrack.
I don't know if anyone's ever thought of that before.
It's awesome.
Does it sync up like Dark Side of the Sun and Wizard of Oz?
There's a very like a back forth swish kind of a theme to the Mary Poppins music. I don't know, it just works well. Maybe it's the like let's go fly again. It's like mine broke off a piece. You know, it's yeah, it works.
Oh man.
Damn good
You know,
stuff.
I actually think I have the original LP for that, like the actual record from the 60s.
Sick.
Somewhere in my collection somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Like I've got a bunch of soundtracks. I still enjoy them, but yeah, these two have been my favorite as of late. Which is why I actually added the what you've been listening to my list. Now we've got Lex. That's the Canada/Germany co-production of a pretty raunchy sci-fi. I mentioned it before. I still want to do the depressing sci-fi episode of the Hypecast here. We'll get to that one of these days. Yeah, fun show. I'm up to season 4 now, which is actually the last season. I liked season 1 and 2 are both great. They're very much not unlike Darren, you and your boys talking about the next generation. It's very much along those lines where you're in a ship, you get the fucking universe. Let's fly in that direction, see what happens. That's great. That's all you need for any sci-fi show to be good. So that's awesome. Problem is, at the end of season 2 of Lex, spoiler, there are these little like robots with a robot arm. It's like a CPU, and then there's like a human arm, and that's the whole robot. And when one of these things grabs something, it rips it all apart and makes it into base components, and then it makes another arm, and then just keeps making more arm robots. To the point where there are trillions, quadrillions, to the point where these robot arms eventually destroyed the entire universe. Now, if that isn't sci-fi as fuck, I don't know what is.
Sounds like the replicators from Stargate.
Perhaps. Dude, I actually just picked up Stargate, the DVD. I have never seen it. But long story short, they kind of destroyed the whole universe, so what they have to do is go into this other universe because there's 2 universes, because it's sci-fi. And then season 3 starts, and there's just the whole thing takes place on these 2 planets, so you wouldn't even know at that point that it's a sci-fi. It almost feels like this weird... I figured because they had access to a set, because normally the show is super... It's pretty ghetto, but it's fun. So then the 3rd season starts up, and it's almost all land-based, so it stops having that... What are you doing? Is that Yoshi?
He had the cat bombing going on.
Damn it. Really? Am I missing kitties?
You did. You missed Kitty.
Oh, kitties. Here's the kitty, Yoshi. But at the end... Damn it, Yoshi. So at the end of season 3, they end up sort of destroying a couple planets, and then all these souls. I don't want to get too into it because there'll be another episode. We'll get into it later. But now they're on Earth, and it's just weird because now it's like sci-fi characters on Earth. And it's weird. Cool show. Sexy show, and it's neat. We'll get into it later, though. Next on the list, Layers of Fear, a game I've mentioned several times on this show. The full version finally came out. I played it, I beat it, and kind of disappointed.
Oh?
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, hey, we're on a Kickstarter, wherever it was. Here's the early build. It's super cool. Check this out. It ends halfway through. All of that was great. I enjoyed it. The crap that they added to finish the game, it just sort of falls flat. I got a cool ending, but there's multiple endings, which is cool. I haven't felt any desire whatsoever to even replay the game. Didn't want to stream it. It's let down.
I heard right before the end there's like a really annoying fetch quest.
You bet. Did you hear on the Best Friend cast by any chance?
I heard some stuff from there, but I had a friend of mine, not Alex, another friend of mine who really likes horror games. He bought it and was really excited about it, and then he was telling me about it, and so that kind of turned me off from playing it.
Yep, it's literally the time waster room. Our game is too short. Let's make it a bit longer by making a stupid room that it's not scary. There's nothing in it. They just reuse assets. It's a waste of time. Super depressing. I would say play it. I mean, it's on PS4, and I know there's no games on next gen yet.
But we just got Salt and Sanctuary.
Dude,
Yay.
how is it next gen?
A
It's been
game
out
that
for
could
like
easily be on PS3, but it's on PS4 because Sony's like, please make games for PS4. We've got nothing.
You say that, but the PS4 is like one of the best-selling systems of all time.
Yeah, because it's full of PS3 games.
Oh.
Do we have a segment where we go into that? We can talk about that interesting news. Minecraft, I mentioned that already. Reinstalled it on the PC, super good. I got lost in my map several times over now. They added shields, which is new for Minecraft. Shields are awesome because anytime a skeleton shoots an arrow at you, you just put your shield up and it shoots back at them. It's awesome.
Huh.
So good. Minecraft, man. Endless game, one of my favorites. Senran Estival versus that just came out. Haven't played it yet. I did an unboxing video. Check that out on the Capmax Gaming YouTube channel. I had a couple to drink at the time. I think it's a pretty fun video.
So when you say you didn't play it, does that mean you had tissues out for your tears and you watched it, or you just haven't
I haven't done
played
anything
it yet?
with the game yet.
You haven't seen the opening yet.
I haven't even put it in the video yet.
Oh, that opening is just for you.
When they're dancing and such?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've seen some footage, trust me. Pokemon Yellow. Now, Darren, you'll enjoy this. Now, as you all know that have listened to the Capmax Hypecast, I've gone on in great lengths about Monster Hunter, mostly on the 3DS these days, because that's really the only place you can play it. But, Combo Breaker, peer pressure brought me back into the Pokemon Gen 1, Pokemon Yellow. Man, that is beautiful. It is just a flawless game. Now, keep in mind, this is the original Pokemon. Every Pokemon beyond that has basically been the same game over and over, but this is just pure distilled Pokemon goodness. Man.
Is that like nostalgia talking? Did you play it back in the day?
Yes.
Who didn't play Pokemon back in the day?
Right?
My buddy Brock
Super
never
good.
played the original. We're trying to convince him on our podcast, but he won't budge.
Super good.
What's he like? That Pokemon's that lame stuff for those kids?
No, he's played I think he started with the GBA games and he enjoyed those, and he's played all the way up to the 3DS games. It's just that he can't be bothered to go back for some reason.
Yeah, I remember you guys saying you're exactly right. It's the same game every time, which is common with Nintendo games.
Yeah.
But just to go back to the first one and enjoy the original Gen 1.
I think there's something special about Gen 2, though.
Gen 2 is pretty good.
No, I meant
Pokemon.
Gen 1. With Gen 1, there's something really special with it. I think just
That's what I'm
the
saying.
way you navigate the world and whatnot. Like of all the Pokemon
so
games,
good.
I always thought it was like the most challenging.
It's so good.
Dude,
So good. The only
The
problem
original
is...
Psychic
Pokemon takes
type.
forever.
Yoshi, what'd you say?
The original Pokemon games take forever.
I
they
feel
take
that's
forever.
a good thing, though, because you feel like you've actually earned the right to have a high-level Pokemon.
I have a question regarding you're playing Yellow, correct?
Yeah.
Can
Which
you
is
evolve that Pikachu
Pokemon-
into a Raichu?
I believe you can.
Nope.
You can't.
believe-
You can, but you have to
But-
ship it to Red or Blue first, then evolve it.
Really? That's,
What?
Yeah.
Deal breaker. Because I wanted a Raichu following me around. I can't
That'd be
have
pretty
that.
cool.
Nope, and after you do that, the Pikachu doesn't follow you around
Yeah,
anymore.
he won't be either behind you anymore.
I
Oh.
tried when I was a kid.
Because
I
we
had
all
Red,
learned
Blue,
in
and
the show, when they evolve, they technically become different Pokemon.
I guess I need to go replay the Heart Gold and Soul Silver remakes, then where I can just get any Pokemon falling behind me.
Dude, that is the second best Pokemon.
So I've never played Yellow before. I've got them, but I've never played through that entire game. At the start, you get to choose one of 3 Pokemon. In the Yellow
No.
version, you just get Pikachu, and that's it.
Yep.
And that sucks.
Rival
Rival shows
Pikachu.
up, he takes the only Pokeball there is instead of there being 3, and he takes it.
Okay.
And
It's
then
really good for that first gym, eh, Steven?
It's like Pokemon
Brock, man.
if it followed the TV series.
It's awesome. Special shout out to my boy Mankey, who just kick the shit out of Brock's rock types, man. That low kick hype, so good. Oh man.
I don't know. I usually used a what did I use in yellow? Like a Butterfree.
That's a good one too.
Gonna beat you up with my like
win the
moth
game.
here.
What was
You
that?
beat up with my moth fly.
In
Butterfly.
Gen 1, if you get a psychic type, you basically win the game because they're so overpowered.
If you get a psychic type,
Yep.
like get a like what the heck was it like the
Abra,
Kazam?
Alakazam.
Yeah, Alakazam. Like I got one of those when I was a kid because I actually took the time. Like I had the link cable, 2 Game Boys, and multiple copies, so I took the time to like send them back and forth and like breed all my Pokemon. And I think I had a copy of Red, Blue, and like Red and Blue that each had like Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. So it's
On
like
that note, by the way, you get all the starters as you play the game. I actually just
in
got
yellow.
Charmander
Yes.
and Bulbasaur, and I'm like, holy shit.
In yellow,
Too much
yes.
power for one man.
Dude,
Damn.
it's awesome.
Yeah, Pokemon Nail, super good.
Team Bulbasaur.
It holds up.
You ever
If you
played
have a
the
3DS.
NBA remakes of Gen 1?
Say that again.
I have it.
Fire Red, Leaf Green, the remakes of Gen 1?
Oh wait,
That's a good two.
I started one of those. Except I was playing like a hacked version of it.
But I think what's cool about this one specifically, like you said, is very much nostalgia, just enjoying that original Game Boy or Game Boy Color look to it. That music, man, the graphics, so man.
I think the Gen 1 has aged surprisingly well compared to other like RPGs on the Game Boy Color or the Game Boy in general.
Dude.
I think that's
games
because
on
there
the
was
Game
such
Boy.
a simplistic look to it that,
Yeah.
it's kind of like Link to the Past. It's the same kind of format with that same kind of angle, and then when you get, it was done so well the first time that, if you play it later on, it's, you get everything you need on the screen at that time. It doesn't need to be any more complicated than it already is.
Exactly. Darren, we're gonna butt heads when we get to that stupid game, whatever it's called. Darren, Tokyo Mirage Sessions in all caps.
You forgot hashtag FE.
Yeah, man.
It's part of the title.
On purpose.
Dude,
Stupid.
dude,
Anyways. Okay.
that game's gonna be awesome.
No.
Mm,
Anyways, I got a few more things, then we'll get to Reese. Okay, Sonic Generations, PS3. I want to get through this backlog of games. We all know it's fucking stacks all around.
some of us
Falling
at
on me,
least.
crushing me.
Literal stack.
Stacks for days. That's how I want to go. I want to be crushed.
Steven
Sonic
needs to take a
Generations.
year off work
Oh,
to just play video games.
fuck, I wish I could. I kind of worry that if I won $60 million in the Lotto Max, I would just stay home forever.
No, you would just like scatter. You would literally destroy the stock of every Value Village and thrift store of the Lower Mainland.
I hope they wouldn't need to buy those things anymore because I could buy cool things like Neon Genesis Evangelion popcorn buckets.
I want one of those.
Oh,
It looks
they're
like
so
you're
Steven-
giving Navy Unit 1 a lobotomy when you open it up.
They're so cool. Who would use it for popcorn? It's so cool.
I want the entry plug drink. I would use that.
I've
just
seen that too. It's stupid, but
I want that even more than the Ava head.
Dude, it's liquid ale. It's like LCL in a can, man.
it's like you're
LCL in a
drinking their,
can.
you're drinking their LCL runoff.
Drinking the blood of Lilith.
There's a perversion there. Anyways,
Just stick a giant straw into Lilith.
yes, please. Wasn't that what Gendo sort of does? Wants to. We'll get into it. Sonic Generations.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Actually, I do have a statement. The problem with Sonic games that people can never seem to pin down is simple. You want to run fast and see things and just enjoy being Sonic the Hedgehog, but they never let you do that anymore. There's always shit in the way. You're running hills and boom, there's a wall. You just ran into a wall. You gotta slide under the wall. You didn't know that wall was coming. Fuck you. Just let us run.
Dude.
Just let us have fun being a running blue hedgehog. Fuck.
I mean, you just brought up one of the problems, like something that, like, the original games were actually, if you try to just run through those, you die, and you die.
No,
die,
they warn you ahead
and
of
you
time.
die.
It's not that
No,
bad.
they didn't.
Sonic has always been about mastering the levels, like remembering the layouts and like almost speedrunning them.
Yeah. Well, I think the trick is to always be on the high ground, because then you can just run, and if you fall, there's going to be ground before. But if you get too far down, that's when you know to stop. Now, as noticing in the second world of the original game is that they specifically make you stop moving because they know, like, the ground's moving up and down and there's lava. Like, they do that just so you know that maybe you're not going to want to speed through it.
It's a platforming game. There's you gotta slow down and platform. You can't just run all the time.
Was it Darren? Was it your guys? No, I think it was the Best Friend cast. Actually, you guys reuse a lot of their content here. Someone was going on about Sonic Adventure 1, and I really liked that game too.
That was definitely not my podcast.
Someone was
only talked about Sonic like a cursory amount.
Yeah. They had a lot of just open space in Sonic Adventure 1, and that's exactly what I liked, is that you could just enjoy being Sonic and running fast. There's this one jungle area I always remember, pretty cool. Obviously it's probably aged, but whatever.
You might like Sonic CD then, because they have a time-traveling mechanic in Sonic CD, which takes off your running speed.
Yeah, man.
Triggered.
Join the
Triggered.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Why would you say that? That's the worst Sonic.
No, it's not. Sonic CD is the best one.
It's awesome.
Sonic CD is literally the true Sonic 2.
I need to play it.
You stop.
Keep doing this. And
I will stand by that. Sonic CD is my favorite Sonic game, bar none. I've played that game like 8 times. It is a blast.
Yeah,
you know what my favorite Sonic game is the actual Master System Sonic game. In my opinion, better than Sonic for Mega Drive. You don't go really fast, but it's an excellent platformer. It's actually really good. It's good. It's the same one for Game Gear, I think, because the Game Gear is basically a portable Master System.
It is a portable Master System. You play Master System games on it.
You should upload a video of that, because I don't think a lot of people have seen.
Yeah, actually, Rob and I were playing that last week, just after the podcast, and we got really, really far and got all the Chaos Emeralds, and then his baby started crying, and then But it is you don't go really fast, but it is an excellent platformer. I cannot tell you, like, it's not your typical Sonic game, but it's almost, it's just a really, really fun game, yeah.
No, it's true. I have it on the 3DS, actually. Pretty good.
Speaking of which, someone needs to send me a Master System. I don't care if it's broken.
For mod.
I have 5. I literally have 5 Master Systems lying around.
Yes,
I had so many Master Systems that I turned one into a tissue box.
Gross.
Dude, I need a Master System so I can, like...
Hook them up.
Play Master System games next year.
Brand spanking refurb Game Gear.
Dude, he could probably refurb his own Game Gears.
Is that an innuendo? Refurb your own Game Gear, you know what I'm saying?
No. It's just like once you take in like the shipping, international shipping, it becomes like totally not worth it.
So you guys had the NES, and Nintendo was really prolific during the 80s and 90s for you guys. Mm-hmm. In Australia, the Master System was king. The Master System came before the NES here, and the only people who had Nintendo Entertainment Systems were the rich kids who used to, beat up behind the bike sheds after school. So, Master System was just so massive here that there are so many good games that are just so cheap. So, you guys have massive NES collections. Like, I saw Yoshi's collection before, and it looks awesome. I have over 150 Master System games. Just, cheap as chips. $1, $2. And there are some really good hidden gems on that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man, that's, if you're looking for things to do videos of, that's, like, every time, stop making videos of Mega Man 2. We all know about Mega Man 2. We know about Dr. Wily's music. Fuck, stop making videos. Everyone on YouTube.
I need one more remix of it.
By the way, Yoshi, Us in the chat wants to know why your webcam is off.
It'll come back on.
Okay, he's naked.
Woo!
There you go. Back to Sonic CD. I just think that's the worst level design. On the topic of being able to run fast, it's just the worst.
You know what? For the sake of the length of this podcast, I'll just let you say that and move on.
No, we gotta keep moving, but opinions. Hashtag opinions. What was the next on my list? We're almost to recess. Transformers. Oh man, I've been exposing myself way too much to. Like I mentioned before about the CDs and the DVDs. I'm so sick of the prices of retro games these days. So I've been gearing my fun bucks to different venues. Like I bought 2 shitty Super Nintendo games. They are shit, but I paid $15 each, and even that's way too much. Yeah, toys. I just bought a bunch of random Transformers the other day. Got Amiibo. We got, as Darren mentioned, the latest Amiibo line came out. I hadn't bought Amiibos in ages. I was kind of sick of them. They were stupid. I was saving money. It was great, saving space. Toys R Us recently had a sale. Buy 2, get 1 free. And this happened on the very day that the Roy Amiibo, the Ryu Amiibo, the Rob Famicom Colors Edition Amiibo came out. It's beautiful.
I need that so bad. So I collect Famicom stuff because I used to go to Japan. It used to be so cheap over there that I got a Famicom Robot inbox with all of the games and everything, and I really want one of those damn Amiibos. And I think it came out in Australia yesterday.
They knew that the world wanted these because they look so cool.
Yeah.
I swear, it's even just a bit yellowed. They knew.
Oh, no. So they're the colors of the Famicoms, and the Famicom is not actually white. It's kind of like a very light creamy color.
Yeah.
And if you have a Famicom, they fade, and they fade to yellow. So bad.
Got a pretty gross one. What else came out?
Man,
so
that bromine in the plastic. Yeah, man.
Buy 2 get 1 free.
All the consoles
Super good
yellow.
deal. Actually, one thing that I hated about Amiibo is because they just did a price hike yet again. As we all know, the Canadian dollar is shit these days. So
it actually went up.
Yeah, it's
a little bit,
recovering a little bit, just a little bit. So
what do they cost you now?
$15.99 for each of these. But once again, buy.
So they cost $17 each in Australia.
They're like $13 here.
In Japan, they're just 1,000 yen. That's it. Just 1,000 yen a pop.
That's like less than $10 now, I think.
On that note, actually, I was going to ask you, you said you wanted the Fire Emblem Amiibo. Did you not see them available in Japan?
I saw them everywhere, but I just resisted.
No, okay. You just weren't quite there yet?
No.
Like if you went back, you would buy them all, basically?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. No, I understand. So yeah,
if I didn't get Roy, I wouldn't have the inclination to buy the others.
Like AC said, that's how it starts.
And part of it just comes from the fact that there has not been much in terms of Fire Emblem collectibles in forever.
That's what's so cool about it. It's a little Ryu statue. We don't get those. It's a Lucas statue. We don't even have Mother 3. And there's a little. I only bought this one because I bought the first pair I bought was Rob, Ryu, and Roy. Roy I didn't even thought I wanted, but it's just it's like the green and he's red and there's all this color. I was like,
he looks cool. He got a cool redesign.
Sold. Had to do it. Then I went back later that same day. Once again, it was a Friday end of the fucking work week. Boy, howdy, I was looking for this weekend. I'm like, you know what? Whatever. Lucas, sure, I have Ness. Might as well. I got Timmy and Tommy. These are fucking adorable. The little raccoon kids. I got Tom Nook over there. And even the stupid Shovel Knight. I haven't even played Shovel Knight, but it's, I don't know, buy 2 get 1 free. What can I say? And special shout out to a toy that has apparently been around for a while, but it's the first time I've seen it. Look, Stickbot. What is this crazy guy? Look at him. Look at him. He's like.
I like how it has a hashtag.
I know. Hashtag STIKBot. If you look it up on YouTube, there's a bunch of stop motion animation. He's just a little posable dude, and he's got suction cups, and you make little videos, and then you upload them to YouTube. Neat. I was like, yeah.
Is that the future of Capmax Gaming?
You know it. That and toys. We're going to look forward to a toy video. That'd be pretty fun. And yeah, Transformers. Obviously, I've been listening to the Transformers and Beer podcast way too much. And special shout out to AC Decepticon and M, who I've been calling Mac, because that way they can be Joe and Mac. Caveman ninjas. And yeah, Transformers are cool. They're really expensive, but you can find, look at this. You guys see this? This is G2 or Generation 2 Megatron. He's huge.
Is that Galvatron or Megatron?
It's Megatron.
Megatron. He changed his name. I remember that much.
Happens in the movie. Shit's so fucking cash, man. Yeah, there you go. Spending way too much money on this stuff. We got a little GoBot there. Spoons. It's cool. They're all over the place. And he fell over. All right, perfect. All right, everyone. That is now time for recess. So we're going to use our washrooms, get a new drink, and play some music, and we'll be back after this. Thanks for listening to the Capmax Hypecast. Okay, we're in break, and I'm going to stop recording. And
What time do you want to? How long is
just
recess?
like 5 minutes or whatever.
Apparently Yoshi's internet just died or something.
Did it?
Yeah, it just cut out. That's weird.
Yeah, he's gone. Well, perfect time for a break.
He really needed to go to the bathroom. Sure, he'll be back.
Okay,
All right,
so-
I'll be right back then.
for those watching live, we will leave it running. None of us will be here for a minute or two. But I just either leave it running. It's fine. As I said, this is the raw version. I only have this up just so anyone that wants to hear it sooner than later can do so. But yeah.
Yosh just said that my internet went dead. Damn shitty Century Link.
Yep.
Whatever that means. Oh no, he's back.
Yoshi?
Twitter.
Yoshi?
I
Yoshi's
I
back.
did tweet you.
Okay.
We're about to go on recess.
Yeah, we're at recess.
Awesome. So I had technical difficulties at the right time.
Yep. Thank you very much. I'm pretty much out of RAM at this point. I'm worried.
Yeah. So my modem literally just went, yeah, you have no internet, because I walked upstairs and it was only blinking 3 lights instead of 4.
I hate when it does that. Oh,
Century Link does this crap to me all the time.
Mm-hmm. At least
Friends
it's not my
don't let friends have Century Link internet.
So yeah, I thought that went pretty well. I didn't hear any good any spots that required editing. I think that'll be pretty good. I got a message. Oh, that's where you left the message. Gotcha.
It only took us like an hour and a half to do the introductions and that, so
Yeah, well, that's having fun. I just like that we get to have an onslaught of assorted things, be it like games and anime
dude.
and whatnots.
And then we all go off topic.
Yeah,
Anyway.
no, it's half the fun. We have fun.
I need to go refill my bottle.
Yep, I'm hitting it too.
Oh,
But anyone watching live, we'll be back. Don't go away.
Yeah.
Also, take this time to get a drink or whatnot.
Might be 5 or 10 minutes.
Holy shit. Okay. I'll be back in a moment. Anyone back yet? Just me and the viewers? There's no viewers. They all left. Oh, God. I don't know. Maybe I should stop it with this part. It's gonna be dead air. I don't know what people want. Who's in the chat? Anyone in the chat? Who wants to chat? Let's see. Who's there? Got some Rebel. Buzzcut. Yoshi left. He came back. Robin Meebo. Disrespecting the viewers. Cool. Hope everyone's doing good out there.
Steven, if you drink that all now, you won't have any for the stream.
That might be a good thing. I don't want to belch you all over the podcast. That's disrespectful to the list. This setup I have is ridiculous. I need more room.
I don't know, I'm just here sitting on the floor.
I'm brewing it's kind of awesome though. I don't know.
In a snowman Christmas mug. Or a snowman mug. Which I don't know why I still have this out. Probably because it's a nice big mug and like I don't give a damn what's on the outside of it.
Yeah, whatever works.
It's my mom's stuff.
Tell her I said hi.
Dude. It's not a bad mug.
Oz likes your mug. Retro Nonsense retweet. Rebel Havoc retweet. Thank you, gentlemen.
Getting them retweets, huh?
Yep.
And I'm not saying anything because I turned Twitter off, or else it would like go ding, ding, ding.
It'll explode. On reset.
It'll like be like, hey, listen.
Discuss the Nintendo.
Are you guys getting the movie? But the rest of my family's watching. Is that picking up through the mic at all?
Nope.
Nope. Haven't.
Okay, cool. Because it's like louder than I thought it'd be.
Jeez.
What? What?
Something I just saw on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Probably can't see that very well.
No, I'm not even looking.
It's one of the memes with Zelda on it.
Okay.
And it's kind of like... Who posted this?
I don't know.
Oh, someone I don't know.
Check us up.
Oh, jeez.
The Capmax backward cast. Who said that? My nuggets and fries were just over there the whole time. Ignored and not eaten.
Cold hard.
Cold barge. Aaron, do you buy stuff?
Pardon?
Do you buy stuff?
Yeah, I buy games a lot. I am guilty of buying the occasional. What's the word I'm looking for?
RBG.
No, I buy lots of RPGs, but I buy the occasional like random thing. Like I just bought the original Gundam series on Blu-ray. I bought all the manga for Gundam: The Origin. I'm guilty of all that.
I'm just trying to figure out how you can save for Japan and I can't.
Well, that also helped that I was working 2 contract jobs in the summer, and that's where most of the funds for the trip came from.
Yes. Do you have like, do you have your own place or?
No, I'm living at home right now. I am just in my final. I have like 8 courses left in my university program, then I'm done.
Gotcha.
And then I did a co-op job I got through the university. I had 2 separate. I was basically working 2 jobs in the summer. That's where a lot of the Japan emergency trip funds were.
Nice. Like, do you have
Steve, you must have like some big ticket items you could
Emergency.
possibly sell for a plane ticket. You've got like a complete in box Conker's Bad Fur Day or something, don't you? You could probably sell that for a bit of money.
Yeah,
man.
No, it's 100% my own fault that I haven't been yet. I'm fully aware that if I stop buying these and all that stuff, and this stuff and that stuff.
I honestly miss it. I wouldn't mind just flying up for like 4 days and just playing in arcades the whole time. I loved that part of the trip.
Are you going to the Retro Gaming Expo? Because we can go to the Richmond arcades. There are more
I've
Japanese
never been to
in
the Richmond arcades.
Pardon?
I've never been to the Richmond arcades.
I'm pretty sure the Taiko game is there.
It might be worth going out just for the prospect, because I loved the hell out of Taiko.
Because I know, I heard you in the podcast. You guys going on about it. I'm like, well,
We would get into it too. We'd get like all sweaty and gross. It'd be great. And you'd see the Japanese school children just destroying the game on like the hardest difficulty.
well, there wouldn't be Japanese in Richmond. Well, there's some Japanese people in Richmond. It's mostly Chinese people. Hong Kong, actually, I don't know. Vancouver's fascinating. It's like a mirror image of Hong Kong.
I bought some of. I don't know if you're interested. I bought some of the more esoteric things from my Ava collection. So I actually have the Pen bracelet.
Sure.
I've got an exact replica of Misato's pendant. Actually says Evangelion on the back.
Okay.
Oh man.
I have the
Yep.
yeah the UCC coffee, complete with figure of Ray holding coffee.
I love all the product placements they added to the rebuilds.
Oh, you have no idea how intense it is over there at Lawson. I even have, and I think I mentioned this on Twitter the other day, I actually legitimately have a bed sheet
That's right.
of Ray.
It's
And
not a
I got
manual
this-
cover though, is it? Because I would think that would make more
No,
sense. Yeah.
it's just a bed sheet, and I got it for $1, I think, like 100 yen.
Yeah.
I got it for a friend as basically as a joke, and he said, "That's so funny. I don't want that in my house." So like,
I don't want that underage girl in my house. Get her out.
Yeah.
so when I moved into my new house, we didn't have curtains because the house was completely new. So I used that sheet to cover up like the window in my games room. So if anyone was trying to look in, it was just like this 14-year-old girl wearing only a shirt,
And
looking out at
not even a smile though. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh man.
Excuse me. Rebel's got the same phone as you do. HTC One. Come on, Rebel. Rebel. It just says one watching on my thing. People are coming and going throughout the chat. It's all good. All right, everyone ready?
Yeah, are we gonna have another recess, by the way?
If you want, just
Right.
make a motion.
I will. I'll write something down on a piece of paper and hold it up. My wife is pregnant, so at some point I might need to go and help her with things. Yeah, it's a thing. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's a thing that I can't get out of.
I need butterscotch and pickles now.
Yeah, basically, actually, yes. She's lying down in bed at the moment, not feeling so good. So she said, "I might need you to get something for me." And I went, "That could mean anything."
Okay. Yeah. Just say
if I need to duck out.
I don't
I'll
have
just-
the Hangout open. I'm kind of switching between everything, keeping an eye on it.
No. I'll just say ducking off quickly, and you guys can keep talking, and I should be back real quick. Just
Okay.
need to do that. Yeah, do what I got to do there.
Understood. Sound good.
We're already arguing over names, so that's a good sign.
Yep.
Woo.
It's got to be Japanese, and yeah, it's this whole thing. Oh, mate, I'm in hot didgeridoo.
Little DJ. It's like,
Well, no,
I
that-
don't want to call it Bruce.
Japanese people only have two names and they're not allowed to have middle names. But here they are, so it's going to be a Japanese first name and last name, because in case you guys didn't know, my surname is actually Yoshimura. I took my wife's name, which is why Yoshi's name is so damn confusing to me. I go, that's not me when I look at his screen.
Nothing.
So and so the middle name will be westernized, and then when our child grows up, she can choose whichever name she wants to be. If she wants to be Japanese, and then, or the like anglicized, westernized middle name and Japanese surname. It'll be up to her, whatever she wants to choose.
Right on.
It's kind of fun how your Japanese waifu is picking up on Australian accents. I noticed a few things she said, and your video had that tinge to them.
It's scary because she only needs to learn something once. She only needs to hear it once, and then she will pick it up because she's really, really smart. So we were watching what do you call it? English BBC sitcoms, and then she hears something like, "Oh, it's sorted," which means it's finished, it's done. And then from that point on, she says, "Oh yeah, don't worry, it's sorted." She even says it in like an English accent. It's kind of freaky.
Yep. You're learning. All right, cool. Everyone back then?
I'm back.
Yep.
Back. Everyone's back. Darren's
Yep.
back. There.
Back, and I have tea.
Tea. All right. Well, nothing's changed as
Unfortunately,
far as the video. Did I announce the Nintendo Watch? No, I didn't do that. All right, and we're back. As you may have noticed, this episode is probably going to be filled with Evangelion music, including a different intro, just because I really like that song I put in for the intro. But we finished off our What's Been Playing, What's Been Watching, What's Been Reading, What's Been Listening, What's Been Buying, which means it must be time for the Nintendo Watch, where we discuss that most wacky and mysterious of companies, Nintendo, and hey, what are they up to this time? For the longest time, they weren't up to a whole lot. Now, I even got in touch with the Emperor of Nintendo. I was going to say I got him on Skype, but we all know that's a lie. I would never contact the Emperor of Nintendo via Skype. Conversation with something like this. Emperor of Nintendo-sama, what is going on? We have nothing to discuss on the Hypecast. Aida-sama. It is very true. We are working on Nintendo NX. Not much we can discuss. I said, I understand, but come on, you got to give us something.
Did he say, please understand?
Don't put words in the Emperor's mouth.
Nobody mouth, Steve-san.
They're very busy, but we will give you new Nintendo Direct full of fantastic new games based on old games. I'm like, oh, well, all right, that'll be fun. Can we at least get some new Monster Hunter footage? Yes, we will give you new Monster Hunter game that is now old in Japan, but you can have it anyway. and then you look at a scroll and say, tiger.
Can I have my name taken off this project?
And that's about how it went. Okay. Nintendo Watch has something to discuss again. Thank you, Emperor of Nintendo. Nintendo Direct happened.
Create a Twitter, Emperor of Nintendo.
Yeah.
Just speaking broken English all the time.
Yeah, I met him once. He's a cool dude. He wears the armor of the authentic Japanese samurai. It's the metal kind. Looks a bit like Shredder, I'm not gonna lie, but it's got like Nintendo characters on it. It's like a Yoshi, but it's like a dragon Yoshi. It's hype as fuck.
He really likes turtle soup as well.
I don't know that for a fact. I don't know. Okay, Nintendo Direct. Let's get going. Everyone's here. We're good. We're recording. Yeah. Good. Okay, good. Okay, go. Oh god. So, yeah, Monster Hunter, Metroid, Buddy Ball, etc. You guys all have my show planner open?
Yeah.
I rewatched it, and I made sure to note down as many things as possible. But this is going to be long as this, so let's get to it. Star Fox Zero, hey, it's Star Fox 64 once again. Yay,
I don't care. I'm buying it.
Playing it on the 3DS.
I'm buying
it again.
I don't care.
It's kind of scary that the Star Fox series is a state where it can't be anything but Star Fox 64. Because that was the last Star Fox game. The Star Fox 64 again. And that's what this game kind of is.
It's brutal.
Well, at least this game's like somewhat new. But yeah, it's probably gonna be like the same playstyle as Star Fox 64. Because if we do anything other than that, the fans will bitch.
Pretty much.
Well, we'll get to
That's what
mention
happened with the GameCube version. It was like Star Fox, but not in space on land. And not in
Star
the ship,
Fox
walking around.
Adventures? I love that game.
It's not a bad game. It just wasn't very Star Foxy.
No.
And I have a bunch of internet trolls wanting to kill me right now.
We'll give them your address.
How's the chat doing? Yeah, we had Rebel and Os was in the chat most
I
recently.
think they're coming and going.
Yeah, it's understandable, especially when we just took our recess. So we got portals now in Star Fox to make weird new branching path options. That's kind of cool. I mean, you see more of the same level you're familiar with before. I guess that's something. Put your amiibo on there, and you get a retro-styled R-Wing. That's kind of cool.
It also plays the old Star Fox theme from the Super Nintendo game, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty good mix. The original mix. So I guess it's not a mix at all. Oh. Well, anyways, it's something, I guess. The one new thing they mentioned, which I have listed here as Five Nights at Grippy's Tower Defense, where it's like a weird, it's like an app.
Did they really name it that?
That's what I named it. Because all you do is look at different security cameras and watch monsters come towards your base. And then you pick guns up.
That's probably a fun distraction.
Yeah, it comes with the game, so that's cool. Which means it'll be like $79.99 in Canada.
Yep. It's probably a fun distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So, I don't know. Not much really.
Canada tax is awful, isn't it?
You almost said Canadian.
We have to give our just due to the Prince of Canada.
Yeah. Prince of Canada. You mean Justin? Did you see him bromancing with Obama? That's pretty cute.
I did. I was more referring to the South Park Prince of Canada, though. How South Park depicts the Canadian monarchy, even though it's not really even a thing.
Perfect.
Dude. No, I have, the South Park Canadian people, like, how they talk stuff in my head now.
Yep. That's basically it.
You got it right there, buddy.
Yep.
So, like, Steven's head just went like, there's no heads.
Perfect.
Flapping heads full of lies.
No, it is pretty much it.
Part jokes.
Yeah, part jokes. So, I don't know, more of the same, really nothing much to talk about there. Splatoon, more updates. Whatever.
It's Splatoon.
Is anyone actually on this podcast still playing Splatoon regularly?
Not regularly, but I do play it occasionally.
Yeah.
Like my wife plays it more than I do, but it's still fun. Like, you know, if you go away from it for about 3 weeks and you come back and you go, yeah, this is still a great shooter. It's just it's just enjoyable, you know. And there's, you know, since there's no team chat, there's nobody calling your mother a whore and stuff like that. Although to be fair, mine is. So.
Or like
get yourself tested. That's all I can say.
Dude, that's like the main reason I don't even play most online shooters. It's like, I don't want to listen to that.
I'm sure Steven's familiar with my own experience on Mortal Kombat XL with someone trash talking, dropping some horrible language.
Yeah, so it's Splatoon, more guns, I guess. Was there did they even mention a new map? I don't remember. It was just like crates or something. And then...
No, but you can buy like a Super Soaker, like an actual physical Super Soaker-esque weapon now from Japan, like that you can squirt water with. And they're on pre-order at the moment, I think. Yeah, and it looks pretty cool. It looks like a Splatoon gun, like big, bright, and colourful. But I was just looking at that and saying, that is just a fucking Super Soaker.
Yeah, no.
That's all it is. It looks cool, but like, yeah, it's just a Super Soaker.
The Squid cosplayers are gonna eat that right up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they probably made
they're gonna like mix in dyes and inks with the water, and then they'll squirt at each other. Basically, then it's paintball, isn't it? Really?
That's not ink, honey.
Oh.
Okay, moving on. Mario and Sonic at the Rio games. You know what I like about this game is that it's super colorful. I'm liking the look of the soccer game. It actually looks like looks pretty legit. It brings to mind Nintendo World Cup on the NES. I don't know why they. There's been a lot of talk about the return of River City Ransom style games, and there is a game like Nintendo World Cup is a Kunio-kun game, just soccer. That game was amazing.
I like how you have more to talk about for Mario and Sonic at the Olympics than you did for Splatoon or Star
Fuck
Fox.
those games.
I know,
You're
right?
like more excited about this game than either of the
Someone
others.
has to be.
You're the target
I'm not gonna
audience.
So
Fine,
you're
but-
the one that keeps buying this crap.
Yeah, I'm not.
I've never played any
gonna
of those
be-
games before.
It's
Just,
gonna be on the
like,
NES,
what are you going to do with them?
$74.99. It's a bunch of little sports games. You got
That's like-
boxing. That's cool. Bicycle racing looks a bit like.
It's like a mini game thing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
I
playing
mean,
all
if
these
that's
crappy
what they
mini
may
games.
as well just go play California games, you know.
Shut up
Like,
about that. By the way,
track and field.
ATA, I was
Or
going to show you on
Ultra.
a tweet. Shut up, you.
Whatever. Track and field 1 and 2 on the NES.
I have the flow. I have the
What?
California Games board game. I was going to show you that.
California Games board game.
They made
Is that even more banal than the actual...
It comes
Game
with a
it's-
VHS tape. It's one of those.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I've been meaning to do a video.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. I'd
Pretty
love to see that.
Anyways, yeah, I don't know. Rio might be cool. It's colorful. And music's probably fun. Everyone's jumping around. Once again, it's funny because Sonic's like as fast as Mario, and yeah, we'll get into all that. Mario Maker, you'll like this. AC, they're adding Mario 2 style keys and doors, and enemies can be made to hold them,
Oh,
thus to create like a boss that you have to defeat in order to get through the level, as opposed to jumping
yeah,
over.
saw that update yesterday. Now there's like something you can put in where you have to collect like 5 pink coins and then you get the key.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of new enemies and things you can put on other things. But people are complaining about the P switch because now the P switch has a much bigger hit detection box apparently. I haven't noticed that, but like some of the really, really difficult levels where people use a switch box to stand on something and then go through a door really quickly.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's creating problems now that the hitbox is bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I haven't seen that myself, and I think the pink coins are a good idea because you can put them in really, really random places. But
Yeah.
it's good that they keep adding stuff to it for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's the problem with Little Big Planet is that all of the extra content that's not user created is paid DLC.
Yeah.
So like all the super cool costumes, all of the interesting level packs that the developers make, it's just all there. Even like
How
extra.
expensive?
To add in.
Like, is it like $1? Is it like $1 per each extra upgrade, or is it really expensive? Or?
It varies greatly because most of it's just costumes for the Sackboy, and those are usually all around five or I think it's like it used to be like $3.99 or $4.99.
Weird.
But that was back when I actually played Little Big Planet, like back when the first one was out.
Yeah, many.
I remember trying to create a level in that, and it didn't flow very well. Like it just wasn't
No,
user friendly at all.
No.
Not like
not
like,
nearly to the extent of Mario Maker.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to get Mario Maker. I still haven't picked it up.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
worth it. You get like almost infinite number of hours out of it. It's
Oh, I know.
They're not always good hours. Like this is a very mixed bag.
Yeah, I can see that. You might get some levels that are just like evil.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I watched a couple people stream it, and it's like people send them levels that are absolutely evil.
I've done one of those levels. I had one of those levels where there was absolutely no ground, nothing but red flying turtles going up and down. So you had to jump on the red turtles, but there was also a
Yep.
bunch of like invincibility stars coming down. And if you accidentally get one of the invincibility stars, you go right through the turtle and die.
Mhm.
Fucked, man! That's just fucked.
Oh yeah.
So you're pretty much fucked. And there's some asshole that's good enough at Mario out there that just like
It's fair.
goes
It's
right
tough
through
to-
the level.
Yeah. Oh, I've got comments on that one. Like people enjoy it. There is another level I made where it's
Oh,
just
that was
full
your
of
level.
invincibility
Yeah,
stars.
because
Yeah.
someone was talking about that. You talk about that on your podcast, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds like something I'd talk about.
Mm-hmm. Was it the Wings of Raphael or something?
Yeah, the Angels of Raphael, which is a reference to because they've got wings, they're angels, and Raphael because they're red from Ninja Turtles. They're the red shell ones. So, yeah.
Perfect. Cool. Yeah, I am trying to get through these. If anyone has something, Star Fox Splatoon related, by all means. But yeah, cool. More Mario making fun ahead. Anime JRPG thing. Take it away, Darren.
Well, for those that don't know, this was originally announced as Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem, which in the latest Nintendo Direct that we're covering, they just announced the localization title for it, which is Tokyo Mirage Sessions #FE. Which, if you actually look at the title, is SMT backwards.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I will say this. The game has reviewed fairly well in Japan. It sold like crap, but it reviewed well.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no doubt it could be a totally competent and super fun game. But I also think they totally jumped the shark with the direction of the game.
What, you mean the whole, like, pop idol main character?
I think they thought that's where the Fire Emblem fandom was going, but I don't think it's there yet. Like, they think that a lot of the crowd for Fire Emblem is people who are into the waifu-type otaku culture, and they took it to, like, 11 for this game. And I think it's just way too hard.
I'll still buy it.
Like, have you guys seen any of the cutscenes from this game with the Tokyo, with the concerts that are all, like, CG?
Yeah, very bright.
No.
They do this really weird thing at the end of the game where I don't know if you guys recall the Fire Emblem anthem, which is the Fire Emblem song, which is, in Japanese, it's just them reading the instruction manual.
Oh, yeah.
But they do a pop remix of it for, like, the final level, and it's really weird. I was just looking at it, and I was going, like, this is, like, this title could have been so much cooler if it were a different thing. Especially considering it's coming from some of the most creative and enjoyable RPG franchises of all time.
Is it worth reusing the assets and making your own? You know, like them redoing the assets, kind of like a Final Fantasy X-2 sort of thing, and like actually doing it properly, or they probably wouldn't do that. But you know, if all the elements are there and it's not selling well, could be possible.
It could be. It's really up to them because they might want to make their own franchise out of this, or it might just be a one-time deal, considering how the development history for this game has been a little weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, you know, back when I was talking about Pokemon Yellow and the simplistic purity, when I saw the fight menu, I don't know what I've even seen from when they showed it on this Tokyo Mirage session. It's like, man, RPGs are just so weirdly complicated, and they all look like nouveau art portraits, and there's dials and switches all over the screen. I'm just like, what am I even looking at? I don't know. I'm too old for RPGs.
Well, why can't we go back to like the old style of having the characters at the top of the screen and then like a menu at the bottom, and then you just like, you know what I mean?
That's for Project Setsuna to save us all.
Even Xenosaga, whatever, Chronicles X.
Xenoblade Chronicles X?
Looks like a whole lot of work.
That is a UI that's just too small.
Dude, the text is bullshit small. Bullshit small.
The magnifying glass right up there. Alright, what happens when you cross Tomb Raider with Left 4 Dead? Lost Reavers. Anyone even...
I looked at it and said, like, why would I play that?
Yeah.
Especially, it looks like a game you would see on Steam for free.
Yes.
So I was like, shocked that was being brought to the Wii U.
It's one of those games. It's gonna be like that one, that Devil's Third, that just came out and disappeared. It's gonna be one of those. But you know, I guess kind of cool. Maybe it looks
an idea. I think that's what happened.
I feel like we should petition to get this game to be a Cartridge Club Game of the Month.
There you go.
Dude.
Perfect.
Please, though. I mean, I all I did was like bug him for a couple of months to bring Game Boy game, but we finally found something that makes sense.
Oh, we're still waiting for the Journey episode. Oh, we have to wait for P1 to get back for that. Alright, Paper Mario Color Splash. Oh.
What?
How'd you feel about this one?
That's probably the best review ever. Just like, just falling asleep.
I'm still buying it.
Why? Don't contribute to the problem, Yoshi.
Right.
Because I think it looks fun.
But we don't even see gameplay yet.
I don't care.
It didn't even look that colorful, honestly. It's all about the world being bereft of color. You're supposed to splash it back on.
Okay.
I'm just so furious that we haven't had an actual Paper Mario game that's an RPG since like 2004.
Is that the
Half
one?
the series is weird, experimental, other types of genres.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
But
Well,
they
same with the Mario and Luigi games, same sort of. I don't know.
I'm okay with that.
Sticker Star sucked ass.
Yep, he's right.
I haven't played it.
It's awful.
Also, my cat's back to bomb the stream again.
All
Hey,
right.
cat.
Special shout out to Yoshi's cat.
The hardest part about the whole Paper Mario thing was when I first saw the trailer for it, I was super excited because it looks visually, I like the look of it. I think it looks nice, and the prospect of having another console Paper Mario game is really appealing. But as soon as they showed off that paint your cards for the battle system, I was like, "What are you guys doing? You're doing it again."
And you gotta swipe them too. Yay, more
Like,
fingerprints.
is it ever even going to be like companions again, or is that just like long dead?
Yeah, it's probably good.
Frickin' Sticker Star.
Stickers. Yeah, that was brutal. Let's give you a limited amount of sticker space.
Speaking of which, I can play a Paper Mario game. I can play Super Paper Mario. That's
I like that one.
I liked it, although it's no Thousand Year Door.
Mm.
I haven't played the 1,000-Year Door. I've only played the first game.
That was
We'll
the
play
game.
that game, then cry tears, because it will never be that good again.
Well,
That's the
you'll
GameCube.
have to wait till 2017.
True.
All right, Pokken Tournament. That's come out already. It's Pokemon. It's sort of Tekken-ish.
Pretty cool.
Might be cool.
Pokemon fighting games.
If anyone wants to play online, me and
Pokemon fighting.
Hey Hachi Pikachu will take you to the court.
There you go. Objection. Not that kind of court. SNES ROMs on new Nintendo 3DS only. Get wrecked. Non-new Nintendo 3DS owners.
I keep seeing articles about this saying, "Oh, Nintendo could only do it this way on the new 3DS because of reasons."
Mhm.
And it's,
Well,
I mean, like that might be true for the way that they've set up their emulator, because that's basically what they're doing. They're emulating SNES games.
mhm.
But I don't know, like, you know, my damn poor 386 back in the 90s could emulate SNES games. So
I know,
I
man.
just. Yeah, I don't know the way they've done it. It may just be, but like people like us basically already have all of the games that we want to play. So
Pretty much. Well,
as much
look,
as
if
we're
you
all
look at
going,
the,
"Oh, that sucks," it's like, we'll just play the original one on a CRT, which will probably look better anyway.
This is true. I
Mhm.
mean, for the way I look at it is, I went and looked at the specs of the original 3DS, and it's got like a dual-core ARM processor that's only running at like 256 megahertz.
Hmm.
So the processor's no snails. It's got a slow video processor. It's only got like 128 mega RAM. It's like pitiful. The specs are pitiful.
Somewhere
Like,
from heaven,
and-
the PSP is laughing.
That's funny
And the
because
PS
the
Vita,
PSP
but that's probably not in
can't
heaven.
emulate SNES games properly. A
Well,
lot
it
of them.
runs it pretty good. Last when I had my hacked PSP.
They run them decently, yes, depending on game, but like there's a lot of game it won't emulate them perfectly. Emulating the consoles perfectly, which is I think is what Nintendo wants to do, or they won't release it, is really, really system intensive.
It seems just kind of like an absurd standard to hold it to if it means like not making money.
It's the Nintendo seal of quality. Hello.
Well,
Yeah,
where was that on
I
your
think-
past 5
wanna
Sonic and
put out-
Mario in the Olympic? Where was that on Sticker Star?
I get that they don't want to put out
quality.
inferior products, but I don't know. There's just something about like
Well, if
putting
it
that
makes you
stuff
feel
out
any
there.
better, the homebrewing, the like custom firmware 3DS community has already proven that SNES games can play on the 3DS. However, they suffer frame rate issues from time to time. The emulation's not perfect. It's not pixel for pixel. Like, there's a lot of issues that they have with it.
Oh, I guess basically they're always emulating the SNES. Like, if they wanted it to function properly on the 3DS, they'd have to basically reprogram it to be a 3DS game.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's where the issue is with that. Like, they're not going to go to all that effort and reprogram all those games to, make a couple $1,000.
People argue stuff like, well, Ocarina of Time runs on 3DS, and that's an N64 game. And I'm like, it was reprogrammed as a 3DS game. Same with a lot of the other games. And, like, they can mention that they can run GBA games at launch. Those games didn't run in an emulator. To run those games on the 3DS, they had to shut down all the 3DS system and pretty much just run it as a Game Boy Advance, which is still there. They can do that because it's pretty much like there.
Yeah. I think the problem is that's all people really want, though.
Mm-hmm. I know.
At the end of the day, people just want the games available on the go.
They don't care if it has the emulation, but Nintendo wants it to be in like the emulation package for like whatever reasons.
And to be fair, it's going to be cheaper as an emulator. Like, when you buy Ocarina of Time 3DS, it's the full price of a 3DS game. If you buy the emulated version of Super Mario World, it's going to be expensive, but still just going to be at an emulated, virtual console game price, which is like $10, $20, whatever it is.
It's like $8 here in the US, but it's still cheaper than going and buying an actual Super Mario World cart, which is like $30. The way I look at it is, if you have the original consoles and you're trying to be frugal, and it's cheaper digitally, it's like, say it's like digitally for like $8-10, buy that instead of spending like $50 to $100 plus on the physical copy, unless you absolutely need that physical copy. Like, that's why my copy of Mega Man X3 is a digital one. Because I can't afford the physical copy right now.
It was always expensive, though, that one.
I could have gotten the Rockman X3 for $45 at MagFest, but I passed that up because I didn't want to spend the money.
Yeah.
See, that's what I did.
I already bought, like, $60 worth of T-shirts because I bought 2 Eva shirts and a MagFest shirt, and I'm like, I spent too much money. Dude, wear one T-shirt for an entire year?
Yep, there you go.
Dude, that T-shirt would stink because when the hell would you have time to wash it?
All right. Yeah. I guess it's cool though that. Sucks for those who don't have the new Nintendo 3DS, but for those that do, it'd be cool. Earthbound on the 3DS might be cool. One thing, one reason I like Pokemon Yellow so much is just that it's now completely digital and it runs 100%. Super good. Also, what's neat about that I forgot to mention before is that apparently it'll connect to the Pokemon Bank at some weird way. So that,
I think you have you can swap Pokemon locally, but not over the internet. Like, you have to be someone else. Near someone else with a 3DS to swap, but you can't do it over the internet over long distances.
Well, I think it connects to the Pokemon Bank, but I don't know. I didn't research it.
Them into the latest 3DS games.
Pardon?
It's for the Pokemon Banks for importing Pokemon into the 3DS games. So you could you could import your Pokemon team from Yellow and play them on like Red, like on Sun and Moon. When those come out, or for X and Y, or for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's cool.
So by this stage, can you actually have all the Pokemon now, or are there like gold and silver ones that you can't get?
I think that depends.
You can't import just yet. Yeah. I'm so out of touch with Pokemon. It's not.
I have no idea
how it works anymore.
I think with the 3DS games you could. I think.
Yeah, that's the whole point of Pokemon Bank. It's just so that you can transfer them. I just got a paragraph here. The 3DS Virtual Console versions of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow will have access to the Pokemon Bank, a paid service that allows users to store up to 3,000 Pokemon on the internet. Using the Pokemon Bank, Pokemon caught in Red, Blue, and Yellow can be stored and then transferred to Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Moon. Neat! Pokemon from Red, Blue, and Yellow cannot be transferred to Pokemon Omega Ruby, Pokemon Alpha Sapphire, Pokemon X, or Pokemon Y with the Pokemon Bank. And this comes to us from IGN. So there you go. Yeah, using the Pokemon Bank, they go from Yellow to Sun and Moon. That's cool. That's a neat feature. Okay. Pocket Card Jockey. Weird. Looks kind of neat. It's like horse racing because Japan loves horse racing, but it's also solitaire. Huh.
Yeah.
Weird. Kind of cool. Hope it's not expensive. Kind of want it, I think. Anyone have any thoughts on this one?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yep.
If it
Azure-
somehow involved the Fire Emblem trading card game that came out in Japan, maybe.
Maybe you can get like the back of the card can be a Fire Emblem symbol. Azure Striker Gunvolt 2. First one kind of sucked. At least this one has a better looking character.
As soon as they showed off the rival character as a playable character, I was like, why isn't he the main character? He looks like he's so much more fun to play as.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Didn't play the first one.
Yeah.
Probably won't play this one.
Yeah. I'm surprised they even. Well, the first one, it's not that good.
It's okay. It just suffers from a weird gimmick.
Yeah.
Like
to
the
kill
whole
thing, you shoot them with a little pellet gun, and then you use this weird electromagnetic thing that goes around your character, and then you walk close to them, and it's
I just didn't
So
like it because it brought the
basically-
gameplay to a halt.
it's weird.
Basically, they overconvoluted the battle system.
Imagine if you
It's not overcomplication. It's just that they made it. They added an extra step that just slows down the gameplay for no reason.
It should have just been like, pew pew, you die, move on.
It should have just been Mega Man Zero again, but
Yeah,
instead they
pew
did
pew,
away
you
with
that.
die, move on.
Imagine if you that you were playing a Mega Man whatever, and you were stuck with like Airman's gun throughout the whole time. So you're shooting
That'd
like
be annoying.
at a weird arc, you're shooting tornadoes up, and that's all you have. It's like that. Like you can tell it's meant to be like a pew 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 game, but instead you got this weird other weapon. And if you die, sometimes music brings you back to life. And
But
then
I think this sequel might be worth playing through because the other character looks like he's really cool.
yeah,
Like, he has a lot of cool. They're showing he gets different boss powers that actually do different things, like in the other games. Whereas like Azure Striker, the main character, or Gunvolt, the main character, he doesn't really get the boss's powers. He just gets like a slightly different gun,
yeah,
which is weird.
We'll see. Yeah, I doubt I'll buy it. But,
Will it be out before Money Number 9 though?
everything will be up for
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh. That's
That's gonna be pretty embarrassing because Inti Creates is behind the Azure Striker Gunvolt series, and they're co-developing Mighty Number 9. So, yikes.
Okay, so here's some bullshit. Americans only get the pre-order art book for Hyrule Warriors 3DS. What?
Oh man.
Do you really care about that, Steven?
Well, if you want the art book that bad, you always could have.
Like, are you gonna
someone
spend
in the
like a
US
full
buy it.
like $45 just for an art book?
Well, I'm not gonna buy the game anyways, but I mean,
Is anyone
Are you
actually
playing
gonna buy Hyrule
our
Warriors
friend
for the
over at
3DS?
Nextseed gave us this lovely widescreen art book for Senran and Kagura, and our friends at Nintendo here. I talked to the Emperor about it. He says nothing they can do. Nintendo of America.
So like,
Anyways.
Steven has to have his like art book full of like Senran Kagura.
Hell yeah, dude. What?
It's worth more to him than a game.
Well,
Yeah.
he's gonna
Yeah,
like
bro.
get lost now.
I don't need that to look at the art book.
But I was kind of shocked when I saw gameplay of Hyrule Warriors in the 3DS, and I was like, wow, that looks like crap, like visually. Like, that's a downgrade.
It's probably not new Nintendo 3DS only, that's why.
Like, it looks so pixelated, and it looks so blocky and choppy, and I was just like, why would you not want to play Hyrule Warriors on the Wii U?
By the way, Darren,
Well,
have
my
you...
response was, I have Hyrule Warriors for the Wii U, so why the hell do I need it for the 3DS now too?
Exactly.
Darren, have you
I guess
played...
a lot more people have 3DSs rather than Wii U's. But
Yeah.
I'm
It's
not
a
even
bigger
sure
market.
whether like Hyrule Warriors was even that popular on the Wii U. Like, was there a massive demand for it to come out on
I think it
handheld?
sold pretty well.
Yeah, it did well.
Oh, decent, but I don't think there was a massive demand for it to come out on the 3DS. Nintendo was just kind of like, hey, we're making it for the 3DS. You like that, right?
I suppose 3DS is basically a dying system now. Like, it's been out for quite a number of years, so
Yeah.
3DS?
I guess like they just got to squeeze every last game, first party game they can out of it before.
I think the prospect that they're scared of is that after the 3DS is done, they're not sure if they can still dominate the handheld market or if the handheld market will still be there.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, especially in Japan, it's all people playing on their mobile phones.
It was quite depressing being in Japan, and I saw like the odd person on their 3DS. I saw no Vitas, which was extra depressing.
That's so weird because the Vita is actually quite popular in Japan.
I know. I was like
saw
looking
so
around.
many
I was like,
people
where
with
are you
Vitas
people?
last time I was back. Yeah.
And I'd
I
be
think
the weird guy
cell
that
phones are
pops
just
out a Game
easier.
Boy.
No one wants to carry a fat 3DS in their pocket, but everyone needs the cell phone there anyways, so yeah, might as well
Oh
game on that
man,
too.
gotta play that Candy Crush.
It's not even about the games, it's a small
Kidding.
little, like, screen
There
thing
is
you
so
have.
much commute time in Japan that, that's why people had their Game Boy Advances and their Walkmans and everything before, because there's just, it will take you, at least an hour to get to where your office is, no matter where you are. So, you may as
Yeah.
well enjoy that time playing a game. But like as cell phones became more prevalent, like when I was living there, it was everyone had either a PSP or DS, and towards the end it was 3DS. And
Yeah.
people over there, like they had flip phones and they could play basic games, and you'd see a lot of people playing Tetris and stuff. But now that there's something, why bother bringing around two devices when you can only have one and it still entertains you to basically the same standard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can watch videos, you can do whatever the hell you want with these things, pretty much. You have a computer in your pocket.
Yeah, I mean,
But
like
Vita
one of
means
the
life.
It's true.
People can't leave their house without
Not
their
the
life in their
Sony
pocket.
doesn't.
Isn't that Sinu and Kagura card game? Isn't that an app? The one with all the sexy pictures?
I wouldn't know.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Never even
Steven's
heard
over
I
there,
think
like,
you'd
looking
be the
through
only
his
one with that
artworks.
knowledge on this topic.
I think it is. Is the Monster Hunter arcade game on this podcast? Probably it's too new. Anyways, Disney Art Academy. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
No.
No.
Cool. Okay, well here's a hard card, but Bravely Second. Did you see that art book? That's a full-size book right there.
Ah, man.
I wonder if Canada's getting that.
I still need to play the first game.
Yeah, me too. I still
I
haven't.
don't even
sold-
have the first game yet.
I might even sell that. I don't know. Put it towards the Japan fund, which will become, of course, the toy fund.
Oh, jeez. So
Darren,
some of the
that's
toys.
yours. Bravely Second.
Bravely, actually,
Thoughts?
contrary to popular belief, although I am the RPG guy, Final Fantasy and by extension Bravely Default aren't really my pot of tea.
You're not in
See,
your
I prefer
wheelhouse.
those.
It's not my wheelhouse, no.
There you go.
Oh.
They're too
I
vanilla
forget
for
about
me, especially the Final Fantasy games. And when I played Bravely Default, I got like about 8 hours in, and I just said to myself, I'd rather play Final Fantasy V again. Because it just kept making me think back to Final Fantasy V. I'm like, oh, remember that
man.
moment in Final Fantasy V when that one dude was revealed to be a girl, and then everyone was like ogling her? Oh, it's like kind of happening again here, except not as humorous or charming.
I never played
Well,
5.
Five is
Beginning
like
to
the
think
best
that all
Final Fantasy
JRPGs
game.
are exactly the same. Like, there's no difference. They just keep putting same story, different skins. Like that same thing happened in Persona
Well,
4.
to be fair, that is the point of Bravely Default. It was meant to be like the ultimate throwback to Final Fantasy. So for those fans, it does it very well. But for me, who's not really into Final Fantasy, it didn't really do much for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd rather have a new Final Fantasy Tactics.
Have you heard of
Oh.
Mercenary Saga 2?
I need to play more of those
Mercenary
tactics
Saga
games.
2. What's this for?
It's on the 3DS eShop. It's actually been getting really good reviews, and it's a lot like the original Final Fantasy Tactics. You'd probably
Oh.
dig that.
I probably would. That might be my wheelhouse.
There you go. Super generic name, but I think
Wheelhouse.
it's a pretty cool game. Dragon Quest VII.
Woo!
Yeah, we
Woo!
finally.
About time.
Day one by.
Certainly.
Well,
it'll only be for sale one day. They'll put one small shipment out, and that'll be it.
Oh man.
I gotta say, I was really upset they didn't give an exact release date for this game.
Not a lot of information at all. Only thing I
March
know
of
is that
2017.
they do that weird thing with the accent in the text, where you're like reading what they would say with their slang in the text.
Don't you like
Yeah, I
that?
like that.
It's
I
weird.
love it. It adds so much
love it.
charm to the game. Like when you go to like
Yeah.
the town that's supposed to be Russia and everyone's talking like in these really broken English, it's great.
Yeah,
Please
dude,
tell me they
that
say
is
comrade.
I'm pretty sure they do in the countries that are meant to
Yeah.
represent it. Like, it's great.
Man.
I absolutely love Dragon Quest. I actually have the Japanese import copy of this game, and it's a really good remake. It's a really good game.
Witty
so I'm really
writing.
excited for it.
Dragon
Pardon?
Quest has always had very witty writing and very good writing, and a lot of times I think they've had good translations too.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not so much the NES games, but better than some Final Fantasy translations.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'll say that.
looks good. Should be good. A game that will never end. I hope I have the time to play some. Metroid. No one wants to talk about that. Everyone wants to talk about that. That's huge. Or as I call it, Alien Swarm. You guys play Alien Swarm on Steam?
Nope.
It's pretty good. It's made by Valve. I mean, one of the very few things they've done recently.
Wait.
What are you doing? What are you doing, my show planner? I'm watching you, anonymous mink. You're so cute. Even the anonymous is funny animals. Alien, what? Well, anyone out there who wants to play an online co-op game on Steam, check out Alien Swarm. It's pretty cool. Long story short, though, much like this new Metroid game, it's basically like four people in a group. Each has their own different class, and
they're all not Samus.
And you use teamwork to defeat the alien menace, I guess. Yeah, Metroid. Yeah. It's here to save the Metroid franchise.
It could be fun.
Did you just say it could save the franchise?
Yep.
Oh my lord.
Well, I mean, like, it's not like the franchise is doing anything else.
No.
But it's just like, I just love the notion that this game that doesn't really exemplify what Metroid is will save it.
Metroid Buddy Ball, here to save the franchise.
Then again, I'm not expecting that much, because you look at the DS Metroid games, and they're not that impressive. They're kind of crap, actually.
Yeah. Oh,
Like, I remember trying to play Hunters and being like, this is crap. I can't figure out a way to control this game that isn't crap.
Yeah, that's a problem with it. But I think the reason why this game got so much backlash is because there hasn't been, aside from like Other M way back when that came out, there's nothing for Metroid. Like if there was another project underway for it, like another retro style Metroid game or anything, but this is the only thing we're getting, and it's been in development for like 7 years.
Well, I went on a tyrant. What's the word?
Tirade.
Tirade. Thank you. On Twitter about the problem with Metroid is Samus. Like you can only take all of the weapons away so many times, and
that's not the
do
problem.
The exact same thing.
That's not the problem.
Yeah.
The problem doesn't come from how her weapons are taken away or that it is Samus each time, because pretty much every console Metroid game, aside from like Other M, has been excellent.
Not really.
I would frickin' kill for like a Link Between Worlds style like Super Metroid throwback.
Oh, I'm sure.
I think that's a no-brainer, and that they haven't done it is like baffling to me.
But a whole lot of other like indie developers have been trying to do that. Like they've just been, I can't even remember the name of it, but there was a really popular game last year.
Haxiom Verge.
Yeah, that's the one, and that it had those kind of 16-bit style graphics, and they have done that. And maybe Nintendo looked at that and just went, they're doing it better than us. Who cares?
They definitely are not, because I have played that game, and it is no Metroid. But
it doesn't look that good.
No,
it's okay. It tries too hard to be Metroid.
I like that really weird song you hear from much of it. You know the one. If you played it. That's pretty much exactly what it sounds like. It's weird. It's funky though. Metroid. If it was like Samus's little like protege running around, getting these powers for the first time, that'd be cool.
Even if it was just like the other bounty hunters from Metroid Prime Bounty Hunters, that would be better. Just because they're all the same character, really. The Marines.
It's obviously not a traditional Metroid. It's a spin-off, to say the least. It's like Metroid Pinball.
To be fair, I will say the trailer they showed off in the Direct was a lot better than what they showed off at E3.
Mm-hmm. It's like with King of Fighters. Each trailer brings a bit more hope. I don't know. We'll see. Could be adequate.
Well, the chances are they use these Nintendo Directs to gauge reactions. Like, they previewed Star Fox Zero ages ago, like I think it was over a year ago now, and it had such a negative reaction that they probably went back and, tweaked it and maybe did whole entire new sections of it. And they might be doing the same with this. I think that was last year's E3, and everyone went, oh, that's stupid, that's just like it's not even Metroid. So they might have used that time. It may have been like 90% complete, and they may have gone back and just tweaked a whole lot of stuff, so it's better.
I distinctly remembering them in the direct saying that, like, oh, don't worry, it fits into the Metroid franchise. It fits. Trust us, it fits.
Yeah, we just got to get it in there with a crowbar.
Please be excited for our Metroid timeline book.
Oh,
yeah, but the thing is, all the Metroid fans,
could
as much as
happen.
they hate it, you go buy it because it's the only new Metroid thing that's come out since forever.
Yeah, that's
So
the
people
sad
are still
part.
gonna
Fans will buy it regardless.
Yeah. And they'll complain, they'll bitch, but they'll
Castlevania.
still buy it, they'll make the money.
But will it get canceled because of that change.org petition?
No. That does
And that
nothing.
always changes
You mean
things.
like,
Hey,
You
to
mean
be
like
fair,
Paper
we
Mario
got
Color
Digimon
Splash?
Cyberstick released because of that.
oh, dude.
Although that was
Those
for a very
change.org
different thing.
petitions- Those change.org petitions rarely do anything. I mean,
Well, for
like,
the Digimon one, the director of the producer of the game in an interview actually said because of the change.org petition, he saw that many signatures to bring the game over to the West. He and the team decided to do it because they're like, oh wow, there's like 100,000 people who want this game.
Did
yeah,
it do
because
well in the
they-
West?
Pardon?
Did it do well in the West?
I don't have any numbers yet because it came out in the middle of February, so I'm not sure how
Okay.
well it did. I hope it did because it was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if the sales numbers say it did well, then other people will probably do that. If everyone says, we need it, and then it comes out and nobody buys it, or it's got low sales figures, then everyone goes, just ignore that shit, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
you gotta ignore a lot of the stuff on the internet because there are a lot of trolls that are doing it. You can't. That's one of the biggest problems with feedback on the internet. You can't tell the people that are actually fans of the stuff and actually serious apart from the trolls a lot of the time. Especially
sometimes
when you get that quantity of feedback that they're probably getting. Because you got to think about it. They're probably getting thousands, if not millions, of like responses a day.
And the thing is that a lot of those trolls don't even know they're trolls. They may have heard of the series in passing, saying, "Oh, we should get that no matter what. I can't believe they're not bringing it over to the West. Rah! I'm going to sign this petition and tell all my friends." But they don't, in reality, care or would buy it. Like they're just outraged that they don't have access to something that other people do.
What? They censored the cat class in Bravely Default?
Over my head.
Oh, you didn't hear about that? How they changed a bunch of the costumes and people were saying they're not going to buy the game because of that?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
hilarious.
yeah.
Oh my god! I can't see my little 3DS character in their scantily clad outfit anymore because they like put more fabric to cover things up.
Can't believe the internet. People are mad because Metroid is too the same. Now people are mad that Metroid is too different.
When
Yeah,
were
I mean,
people
Nintendo
mad about Metroid being the
does
same?
go outside their their purview and try new things. Even if they reuse assets, they might try something that's very different, like Majora's Mask or something like that. So
I mean,
might work, might not work, might come out, might be brilliant, might come out, might be shit. But at least they tried something.
yeah, I
Yeah.
can't really like knock Nintendo for like taking old franchises and trying new things with them. I mean, like at least they do try new things. But yeah, they're sticking to a bunch of old franchises they've had for years. But why make new ones when the old ones still make money?
I'll agree with that.
It's like-
That's sentiment, except for Sticker Star. That's just an experiment that
That's a
went
real
horribly
chip on
wrong.
your shoulder.
Hey,
Oh, it
hey,
was pretty
like,
bad.
It keeps me up at night.
dude.
Some nights I just wake up in a cold sweat and I think about what that game could have been. And I'm like, no, we're the companions.
I
I don't
look
have
at
to
these,
Just going
my
out buying
experience
random
going
sticker
after
books and
battle.
just stabbing them.
I look at these like game ideas and like these different things they throw into games. Is they're pretty much just like throwing darts at a dartboard and seeing which ones actually hit, and what
And some of them
sticks and what
do
goes
hit.
away. Because like you can't tell a lot of times. You're not like how are you supposed to be able to figure out? It's like is this a good idea for a game or a bad idea? Okay, let's try it. Okay, we tried it, and now we have this fully made game, and it doesn't seem like it was that good of an idea, but the company says we have to sell it anyway. So, stuff like that happens. You never know.
Well, when you think about it, the only new
This
IP
is
they've
just
had for a
theorizing.
very long time is Splatoon. And when you
Yes.
look at Splatoon, it was honed to such an nth degree. Like, they knew they couldn't release a new IP and fuck it up. So they just, they had the marketing right, they had the sprites right, they had everything hone to what they thought would be popular, and it worked for them. So they really think about these things a lot before they do them. But in other cases, with an established franchise, like it is the dartboard thing. We'll try that. It might be popular. It might not be. It might become a cult game, like Majora's Mask or something, and people will demand its re-release, even if it's just a small section of the gaming community.
Or most of the gaming community will call it shit when it's actually not that bad. Star Fox Adventures.
Once again, Yoshi's address is.
Well, if I really want to make him mad, I actually don't mind playing through Metroid Other M. I actually think it's a decent game. Okay. The story is shit. Don't get me wrong. The story is shit, and the voice acting is terrible. But it's fun.
How can we get rid of Samus's items this time? We'll have a guy tell her to not use them for a while. Video games.
A pickpocket comes in and just kind of gets them out of her pocket.
It's like the little gnomes in between levels in Golden Axe. She's just asleep next to the fire, and then her armor's there, and the little gnome grabs it.
That would be the best reference ever. Just a whole bunch of little gnomes going and going, just everything. And you've got to beat the shit out of these little gnomes to get potions back.
That'd be awesome. Well, the other night kind of did that, actually. Confirmed, Def is a Golden Axe gnome. Perfect.
Oh,
I like Castlevania more than
Golden Axe, and I can't do it.
Golden Axe is so great.
So good. So
yep.
Good. Okay, Rhythm Heaven for some reason. Anyone here like Rhythm Heaven?
It's a good rhythm game.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard. If you like rhythm games, it's probably good.
Yeah.
But,
I enjoyed the DS game, but I don't really have any compulsion to buy this game at launch.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy it or not. I'm probably not going to buy it just because it's like...
Wait
the
a
only
minute.
rhythm games I like are ones like... I got the Final Fantasy Theoretum rhythm game. That was pretty fun. Because it's Final Fantasy songs. If I don't like the music behind the rhythm game, I'm not going to like the rhythm game. That's the issue I have with rhythm games. And most of the time I don't like the music that's playing behind the rhythm game.
I only like playing rhythm games in the arcade because there's just so much more of a physicality there.
I won't argue with that. Like, Taiko is king.
Yeah.
There was this great arcade machine that I played in Japan. It basically looks like a front-loading washing machine. It's got a screen in the middle and a whole bunch of buttons around the outside, and they light up, and you got to press them to like Japanese, like J-pop songs and stuff like that. And it's so much fun. Yeah, but you don't play that in your home because it's just it would be like pressing wiggling sticks and stuff like that. That's not fun. But just reaching and grabbing and pushing all of these weird things, and then occasionally tapping the screen to the beat of this insane J-pop song. That's fun.
I mean, if you like Hatsune Miku, the Hatsune Miku games are actually quite good. I know I have the 3DS one, and that's quite good. But, once again, you have to like the Vocaloid songs. If you don't like the Vocaloid songs, you're gonna think it's crap.
Yeah.
True.
Well, that's weird music, too. Sounds weird. So, for whatever reason, I forgot to add Monster Hunter to my list. I kind of like that game. I have it at the very start. Nintendo Direct, aka Monster Hunter Direct. Yeah, we're getting Monster Hunter Cross, which is now called Monster Hunter Generations. That's out in the summer. That's cool. Looking forward to that. I've been known to discuss that game from time to time.
So it's going to be the next game that Steven plays for the next 5 years.
I'm scared. I've finally kind of broken free of the grasp of Monster Hunter at the moment. Like I mentioned before, Pokemon sort of taking over that spot. But yeah, should be good. I'm hoping I can finish up all the. There's different ranks in Monster Hunter, and I hope I can get to the top rank in For You before Generations comes out. Yeah, looking forward to it. Like a best of game, sort of a dream match where all the monsters come back and more monsters. Yeah, good fun. Finally, we have Kirby Bot.
Can I just say straight off the bat,
Robobot.
it just looks like Dr. Eggman.
Yeah.
Dude,
just a little robot.
It looked to me like Nintendo went, we have this engine that we used for, what was it, Triple Deluxe or whatever the 3DS Kirby game is. We have this engine, and we want to use it again. So, let's get another Kirby game with it.
Mm-hmm.
And they made another Kirby game with it. Like, what gimmick can we make Kirby turn into this time? I know. Let's put him in a giant fucking robot.
Mm-hmm.
Get in the robot, Kirby.
To be fair,
dude, if there's an Eva Kirby bot thing, that'd be so sick.
I think the game looks pretty sick.
Yeah.
Dude,
I think at one stage Nintendo's going to release something called Kirby Diet, where you just got to get Kirby rather from a round ball into like a slim cylinder or something.
It's like that old Konami game with the penguin. You know the one? You might know the one, AC. I think it was on the MSX or something.
My cat just bombed the stream again.
Okay.
MSX, I'm really struggling to remember what you're talking about here.
Yeah, it's an old Konami game. It has a penguin. Konami in...
Not
I have
binary
no idea
land,
what it is either.
Penguin Adventure. It's an action-adventure platform video game released by Konami in 1986.
Never heard of it.
That sounds like a Master System game where you're like a penguin and going forward and jumping over holes and stuff like that.
Like that penguin has made he's appeared in other Konami games, including Parodius. He's one of the ship pilots.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
I know the character. I cannot tell you the original game.
Penguin Adventure. In one of these games, the story is that his girlfriend thinks he's too fat and she wants to date this other penguin, so he's got to get fit. So you avoid food because if you walk into it, you get fat. It's cute. Cute game.
That's exactly how I do my diet. I have to remove all food from all food from the house. I think I walked into some food there.
I think so. just floated into your mouth. Like in a Kung Pao. What are the odds of that happening? When he eats too much.
I have a 500-gram packet of Cheezels that we got from bloody Costco the other day. Cheezels are like those cheese-shaped rings or something. I don't know. They're all over the house now. And there's only one packet. I don't understand how that works.
Exploded. One of those boxing kangaroos got into place and he just made an awful mess.
Oh, man.
I hate those guys. And drop bears. Seriously,
Who
fucking
keeps
drop
giving
bears.
these kangaroos boxing gloves? Just one guy. That'd be a fun YouTube channel. Just some guy gives boxing gloves to kangaroos. Anyways, also Kirby has announced a new line of amiibo, Kirby amiibo. Those look pretty cool. I'll probably get those.
I mean, once Nintendo
so what do the
found
Kirby
out,
amiibos look like?
I have no idea.
Like the other ones, they're just in cool new poses and.
Probably just more Kirby stuff.
So yeah, because Kirby looks like Kirby, just with like a little hat or like a bow and arrow or something like that, and it reminds me of that Simpsons bit where it's like it's the same Malibu Stacy, but she's got a new hat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now you've got to go out there and get that amiibo with a new fucking hat.
Once Nintendo found out that amiibos print money, they're just gonna keep making more of them and more of them. And more of them, and more of them, and more of them, and more of them. We're never going to see the end of these amiibos, folks. They're going to be around for a while.
They won't stop making amiibos until the Emperor of Nintendo realizes Steven drowned in them.
Oh no!
No. They'll keep making them, but they'll be like a memorial Steven amiibo. All of the games with him at the bottom.
Yes, please. Oh man,
That'll make it all worth it.
Wonder what my pose would be. I hope I have a copy. I'd be like forlorn. Oh, they made it work, Steven. No.
This is the worst one. I remember. This is how you want to go, so you'll probably be looking pretty happy.
Okay,
I'll have
a bag of swag with you.
Where you're like upside down with your legs sticking up.
What?
Like that one scene in Evangelion.
Oh,
you're like buried in a pile of games, but you're upside down in it with your legs sticking up.
You mean dance like you want to win before they learn to dance like they want to win?
What?
They're like upside down in the dirt.
Both of you dance like you want to win.
Yes,
we will.
Correct you there.
We will. Okay. That about does it for the Nintendo Watch. We discussed a whole lot of Nintendo Direct. So we might as well just say quickly what we're all looking forward to the most. Obviously, I'm looking forward to the new Monster Hunter, and honestly, that's about it. Was there? No, that's pretty much it. And I guess the Kirby game looks pretty cool, and the Kirby amiibo. Anyone else have any highlights? Dragon Quest 7 too.
Yeah,
But I'm worried I won't have
Dragon
the
Quest
time
8
for it.
was also discussed because they said they were going to bring it over, but they didn't really talk about it at all. It's pretty hush hush.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kirby looks pretty rad.
Yeah. Dragon
Well,
Quest.
for me,
You like
I
Star Fox?
actually want the Star Fox and that Tokyo Mirage Sessions game.
Okay.
What? I actually want the game. It
Yeah,
looks neat. It looks interesting.
Enjoy Fire Emblem.
Fire Emblem.
Please
Okay.
be excited.
Hi.
That's your intro, Jaron. That's a water, right?
No, it's the president of Square Enix in the Gaming Pilgrimage podcast intro.
Oh,
Him at E3 2014, I believe.
please.
When he's,
Did he
I think,
say please twice originally, or did you make it do that?
No. He says, "Please be excited," because he's
Nice.
talking about like their demo for like it's like the Luminous Engine demo for PS4. Is right before he unveiled it.
Weird.
Is at the Sony conference for
I see
a little bit of
that.
lore for you.
I see
I mean-
that addition to our show planner. Don't worry. This next segment will be cool.
If they have to tell you to be excited, it's probably not that exciting.
Alright.
But if there's any company that can tell you to be, start getting people excited, it's probably Square Enix. It's like, remember those cool games we used to have? They were awesome. Please get excited, oh, for the love of God. This is all we've got.
Well, they pressed the emergency button.
We're sorry.
Yeah.
All of our original developers and programmers that made those old games left us to go to other companies.
You know they were desperate when they came out with remake Final Fantasy VII. I mean,
That's the
great
emergency
game and everything,
button.
but
Yeah.
that is just basically
Yeah.
one big room with a panic button where they go, come on, press it as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Just remake Final Fantasy VII already. They've only been bitching about it on the internet for the past decade.
Well, Capcom's
Yeah, I mean,
remaking
everyone's
Resident Evil
gonna be
2.
happy
Same
when
thing.
that comes out. There'll be no complaints whatsoever.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
in reality, they're gonna get a whole bitch fest because they changed the battle system.
Oh, boy.
I
I don't know.
Please tell me it's real time now. Then I'll be happy.
It is.
think
It
it's
won't be
real-time
because
now.
it's a JRPG.
Active
but,
battle system.
It's probably gonna be like
You're welcome to join in. We might add that music in. We'll see. Okay, that's it for the Nintendo Watch. We have watched. Okay, interesting news. This will be quick because I see someone wants to take a break. New Ghostbusters movie trailer. That's actually old news now. It's like a week and a half. That's too old for this Hypecast. There's no hype left. Anyone have any thoughts on the Ghostbusters trailers?
Well, I had that
What?
whole episode of the Gaming Pilgrimage podcast where I admitted I'd never
Oh.
seen Ghostbusters, so I have no thoughts on the trailer.
Blasphemy.
Yeah.
They
You know,
got a lot
I'm going
of
to be
shit.
one of those people who
That was a jaw
decides... Like, it looks like a dumbed-down version of the original Ghostbusters,
Yeah.
but I am not going to pass judgment until I've actually seen it.
Yeah.
Like, because they may have put the dumbest fucking shit in that trailer, and the rest of it might be okay for all we know. I don't know. But I'll wait
Yeah.
until, it kind of comes out. It probably won't be great, but I'll give it... I won't say the benefit of the doubt, but I'll at least reserve judgment until I've actually seen the movie. Because, those trailers, there are so many dumbass fucking trailers out there. And the best thing is if you have an interest in the franchise, go see it, and you might, if you have low expectations, you might be pleasantly surprised. Or you might, buy into the hype and just go, this is shit, I hate this, I hate everything, rah! So, in the end, just wait and see it. If reviews come out and they say don't go see it, I'll probably maybe wait until it's out on Netflix or something like that, and then...
Yeah. Probably good.
And then watch it, yeah.
Good thing to watch at home. So, yeah, might be cool. I have just quick thoughts. It's neat that they have new ways to battle the ghosts. There's a new trap. There's handguns they're shooting at ghosts now. That might be cool. Are they shooting photon blasts or something? I don't know.
I don't know.
One
not
observation
bad.
I had with that trailer is there's this one spot where there's ghosts walking down to Times Square, whatever New York landmark. But I thought for a second, was that Beetlejuice? And then I thought, oh, Ghostbusters versus Beetlejuice, that'd be amazing. That's the Ghostbusters movie I want to watch.
Guys, Steve's shipping characters again.
Beetlejuice.
Oh man, I actually got a little Beetlejuice toy. I found it. Look at that.
Of course you do.
I'm in trouble now, aren't I?
That's pretty cute. I'll admit that's cute.
Cute. That's from the toys.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. There you go. Any other quick thoughts on that? It's women this time. Here's a nerdy girl. Here's a geeky girl. Here's
It's just if they do this wrong, and it looks like they may have, it's just such a waste. You know, like they could have rebooted both Ghostbusters with women, and it could have been fucking awesome. But if they just went for like lowbrow, shitty, non-clever humor, then they could have like spoiled the genre basically. You know, it's like they had potential.
The name of it, and then they won't be able to do shit with it for another 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. And
that never stopped. We got a new Turtles movie coming out. Looks so cool.
And then like the next one will be back to like, or it'll never show back up, or like when it does come back, they're gonna have to go a completely different direction with it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Or they'll just be stubborn as shit and like make another trilogy out of it or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Time will tell. We'll see. We'll see the movies. Might be good.
Who knows what Hollywood does?
Just quick, Sony VR price point announced. Really expensive, especially in Canada. Isn't it more than a PS4, or is it about the same?
I think in Australia it's like $550 or something like that. Something. It's expensive. It is more than a PS4. So
it's like $399 here in the States. So
so it would be $550 in Australia then. Yeah.
Just by price point alone, it's already cheaper than the competition, though.
But do the competition require a system outside of the thing as well, though? Like, do you need
for the price,
computer, or is it all?
Well, it requires a PC, right? They require a super powerful PC with a minimum 970.
But does it come with like a? Don't all these things come with their own graphics?
No.
No.
You have to have a gaming PC to use the other.
Pretty much paying for the optics.
Gaming PC too.
You're paying for the optics, and with Oculus Rift now, you're pretty much paying for the Oculus, the optics, and that's Oculus Rift. So it's like it's not costing them near as much to manufacture them as they're selling those for at the moment. Just like I doubt Sony is costing them like $399, like anywhere close to the price point of it. Exactly.
But like people who,
and it's novel,
before,
so they
people
can, like,
have the PS4, so you know there is a much higher chance that people are going to go out and buy the least expensive version of VR because they've already got the system that can run it. And
like, then you find out in a couple of years it's just a gimmick, which is kind of obvious already.
The 90s. That's exactly what happened in the 90s. It was such a big thing in the 90s, and then Lawnmower Man came along, and then we all lost interest.
Yeah.
That's the way I remember it.
I think
the difference is now, I think the technology is ready for VR. I think it's going to be a big thing.
I think it's going to be big, but there's going to be a slow build. Like, not everyone's going to take it up.
I don't think it's going to be big so much in gaming. It might be big in some other industries, but I don't really think gaming is... there's a place for VR gaming, but like the experiences are going to have to be crafted especially for VR.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to be able to just take, like, let's just make them play an RPG. No, to play an RPG, you're going to literally have to become the main character.
By the way,
and
Darren,
like walk around in first person and all that nonsense.
Darren on his podcast has been going on about this controller that's a butt that you fuck. Is that accurate, Darren?
It's a VR controller, which is a butt that you insert your thing into, and it operates something.
Okay. Darren, I just have a name that you're welcome to use for future episodes. I call it #CuntTroller.
I'll run it by the other guys when we record tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go. That's my gift to you.
I appreciate it. It's worth coming on this podcast just alone to take that. Take that back with me.
Controller. It's fun to say. #trademark patent pending. Okay. I hope they get VR headsets in stores so we can all demo it so we can at least understand VR, because I think that's super important to wanting to spend $450 or whatever the price is for it.
I've demoed the Oculus Rift before. I've had a go on that. When the dev kit came out, there was one at a Canberra game show, and I had a go. And it's fun. Like, it's really cool, and it's better than you think it is.
Hopefully.
it's just there's something about it that makes you think this is awesome. This has so much potential, not just for gaming, but for other applications as well. Whether it be like medical applications, or whether training applications, or like architecture applications, seeing what new surrounds are going to be like. But there was just something about it. Just went, it's like 95% there. You just got to wait for that next 5%, just for it to finish off, and that might come soon. But I don't think it's going to be the first generation of VR.
It won't be at launch, that's for sure.
No, it won't be. But there is something there. There was something there that wasn't there back in the 90s. I think there's more than a gimmick here, basically.
Yeah.
Basically, what I think is going to happen now that you mentioned that is after we're going to see this first wave of VR stuff, is which I'm pretty much calling it the first wave of new VR technologies. We're going to see these come out, and they're going to be, probably not going to sell all that great, but as the technology is going to improve more, they're going to make more of it, and it's going to improve at a really quick rate, just like everything else is improving at a really fast rate now.
I think it will sell, but it won't sell magnificently, but I think it will make a profit. That's the important thing. If they make their money back and a bit more, they think there's something here where we can develop, but it's not going to be like a complete shitfest where it comes out, nobody buys it, and it'll disappear. I think it will develop.
It's just right now is them creating the VR market. It's currently just not a market, and time will tell whether or not it will develop into its own, maybe even its own media industry. But we'll see.
Yeah,
just need sports and porn on it. That's the key. All right, sounds good. I think we're about done with interesting news, and now we have looks like we have another recess for us here, and after that, our main topic of Evangelion. Right. So we'll see you guys in a moment. All right, we're now in a break again. I'm stopping this recording. But for anyone watching live, I don't think anyone's watching at this point. We'll keep that going. Because it's easier than stopping it and starting up again.
It's true. All right, I'll be right back too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe I put too many topics into these things.
Dude, it's like 12:30 already. By the time we get done with Evangelion, it's gonna be like 2 a.m.
Beauty.
And that's if we're quick with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which I don't think will happen because there's a lot to talk about there.
Mm-hmm.
This whole episode could have just been like Eva.
Yeah, true that.
2-3 hours.
Like I said, we can even do another episode about it if we want to.
What, do another episode, just do the original series and then get a swap to the rebuilds?
Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
If it gets to be 2 a.m. here.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm anticipating at this point.
Nice.
So I'm glad I slept all day. Because I'm going to have to wake up when my alarm goes off in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm going to be screwed all week.
Mm-hmm. Konami Penguin game. Penguin Adventure.
It's a Penguin.
Dream Continent Adventure. For the MSX. Looks pretty cool.
So, are you starting the next topic with that Eva theme?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. What was the... Oh, maybe I'll do the Final Fantasy VII music.
Dude, or you could just, you gotta cram that fight theme sometime in there. How every time, it starts getting serious in Eva, they start playing it. What is it? I'll have to go look it up.
By the way, I'm just gonna play one of these MP3s. Let me know if you can hear it. I don't think you can. Uh-oh. I opened my expansion drive. Now it's loading. Hopefully everything doesn't freeze up. You never know with computers. It's scary.
Oh boy.
Hashtag. Oh boy. Let me know if you can hear that. You can't hear that, can you?
Not really.
Can you hear something?
Barely.
Huh. You might just be hearing it through my own headphones. I don't know if Oz is still in the chat, but can you hear that, Oz?
Oh yeah, this music. The decisive battle music.
Nope, this is God's message. It's when you hear this when Asuka's fighting the weird defense machine that protects Eva 1 in the floating space cross. Yeah.
Dun, dun,
That song kicks ass. That's the song I
well,
was going to use for the intro.
the one I like is the ones like dun 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 dun.
You mean the original one? Dun 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 dun
You know,
dun
like every time it
dun
gets like
dun.
stuff
Yeah,
like stuff. Yeah, something like that.
that's old school. That sounds like old World War II music, like with the like the snare drums.
Like even the one from like, hold on, let's do this and see if it plays.
Okay.
Is that audible?
Yeah,
That thing.
yeah. Okay, it's not.
And I'll stop it.
Yeah, these are getting longer. These podcasts.
What, the Hypecast?
Mm-hmm.
Starting to turn into like a 5-6 hour show, dude.
I know it's out of control, and we're doing more of them too. That's the weird thing. I don't know what's happening. Oh, because I'm doing too much. My what's
Well,
been playing been
maybe
going on too long.
you might have to start cutting some of these segments out.
Yeah, it's all good. I like longer podcasts for work purposes.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
The more, the better.
Just
But yeah, we'll see how it goes. So we've got the original series and then the movies and the rebuilds. So if we're getting sleepy or something by that point, if not, though, it's good.
well, the original series I think goes with the first two movies, and then the rebuilds are kind of their own thing.
Yeah,
I saw a chair.
because the original ones are just the continuation because they didn't finish it the first time.
Well, I think they're basically giving you like, well, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah. Actually,
What
might as well
about
use the
my
washroom too.
theories? Because I'm pretty sure we all have our different theories about what the hell's happening.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Mm.
Hello, hello, hello.
Vash the Stampede.
Who's back? Is everyone back?
I just got back.
I'm still here. But,
IC isn't arrived.
you know, it's funny you bring that over because, yeah, it's literally like paused in the middle of an episode, which I have no idea what's going on. I'm gonna have to just rewatch the whole episode later. Um,
Oi. Yeah. Crazy long episode. So now we'll have to fight this on to a half hour. No.
So next section, part 3 is 15 minutes, right?
You got it.
Hard limit.
Let's do a quick sound.
Good luck with that. Just thought I'd show, because you were watching Trigun recently, Yoshi.
I'm still watching it. Dude, that's cool.
The
Like,
official-
literally. Oh man, I want those, except the problem is, like, I'd get a prescription. So, like, they'd be my actual glasses.
That'd be cool, having these glasses as your prescription. They kind of.
Yeah.
The problem is that like they're a little bit too small for my face, like because they're meant for Japanese people.
Yeah.
So I kind of have to wear them like this, and everyone goes,
Well,
"Oh, they're
that's
John
how you-
Lennon glasses."
No, well, that's how Vash wore them anyway most of the
Yeah,
time.
that is
was not
basically how
straight.
Vash wore them. I've also got a.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
You know what's funny?
I don't know what that is.
little Vash stuffed toy.
Dude, I want the Vash plushie.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've also got one of the Seth MacFarlane figures as well, the one like where his arm actually folds down and he's got all the accessories and chains and everything. And the package was signed by the English voice actor, I think, as well. But I took it out of the package because it was just too cool not to take it out of the package.
Todd McFarlane.
Todd
Yeah, man.
McFarlane said, I got that one wrong. Boy, was I
take
off the
everything
mark
out of the
there.
package.
Oh, I
take
mean-
everything out of the package because I really don't care about the collector value. I'm buying it because I want it. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
care
exactly why I
about
bought it.
reselling most of this crap. If I cared about reselling it, I wouldn't have all these video games still. Most of these NES games would be gone because they're garbage.
Yeah, oh yeah. Most of my collection would be gone. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Like as
You
cool
know?
as the card, the signature is. Like I kept the signature, I cut that bit out, but the rest of it, it's just like, yeah, I just want to set this thing up in different poses. It's fucking cool.
What's the thing?
Like the Vash the Stampede figure. I can go get it if you want.
Oh,
but
that's
probably
okay.
You probably want to get going.
All right, everyone back. I'm going to start recording again. Anyone in the chat? What's going on in the chat? Is everyone there? Everyone's left. Okay, Volf is still here. He wants money. Part 3. He's ready to go.
He's down to party.
Yep. I know for a fact he likes to party. Okay, and we're back. Finally, it's time to discuss some Evangelion, Neon Genesis. How are we choosing to pronounce that? I know some people would say Avon.
In Japanese, it's Shinseki Evangelion. Because there's no V phonic. It's Eban. Like the pronunciation is quite weird.
Mhm.
It's based on
just
like
Neon Genesis
Evangelion,
Evangelion.
right?
Yeah.
Well, like apparently the reason he chose like the Christian imagery and everything like that is because it
It's
just
for
wasn't that
aesthetics,
popular
right?
in Japan. Yeah, like nobody really knew what it was, so they put it in there, and it seemed mysterious and cool. If he went back and did it again now, he's like going, I probably wouldn't choose Christian imagery for that because it's a little bit more well known than I perhaps thought it was in the first place, and didn't think it would go outside of Japan.
It certainly blew up out of control. Like you were talking before about
Yeah.
Gundam being like a way of life. Is it fair to say that Evangelion is also at that status now? Maybe not quite as big as Gundam, just
I
because
think the Gundam
Not
has
as
the
big,
advantage
no,
of like
but-
ruling multiple media. Because it's also
Yeah.
like in the arcades, the Gundam Extreme Versus game is so popular that in some arcades it gets its own floor dedicated to that machine.
Who produced that game?
Namco Bandai.
Okay, yeah, of course they did. Yeah, stupid question, really.
I was going to ask you before. What have you played Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3? I saw that today for sale.
Any of the Dynasty Warrior Gundam games. I haven't seen them in the wild, so I've never picked them up.
I saw all 3 of them. I don't know if there's more, but I saw 3 of them for PS3 all today for sale at EB Games. I, like,
I heard 3 is supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah, it looks alright. It's like 25.
I think as a Gundam fan, I'd probably get a lot of kick out of it. There's also one that's a digital only, but I've been waiting for a sale to pick that up.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I think the only Gundam game I have is a Sega Saturn game, and it's different because it comes in, like, instead of like the plastic CD jewel case, it actually comes in like a cardboard case. It has a book in the middle
Is
of
that
it.
Blue Destiny?
I'm not
Is
sure.
it like a first-person like cockpit view?
I don't think so. I think it's more of like a strategy, if I'm remembering correctly.
Kieran's Gambit or something like that. I know of the game. I haven't played it myself.
Yeah, it's one of those things that got given to me for free, basically. And like someone said, "Oh, I can't play this because I don't know Japanese, and you have a Japanese Sega Saturn, so you can have this." And I just went, "Cool." Gave it a bit of a go, and it was just kind of, you know, I'm not a big Gundam fan, and I didn't get a lot out of it. But you know, there is something there. I think that Gundam fans might get something out of.
Mm-hmm.
In opposed to the Evangelion Saturn games, where even if you're a massive Evangelion fan, fuck those games. Basically, they're not great.
Well, that's
Is that the same as the one that told me the N64?
I've seen the gameplay of it, but I've never played it. It's one of those things.
There's also ones on the PSP, I think. We're talking about games now. Except I don't have any idea how good they are. Is it any good?
No.
There's a bunch on PSP.
There are.
So it's not worth tracking down a.
There's a rhythm version.
There is a rhythm one. I've even got the WonderSwan game. If you look at your.
That's hardcore.
I have the, and it's. I think the way I've played it so far, it's kind of like a Tamagotchi, like you're raising.
Adam.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that, as far as I can tell. There's probably more to the game, and I've seen actual thick strategy guides for it in Super Potato in Akihabara.
Yes.
Just for this Tamagotchi game. So, yeah.
Gotta raise Adam right, you'll end the world.
Yeah,
or maybe that's what happens if you raise him right.
Awesome. I'm proud of you.
Just get stab him with a lance of Longinus, problem solved.
Yeah,
or the copy that's on the moon.
Yeah, that thing is such a hack. But let's just explain things for anyone who has no idea what we're talking about. Okay, so it's the future of 2015, right? Some kid arrives in town, and he's like, okay, so I'm supposed to meet this chick. Then what the fuck is that giant monster? It's Japan, but he's like, oh my god. And then this car drives up. It's like, quick, get in. And the giant monster's smashing stuff up. And then they drive away, and then they blow up the monster with big guns. Doesn't do anything. Then they drop a huge bomb that stops it for a little while. And he's like, so I'm here. What do I do? He's like, oh, well, your dad wants you to drive this giant robot. He's like, what? What? What's happening? I just got here, and I'm not quite sure what's going on. I know my dad works at this company that's supposed to, work with the UN or something. And apparently they brought me in here to drive a new giant robot that I have no idea what it is. I've not been told how to drive it, and they just throw me into the cockpit because I don't know what's going on. Sure, I guess. He'll tell me how to drive it, and then the guy gets in the robot, and then they lift it up, and he fights the monster guy, but then the monster guy, kicks his ass because he doesn't know what he's doing. And then the robot guy, breaks down. Then it awakens somehow, and it's like, oh my god, it's gone berserk. And then, kills the alien guy, and that's the show. Good night, everybody.
You just described the first 1.5 episodes, so yeah.
Okay, someone else.
So Shinji is a wuss. Basically, he's a giant fucking wuss. He has no self-confidence, and it explores the human condition.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a fascinating series because it delves into the psychology of what makes people who they are and the reasons they do things, like pilot Evangelions or do the job that they choose to do, or try and chicken out or run away from what they're meant to do, even if it's to protect humanity. So there are a lot of deep psychological themes that run throughout the threads of Evangelion, including the reboot and the movie and basically everything. And it's, it is entertaining on the surface, and then if you give it more than one watch, will get something out of it every time, in my opinion. Every time you watch it, you find out something new. You learn something, or you think, oh, I'd never noticed that before, or, oh man, that's really fucked up. Or, Anno is an allegory for God, and God hates Shinji.
Oh, boy. Let's get into like a meme talk there. So yeah, but on the surface, it's just these skinny robot things that fight big monsters. But like you said, on the inside, it's very much about a human drama. Everyone's a bit messed up in their own way, and it's kind of interesting to see them interact and try and work together to save the world. And of course, it's one of those sort of stories where there's all this behind-the-scenes stuff, and a lot of the problems really could have been solved by them just telling the main character what the hell is going on. No one ever tells him anything.
I mean, like, I think they
That's
don't tell
kind of
him
half
anything
the-
because he couldn't handle it. Like, Shinji being Shinji, what are you going to tell him? It's like there's this thing and there are all these things that happen and going, I don't understand any of this. Oh, God, why do I have to get in the robot? And then he'd probably have a breakdown, which he did on several occasions.
Yeah.
Hey, Shinji, that girl you like, she might be a clone of your mom.
Yeah.
You're
What do you
dead,
think
Mom.
of that?
She is a clone of his mom.
I know, but
Dead
like-
Mom.
I
like getting the
his
word
mom's
dead in
not
there.
technically dumb. Her mom, is dead, but not technically dead.
Yeah.
She's just in a different form.
Yeah.
Well, technically, the Evangelions aren't robots.
Now we were going to be able to touch on
Exactly. Nope, they're not robots at all.
Not at
Not
all. They're
robots
human,
at all.
for the most part.
Yes.
Okay, well let's go back, way back now. The problem is that when these now what are they? Are they aliens? Do we
The
even know?
angels or the Avas?
The angels.
So,
Well,
The idea
everything's
is-
an angel.
yeah, humans are the last
Yes.
angel, effectively.
We're the 18th angel in the original series canon.
And they did confirm in the original series that they had the same genetic makeup as humans.
Yeah, like
Yes.
99.9% or something like that is like, the same as human.
99.58% or something like
Yeah,
that.
something like that.
We've got the exact numbers right here.
Watch
He
the
marathoned
series.
it. That's
So-
in his notes.
So there is a PS1 game
What
that
notes?
if you get all of the hidden areas, I think you play as Kaji for a lot of it, and if you find all of the hidden things in there, then it kind of stitches together a lot of what Evangelion is about, and it's kind of Anno said it is canon, but it's B canon. It's like you're meant to figure out the meaning for yourself, but this is kind of like the overarching meaning is that there was this super hyper intelligent alien race.
Yeah.
We've never met, and they basically sent out all of these angels as seeds for other planets.
Yeah. Not unlike
FAR.
Lavos from
Yeah. And for whatever reason, two of them were stuck on Earth. Like, there weren't meant to be two per planet. And there was
Yes.
Adam and there was Lilith. And
Yes.
we all come from Lilith, but all the other angels come from Adam, which is
Yes.
why they want to become the dominant life form of this planet.
And
So,
Do they want Earth? Is that
yes, and I want to point out that Lilith is the seed of wisdom, and that Adam is the seed of life.
I apologize to
Oh,
anyone
serious.
listening to this has no idea what's going on. It's
But-
not,
so
yeah,
the,
is
the
this-
Lance of Longinus, the big
not
spear,
easy to explain.
actually a security control device. Basically, if you stab something with it, it stops it. So that's why Lilith was stopped, and when they take the Lance of Longinus out,
Yep.
she grows legs again. So the original one for Adam was missing, but they did find it next to Adam in the Antarctica. One of the Lance of Longinus was missing, and second impact was caused, which is basically the apocalypse in the year 2000. We all remember
Yes.
where they
Yeah,
they
that
got
totally
experimented.
happened, man.
Like,
Yeah,
get stabby with
2001,
Adam.
that year was hell. God,
Yeah, man.
don't remember that.
Last year, man, you got to remember, all these
Okay.
angels attacked last year.
Yeah, it was crazy.
15. Yeah, dude, last year was nuts, man.
The
whole world went-
first, okay, hold on. The first time the Lavoses reach Earth, that's what kills off the dinosaurs, right?
No, that's not it.
Sure.
That is like popular belief. But what the first impact is is the moon. It's when a big object hit Earth and became the moon, and that is actually first impact. So the other egg, the dark egg or the white egg, is the moon. Is basically the way that's meant to work. And the other moon is the one that is basically nerve, which is basically mostly caved in. The geofront is meant to be like basically a massive sphere underground, but most of it's covered up.
Oh, is that where Lilith crashes or Adam?
Yep.
crashes?
Yep.
No,
I think that's Lilith. I think that's
Yeah.
Lilith. Yeah.
Yes.
Because Adam is in Antarctica, where the original crash site was.
Yep.
Once again,
So, question about this whole alien subplot of them coming from other planets. This is only in the PS1 game?
I think basically you're Kaji, because Kaji is a spy in the series, and he's going in the PS1. I think it's PS1. I really hope it's not like the Sega Saturn game that I have. I don't think it is, though. But basically, he goes around trying to discover more, and apparently they did extensive interviews with Anno back in the day to be able to get all this information. But this was before that it became this huge, massive thing that just kept spawning and spawning and spawning. So he was quite happy in the early days to kind of let people in on a little bit more stuff for the games. But now, like these days, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't give any more information than was absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a big.
So that's why it's B canon.
Yeah. But for anyone watching this show, I mean, aliens come down to Earth. They're called angels, and these kids, they're like 15 or 14 or something. They have to get into the big robots, which look suspiciously like giant people, and then they have to fight the aliens to save the world, because if the aliens get to the center of their human base, then shit happens, and basically all of humanity will go extinct. So they got to use the robots to defeat the aliens. I'm trying to bring this back to the layman's terms.
I'm laughing because I know the ending.
Which we're going to spoil, but it's not really a question of spoils, though, because you kind of get the impression that eventually someone's going to get down there and something's going to happen.
How do I put
Well,
it?
I mean, like there is even like there are so many different endings to what Evangelion is. Like there's the original TV ending, which I love. I think that as many people complained about that ending, I think it's magnificent.
It is.
The way they ended that. And
In a
even
way. In a way.
You know, it's almost like a giant fuck you to like Anno went, oh, you made me do this, so fuck you. Here is like an ending that is going to horribly depress you.
Yeah.
It makes you think.
You mean
Like,
disappointed?
he brings up a lot of like philosophical themes in the TV series ending. Aren't we jumping ahead of ourselves again here?
Oh yeah.
Well, that's
going to be a mess.
Well, the thing with Eva is that the endings are such a sticking point because it's been rewritten so many times. It's been re-looked at and reevaluated, and that's what we're going to get with the rebuilds as well. But the one thing I want to add to the TV ending, and I think the one thing that is a problem with that is that it's not really a conclusion.
No. Well, they ran out of time and money.
In a lot of ways, because it says that third impact happens. And this is just all from the perspective of Shinji, who we know is already messed up, and everything that happens after there is messed up right until the end, when he realizes that he has... And it's an individual ending, but it says he has some self-worth. He is the protagonist.
Well, we're skipping way ahead here. Because, like, I think the ending of the TV show and in the movie, End of Evangelion, correlate to each other. The end of Eva, they just correlate to each other and they go together. Like, there's a reason why the parts of end of Eva
a couple
are
of them sort of meld
25
together.
Prime and 26 prime. They're pretty much
there are certain similarities. Like
I think the entire psychological thing in 25 and 26 is pretty much what's going on in the character's minds during all these events that happen in the movie.
Yeah.
There is an edit that does that tries to splice the two together. And, you know, a lot of it is when the Komsusa Todd music starts and Shinji has, like, basically an entire psychological breakdown. Like, he just goes to shit. After everything that's happened to him, after all his friends are dead, his mind just cracks and breaks. And that's when a lot of that stuff happens, apparently.
Yeah, which is important. Because other dudes want that to happen so they can make this thing happen.
Oh, yeah, you know, Shinji's a key. And, you know, they kind of do that to Shinji on purpose, which is fucked up.
Yeah. So, Where are we at efficiently on this list of things here, Steven?
You know, we apologize to our listeners. Well, I say we're at what the fuck is going on as far as the list goes.
But we've kind of jumped
Okay.
ahead.
That's all of Evangelion, so you know.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Yeah, dude. So we can talk about anything at the moment. Awesome.
Yeah, it's still general,
But
pretty
yeah,
open. We're just kind of
what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Mankind is
Already
bringing
tournament,
about
that's
their
right.
own apocalypse. That's what the fuck's going on.
half the population died when this meteorite hit the planet, but it was actually an alien. And now to save the rest of the humans, they made these robots to fight more aliens that are going to come down and do kind of the same thing. But this time we're ready for them.
Well,
Spoiler alert, we kind of made our... Now, they make the EVAs out of designs of the aliens that landed, yes?
yeah. So
They're
you
designed
find
off
out
of the
that
thing that did the first impact? Second impact.
Evangelion Unit 0 is from Adam. However, Unit
Yes.
1, the test type, is actually made directly from Lilith. You know how Lilith has no legs?
Mhm.
At the start, they actually pulled a lot of that genetic material directly from Lilith, and like there is actually a DVD where,
Ooh.
and it's a special edition DVD, and you can only see it on this DVD. When not Oscar, when
Ray?
Shinji is down in the Rayquarium, you know, that aquarium with all the rays in it,
Yeah.
during Ritsuko's speech about how Avas came into existence, you see a whole bunch of really weird reflections and memories on the Rayquarium. One of those things is actually Evangelion Unit 1 being pulled from the other end of Lilith. So Evangelion Unit 1 is, in a sense, the other part of Lilith. And it's it's just that one shot explains a lot about the series and why Unit 1 is so special.
Yeah, in this show, I just want to bring it back once again for our listeners. There's very many scenes where they'll just show like quick flashes of things. And you'll be watching like, oh, what the hell is that? But if you slow it down and look at each one, they're actually all super important sometimes to know what the hell.
A lot of it is.
Ultimately, you're not meant to know what's going on. You're meant to be in the role of Shinji, who's just this kid. He's like a 15-year-old kid. He's dealing with issues with his 14-year-old kid has to deal with issues with his parents, issues with girls, has to deal with school and bullies, and at the same time, he's got this part-time job of driving a giant robot that has to save all of humanity. It's a lot.
You know what really bugged me about that? I just really hope he got paid for that. He got some kind of allowance or something like that. They never say it, but it's like, I really hope you got some kind of, you got bonuses every now and again. You got a bit of pay.
I should have just
He did have his whole his living status was paid for.
Yeah. I mean, his food and living
it's like
quarters
being
and
in
everything.
the army or the navy, right? Like they keep an eye on you, but you're
don't talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a post-money world, but then again, that doesn't work because
it's hard to say.
No, they have money. They definitely have money because they talk
Bought
about
stuff.
budgets.
The budgets, yeah. Because the world is still going on too. Like each country is giving them one of these robot designs. That say, hey, pull your weight. We need you to make this robot so you can help save the world.
Yeah, a lot of those didn't work out very well, did they?
Well, those talking about the white Evas.
Well, not the white Evas.
Gang
I mean,
bang.
03 and 04.
You mean Jet alone?
That wasn't.
I love that thing. That thing is so fucking stupid, but I love that thing.
Okay, hold on. Over there.
So goddamn fucking dumb.
Let's just talk about robot design for a moment. They're very thin robots, like compared to like a Gundam, like which are more or less like
robots.
big movie tanks. These are like they don't look like they would be that strong.
They're very lanky.
Yeah. They're
they were done
powered
that
by
way on
a
purpose.
giant-ass electrical cord that's stuck in their backs. And if that cord is pulled out, then they have 5 minutes of remaining power before the thing just shuts down and aliens can beat them up because the thing has run out of power.
Which, that didn't really make much sense to me the first time I watched it, but watching it now, it does.
Yeah.
Because you kind of realize that, the majority of the Evangelion units are biological. Okay,
but you don't
the entirety of the body is biological, but you don't know that. There's a hint at it early in the series when they show Unit 1 with its head off, and you see the eye looking at Shinji, which we'll probably get into what.
And
they
when it,
get.
the first time it's hit, you see like blood splattering
Yes.
out either side. You don't know
Yes.
it's blood because it's
Yeah.
a silhouette, but you just see like some fluid just go. And
Yeah.
it's, it's hinted early on, but you don't get confirmation until much later in the series that they are biological. Yeah.
Yes, and then like later on you realize that after they're biological that like they're biological, but they've pretty much like hacked into their nervous system,
Yeah.
and that's what the entry plugs are. Is pretty much like they're putting a plug. Well, I'm theorizing here, but they're pretty much putting a plug into the nervous system and like synchronizing with the brain and like.
It wouldn't be the best thing to have happen to it.
So basically, the way I understand it is that the plug goes into so every Evangelion does have a core of sorts, not exactly like the Angel's core, but the plug depth is how far they can put the entry plug into the core to synchronize. The further it goes down, the more dangerous it gets, because that's how the original people, the mums, like Shinji's mum and Oscar's mum, get absorbed into the Eva, and that's how Shinji gets absorbed much later on when he gets 400% synchronization ratio.
Yep, which you just hinted at something. The Evas actually usually contain the souls of the pilot's mother.
Yeah.
Usually, so that's the interesting question is whose soul is in Unit 0?
Yes.
That is a fascinating question.
I like how it gets really mad when the weird clone girl is put in. It's like, what is this? What even is this thing? I don't know.
Well, I think it's one of the theories I've seen for that, and I think it makes sense and it's possible, is that it's actually the first Dre clone.
Yeah, I think it's like people have theorized that it's part of Lilith's soul.
Yes.
That's in there. That like part of what is Lilith is in Unit 0 because they couldn't figure out a way to sync anything with that prototype, so they had to sync it with something, so synchronize it with whatever they had lying around, which was Lilith.
Isn't Rei by extension also part of Lilith?
Yes.
Yeah, Rei is a clone of Yukari with, I think, part of Lilith's soul in her.
Yes.
And I say part because and that's there were a lot of it's basically the Evangelion is the ultimate Horcrux.
There you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. We got it back in. Sport of Capmax.
There were a lot of people who thought that it was Ritsuko's mother there for a long time because Unit 0 is always trying to kill Rei, but it doesn't make sense when you actually flesh that idea out. It is it's most likely to be part of Lilith's soul.
We're all sitting in front of computers. We can just type all this in.
You won't be able to find the answer.
The thing is, it's not really agreed upon, though.
No, there is
really
no
been set in stone.
I think Ava Geeks has, 2,000 word essays written on the topic.
This says the creation is not known. First working prototype after many failures, and there's a lot of failed EVA prototypes. We always see
you see the
corpses deep in the basements. Oh man, this is good stuff. Okay, hold on. Let's keep this thing rolling.
Yeah, keep it. Keep
so Robot Dizende. They're not really robots. They're like weird, spooky, giant.
The thing I'm wondering is what's Unit 03 in the whose soul is in that one? That's also questioning to me.
Hold on.
It's Toji's mother.
What?
That's one of the things I've heard.
It could be
Toji's mother, or it's possibly its sister.
Or
his sister's still alive. His sister is actually alive.
Yeah.
It is Toji's mother because the Evangelions without the cores are just basically barely functional living organic but not really living creatures until you put the core in there. And the core is basically what gives them their personality reset and everything like that. Okay. Unit 1's different because you can't replace the core in that because it's made of Lilith. But it is Toji's mother, which is why he was originally able to sync. And they say that they can prepare the core for this person, and Toji doesn't have a mother because it's only his dad and his grandfather who are both always working. Mm-hmm. Because none of the people in Shinji's class have mothers. They're all potential candidates. They're all kept together for their own safety, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Which doesn't make any sense. So Hikari, the class president, does not have a a mother. Mm-hmm. And Kensuke also says doesn't have a mother. They're all fourth level candidates.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's really messed up.
Yeah.
But I think that also brings up the reason why Rey can pilot Unit 01, but
It's sort of a blank slate in that regard.
well, only Shinji and Rey can pilot Unit 01. I think Rey can pilot it because it's made of Lilith, and Shinji can pilot it because it has the soul of his mother.
Yeah, but basically, Rey has the exact same synchronization in both Avas, which means that there's a part of her which is able to sync, but only to a certain extent because it's only like part of a soul or something like that. Like she's basically around the 67 percentile range, I think.
Those scientists at NERV, they're really good if they can like percentage out soul synchronization rates and quantify souls.
That's what a sync test is.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I want to point out. I've got the website Soul. The identity of the soul contained in EVA 00 is never directly stated, but analysis of various clues and hints dropped through the series points to it being the soul of Rey 1, the first Rey Ayanami clone.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, which is part of Lilith.
Yep.
Is it? Well, we can open that page up too. Okay, hold on. So we got the angels. We sort of talked about them. Angels, aka big alien things that we fight in the show
Well,
to save
we're
humanity
gonna-
from. They are
Do you
neat
guys have
because each time you see one, they are different. I think I heard somewhere that each angel design is a possible like evolutionary path that humans could have taken. Have you guys heard of that?
Yeah, it's basically
That's in
meant
the
to be
series.
a possible path from Adam rather than Lilith. Like, we all come from Lilith, which is why the last angel calls us the Lilim. But all of the angels that come are possible, like, dominant life forms of planet Earth, is basically what that's meant to be.
Yep.
Because they ate from the tree of life instead of the tree of whatever the other one was.
Seed of life. Anyway.
What's the other one?
Yeah.
Life and
Wisdom,
In the
wasn't it, or
original,
something?
the seed of life and the seed of wisdom.
Okay.
Okay.
Once
So,
again,
like,
if
in the
you're
original
listening out there and
series-
you have no idea what we're talking about, it's okay. It's okay. Hopefully you've
Yeah.
derived some enjoyment from this segment, and you have not stopped listening.
Yeah.
But yeah, angels are
There's,
really cool. Sometimes they're swimming, sometimes they split into two, sometimes they have paper for arms, sometimes they're in a volcano, sometimes they're in outer space. And it's always a wacky adventure to try and stop them. It's always different, so that's fun. It's a fun show.
Yeah, that's
got
what's
it
good
all.
about the angels is that you can't defeat the same one in the same way.
Yeah.
Like there's always different versions of how you defeat an angel, and they always figure it out because that's the nature of television and the nature of the show. But the
Yeah.
fact that they're all killed in different ways kind of denotes that they are individual in their own right.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Show.
Anyway.
I was watching the first Rebuild movie last night, 1.11, and there's a scene where you see Kaoru, who is the first angel, and he's
the 17th angel. He's actually Tabris is the angel of free will.
he calls himself the first angel. He says, "Oh, I never thought I'd be
in the
promoted to be
rebuild,
the 13th."
That might be different.
Well, we're talking original series, I think, at the moment. So like,
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Rebuild's different.
Retold everything.
Rebuild's a whole different canon.
Makes it easy.
But in the original series, you have 18 angels. Pretty much like going down a list of the ones in the original series. You have Adam. You have Lilith. You don't want to go through the list?
No,
Okay, we won't go
I'm
through the
losing
list.
everybody. They've unsubscribed. They're not following my newsletter anymore.
Oh, man.
They live in this town called Tokyo 3. It's the city of the future. It's really neat. It's designed to be like a battleground for all these fights with the giant robots versus the aliens. You know what's neat about this city? The buildings can go
Oh, yeah.
underground. Isn't that neat? It's super neat.
It's pretty swell.
Each high-rise actually goes underground to that big pit we discussed where the thing landed and made a big hole in Earth. So they
Yeah.
built a base over that, then they built a city over that, and that's where all the people live that live in the city where they have to fight these angels. Seems like a very dangerous city, but it kind of brings to mind like a sort of a World War II feel to the series. You guys agree with that? It kind of is touching upon that sort of
I'd definitely say there's some
Japan
sort of
during
post
the war.
There's
A
like a
lot of the
post-war
names-
idea.
Yeah.
A lot of the names that are from Evangelion are actually World War II battleships.
There you go.
So a lot of the command staff and a lot of I think Oscar's name might come from a battleship as well, and
Nice.
a lot of nerve staff all come from ships that were used during World War II as references, basically.
Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Shinji, like you could do better. I put that down. Yeah. I mean, AC obviously has his issues with Shinji, but he did a good job. He didn't know what was going on. I think he did just fine driving the robot. You did good, kid. He needs.
Might be a bit generous on some fronts.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Shinji's an interesting character because he's written. I think the thing is, a lot of people with Shinji hate on him because he's not likable. Yeah. But the point of the character is that he's not supposed to be likable.
Yeah.
He's portrayed as a coward, and he's arguably like the best written coward in all of anime.
There you go.
I want to be clear that I hate on Shinji mostly as a joke.
I know.
Because I've studied Evangelion quite extensively, and
I would have never guessed.
He's a fascinating character, but when you boil down to it, he is a coward, but a fascinating and well written coward.
Yeah.
And
I'll say he's a greatly written character, but I still hate him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't hate the character. I just hate him going like Shinji, like God damn it.
Oh yeah, well that's the whole design. Like, you're kind of meant to feel.
But Anno came from the place that basically he said, Shinji is a person who is too afraid to commit suicide, because there are points in the series when he runs away and he looks over this deep cliff and he looks over and he just kind of wanders off aimlessly. Like, he can't even kill himself. And that's where Anno came from with the character. Like, that here is a guy that he does develop and he does get more, more likable skills and personality traits as the series moves on. Yeah. But his base character
happens, he just goes right back. Which happens a few times. And then he
had to jerk off to an unconscious girl.
Oh
yeah, that was the low point of pretty much all of Eva ever, I think. Like, I mean, I know why they did that, but it was. Oh.
I like to the point, like, after he does that, he's like, I'm so fucked up.
Yeah, but he did it still.
Yeah!
Because they wanted to get Shinji to his lowest. Like, I mean, he was low when they started, but after all his friends and family and everyone had moved away and he'd basically killed the only person who ever loved him ever, they just kept getting him lower and lower and lower and lower. And that was necessary for instrumentation.
Yeah, true. It almost brings to mind Game of Thrones, and now they're always trying to make things that much shittier for the characters you love. And it's like, well, here's the guy. Right? No, he's dead.
Yeah, but like Ava doesn't do that. Before it kills the character, it's not like a moment of triumph, then they die. It's like they get getting them lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, and then they kill them.
Yeah. It's fun.
It's such a fucking mindfuck series. Especially with that, because like they literally do just destroy Shinji completely. By the end of the series, he's just like...
It's a requirement for the instrumental.
Completely fucking wrecked. No ego left whatsoever. Like,
and that's how they destroy his ego borderline. So everyone, he basically, melds into everyone else.
Yeah. So I've got depression, interpersonal relationships here / Anno's own issues. Have we even mentioned who Anno is? Hideaki Anno, like the executive director, producer. So he's kind of like the main guy.
Creator.
Writer and all that. And he himself is going through a lot of depression issues. So I think a lot of what we see out of Shinji and just the themes out of this anime are coming out of his own experiences. Like things like characters never really making that much eye contact, or when they're talking about the quote-unquote hedgehog's dilemma, where people want to be close to each other, but they're so afraid of what will happen when things go wrong that they never try in the first place.
There is even a very, very rare interview with Anno that was released on like some anime or Japanese animation magazine, and there were only like 2 or 3 issues of the thing, where they translated where Anno went to a school and answered questions, like a primary school or junior high school, answered questions, and apparently when they filmed this, he even walks like Unit 1. Like, he has this kind of slow drag when Shinji's kind of piloting, and apparently that's where they got that weird-ass Unit 1 walk from. And he has, like, similar mannerisms to Shinji, so he basically created Shinji so he could work through all these issues, but also hate on him at the same time because he wasn't happy with that part of himself.
Bit of self-loathing, eh?
I do like that the series goes into that, because I think it's something that like all of us deal with at some point or other. Like, these are things, of course, some of the questions and themes, like philosophically, they bring up are things that like all of us have to deal with. It's just like, holy crap. It's just so many of them crammed together at the same time. It just really, really screws with you. Like, if you marathon the entire series, which is, it's like, it's a whole different experience when you marathon the whole damn thing at once. You're like, oh, fuck. Like, your brain just doesn't work for a whole day. Like, you're going to have to take, like, if you marathon it, expect the next day your brain did not work very well because you're going to be muling through everything that you just saw and trying to make sense of it. And it's a lot to take in like that.
Oh, yeah. About 3 years ago, I actually did that, and I live tweeted every episode as I went. Like, I did all of it in one go. And I think Steve may remember that because he was interacting with me at the time, but it was... It was funny because, I was trying to, like, basically go through and give everything an edge of comedy to it while I recapped it. But it just got messy. It got so messy towards the end because I was drinking as I was doing it as well. And that's the best thing to do with Ava.
I mean, let's see. When I first watched it was like 2 or 3 years ago, so I was late to the whole party. But let's see. When I first watched it, I marathoned the entire series from episode 1 to the end of episode 26.
Yeah. Oh, did you know there were director's cuts versions of some of the episodes?
I've heard that now too. Yeah. I know of those.
I've been feeling around with the Neon Genesis Evangelion Platinum Complete Collection, and it actually has.
Oh man.
Director's
I got that one too.
So 21,
I'll be happy. I'll be happy when I get done with college and I can afford to go out and buy stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right now, I pretty much have to settle with watching it all off the internet.
Yeah, well, you got her done. It's all good.
Hey, you can see it, so what the hell?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I mean...
okay, well, I've got next what happens throughout the TV series. I want to just try and give a super quick... let's see what happens here. We can get to this real quick. So he fights an alien or two... beat up because he accidentally squished this one kid's sister. She gets better later. He tries to make friends, but it doesn't go so well because making friends is tricky. He sees one of his co-worker robot driver girls naked. She doesn't really reply to that. Doesn't really get it.
She doesn't care, I think.
Yeah, she doesn't really know.
Great indifference.
What do we got here?
I mean, it's Ray. Ray doesn't care. Ray's like emotionless most of the time.
You've probably seen her.
Except for at the end.
She's the blue girl with red eyes. She's like super monotone. A lot of anime have tried to emulate that character in their own.
And never done it successfully either. Like they never quite capture that same indifference with a spark in there because she does smile. There are very, very
if they live long enough to learn what emotions are, then they sort of start to do that.
So they kill Roth and bring back the third Ray.
And spoiler alert, she's actually a clone of Shinji's own mom, so it's kind of awkward because she's sort of a romantic thing to the main character, but at the same time it's also kind of his mom, so it's sort of like his sister too. One of them dies at one point.
But
you don't really know when because she just sort of comes back because they have a whole bunch of her in the basement.
So during the birth of Nerve, Ray 1 is strangled to death by Ritsuko's mother, who was the instigator of the Magi system, which is the computer that controls all of Nerve.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh man, we're going deep down here.
Which
I can go as deep as you want, Steve.
Oh.
Awkward wink.
Awkward.
Quite the offer.
Okay, so then we have a Jet Alone, which is this other robot made by like Americans or something because they don't know what the hell is going on. They're like, "Fuck you, we're gonna make our own robots." But then that robot.
And we're gonna put a nuclear engine in it because.
So it's a Japanese company. It's basically a whole conglomerate of Japanese companies that thought they could capitalize on the fact that the UN were the ones fighting the Angels. Yeah. And it's so Japanese in the way that they have to get all of the permissions to be able to do this, that, and the other and shut it down. And nobody wants to take responsibility. And
political stuff. No one wants to pay for making any of this stuff, but they have.
Like the bureaucracy in there is just so Japanese. Like they're all off playing golf, and they go, you'll have to get Yoshikawa's permission to be able to do that, etc., etc. Because no one wants to take responsibility, but they're in charge.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then a new character shows up. She's a pilot from Germany. She's a real firecracker. That one, kind of a bitch.
She's gonna say, I'm like, she's more of a bitch than anything.
Yeah.
She's half German, half Japanese. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
all
And
trouble.
in the English dub, she speaks German so much better, and it's interjected into the
Oh, yeah.
language a lot better because I've actually met the person who plays the Japanese version because she lives in Australia and she does talks and stuff occasionally.
Neat.
And the only thing she ever does now is Evangelion. If she's required to do Evangelion, she'll always come back. But her German is very lackluster, and she didn't really study or prepare for it. So it's a very Japanese interpretation of German, whereas the girl
Yep.
Tiffany Grant actually does speak in the English dub. Actually speaks German fluently, so it sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
But
A lot more
subversion
natural.
is still better than the dub.
Yeah.
The dub, but I tried watching the dub and it was just like awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
I don't know. I think it's one of the
One
better dubs
episode-
out there. It's not as good as the sub, but I think there are things about the dub that they tried to do really well.
Yeah.
Like I think
But
Gendo's
it's
dub is a
also-
lot better than the Gendo sub.
On the subject
the
of
way-
dubs, I also want to throw out that I really enjoy the rebuild dubs.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're quality. They're very good quality. They're probably because you can't get the same sense of what you get because it's not made for that language. But they're probably doing as the very best as they can do because it's Evangelion.
Certainly.
All right.
Not every show can be a Cowboy Bebop where it just works better in English.
I think
I
Run
mean,
Mahaf works pretty well in English as well, actually. The dub
I
for
think
that was
it's
done
like-
quite well.
To me, it more so matters. Like Evangelion is a very, very Japanese culture heavy show. So it makes more sense when it's in Japanese than it's in English. When it's in English, there's a lot of things that don't culturally make any sense. A lot of things that go on and things that just they don't make sense in American, like in English, in like the English speaking mind, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's very true. But at the same token, they tried to they didn't change the story, but they tried to tweak it enough so that it actually works pretty well in English as well. And I respect the fact that they tried to localize it on that level, whereas they didn't just do like a direct translation and take
Jeez.
out any references and everything. Because I
See?
understand it in both languages, and I can tell you right now that the English dub isn't better than the Japanese dub, but it's certainly not bad. Like they really do a lot to try and localize it for people watching it in that
Yes.
language.
Because there are a lot of people out there that don't want to read their TV. They look at TV as something you watch and listen to, not read. And in order to get those people to watch the show, it has to be dubbed.
But they knew how
there's good
important
dubs
this
and bad
was.
dubs.
Yeah.
I think it's a
They
bit
knew
more
how
than that
important it was, so
too.
they really tried hard to get it right because it was such a phenomenon.
I think a lot of the issues I had with the dub is it seems like a lot of the voice actors didn't quite get the emotions quite right a lot of time, but that's like something in general in dubs. They don't quite get the emotions just quite as right as the original sub. Most of the time.
It's like with game
Depending on the
translation.
series.
Sometimes
Yes.
things happen.
It's a different thing. It's a thing I always argue against in general. Like I personally will always take something in English just because it's my native language over anything in Japanese. But if Japanese is the only means to view it, I will go that route. But I think there's definitely some dubs that are worse than others, and I think in the case of Eva, it's a perfectly fine dub.
It's serviceable, certainly. So, Neon Genesis Evangelion came out in Australia on our fifth channel, because we didn't have digital channels back then, called SBS, which is anything that comes in a foreign language, because Australia is a multicultural society. It came in on that channel. So it was advertised heavily when the World Cup soccer was on, and when it finally came to, when it was finally aired in Australia, everyone watched it. Everyone in 1998 watched Evangelion at my school, and even the school band when I was like in year 11 and 12 were playing Fly Me to the Moon.
Oh boy.
And even the teachers were talking about it. It was a fascinating subject back then, and it was the dub, of course, and that was all we knew because we didn't have the subbed version. It was just never released in Australia. But it was, at least for my particular age bracket, that 17, 18, it was it was a pretty big thing in my school. I can't speak for the rest of Australia, but a lot of people got to know Evangelion quite intimately because it was played on free-to-air television.
Mm. He's like, I think that also probably helped with its popularity here in the States and, North America in general, because it is something that aired on TV, and people have found out about it through that. Because, I know just from, wearing a Nerve shirt to college, I had a couple people walk up to me like, holy crap, is that a Nerve shirt? Oh, crap, I didn't know you liked this. And, I started talking to them. I made a friend for wearing a Nerve shirt to college.
There you go.
The exact same thing happened to me. That T-shirt I was mentioning earlier about the Evangelion with the 3 kids on it, yeah, I just had this random person come up to me, look over me until I'd finished talking to my other friends and go, "You're an Evangelion fan, aren't you?" And I was, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, that's me.
How did you know? As you wear the shirt, you knew.
Yeah, she's still a friend today, and that's a really cool thing.
Yeah, I've had that happen with a couple different shirts. It's always cool when it happens. Yeah. Sorry, off topic.
Yep. So we were discussing sort of what happened. So where were we? Asuka joins the team. She's kind of a bitch. Things happen. Remember that episode when the power goes out? That was kind of a fun episode. The day Tokyo 3
Lilliputian Hitcher. Is that the one? No, that's a different episode. Lilliputian Hitcher is the one that gets into the mainframe. Yeah, the
Steven,
spider
are you
angel.
literally looking at the plot synopsis of every episode.
Yep. I'm just
You're against Yoshi listing off the angels.
Yeah, dude.
It won't make sense to anybody. We're trying.
Names would have made sense. At least we could have gone over the names and talked about if we
Why
liked them or not.
Do you have a list? Do you?
Yes.
Tell me you don't have them memorized.
I don't. There's a list of
good.
them on
The
EVACAST.
names are weird. You can name them off. You know.
I will say everything that I've been saying so far all comes from up here. I haven't been looking at any lists or any
A good
website.
bit of
It's all
mine
from my
was-
head.
A good bit of mine does come from my recent viewing of the series and my
Yeah.
own interpretations. I haven't looked up a lot of it. But anyway, after Adam and Lilith, which are the first 2 angels, which 1 and 2, and pretty much where all the 8 different other angels have come from, either Adam or Lilith. The 3rd angel in the original series is Sachio.
I love
Like-
Sachio. I got a figure.
Sachio's cool.
Yeah.
This
He's
is
the first
really-
angel you see.
He's cool.
Yeah, he's a really cool looking angel.
Yeah.
And then you have Samshio, which I'm probably going to screw up these pronunciations, but anyway. Samshio, the 4th angel, which says it's an arthropod-like angel with deadly whips of light.
It's a
looks
squid
like a-
one. That's the one that
Yeah.
looks like Squidward
Yeah.
from SpongeBob SquarePants.
It looks like a squid, but it has these
Yeah.
beam tentacles, which will cut things off.
Yeah.
And then the 5th angel is Ramiel, which is pretty much
The angel of defense.
yes, and it's an octahedral, so it's pretty much a pyramid with another pyramid on the bottom.
I think that's probably my favorite
Yes.
angel, actually. That is
Yeah, dude.
the one where Nerve works efficiently for the very first time.
Yes.
And they have to get
yes.
everything right, and it's like a real military operation where they actually do shit.
Instead of watching the robot fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's the robot, fight with Sam show, where it's oh my, it's Shinji, why? She told you to retreat, and you just go barge straight in.
I'm sorry.
And anyway, after that, you
He's also
have,
the last boss of the first Rebuild movie.
what?
The floaty crystal guy. He's the last one.
Ramiel?
So the deal is that most Evangelion, whether it be the movies, the TV series, or the manga, all start the same way. They all start
Yes.
with the first 3 angels, and then the
Yes.
conclusion of the first arc, so to speak, is when they defeat.
Oh god,
Ramiel.
we're not even the manga. I forgot about that. We're not going that deep.
Yeah, I didn't read the manga still, so.
Yeah.
I got the
Anyway,
first 3 volumes.
Yeah, after Ramiel, that's
I
pretty
read the
much
last few volumes.
The manga is fascinating
section.
because Ray goes out in Unit 1 first. Unit 1 gets its ass handed to
Yeah.
the pilot, which is not Shinji, it's Ray.
That's why she's all beat up when he meets her.
Yeah.
But in the manga, Shinji has more of a backbone and absolutely hates Kaoru. When Kaoru shows up, and he's in it for longer, he hates him. There's no romantic subplot there. It's just that he
gross.
fucking hates him, but still regrets killing him.
Oh, so they got rid of the whole gay romance thing between Shinji and.
It's a real shame because it just doesn't have the same punch when he kills him, and he has to kill him the same.
Oh yeah.
But that is still in there, but not in this. It doesn't have the same kick to it that the TV series or the movie does.
There's no 5 minutes of holding him. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
dude.
I love that they did that.
I'm gonna hug him and kiss him and call him George.
Anyway, moving on to the sixth angel, which is Gaglio, who's like an aquatic angel, and like they pretty much fight this guy. Have to fight him at sea as they're transporting an Eva.
That's a great episode too.
That is
especially
a great
the
episode.
music. The music in that is fantastic.
Yep.
Which one?
That's where they're transferring Unit 2 to Japan, and it has to activate on board a aircraft carrier.
The big jaws.
And then fight underwater and like open the jaws. And
they basically go fishing with an Eva.
Yeah.
Yes, they go fishing with an Eva, and like the ships just go right on in, and it's freaking great. Anyway, move on still. The seventh angel, which is Israfel, which is like it pretty much just I don't know. I'm not going to be able to describe the shape of it, but it pretty much like splits apart and then merges back together. Cool. It has the ability to do that. So if you cut it apart, it'll split into two beings, and then you got to kill each one at the same time, or it will just merge back together.
Yeah, they're binary, so you have to hit both cores at the same time to blow it up, which is the both of you dance like you want to win episode, where they do it to
which
music.
Is great. It's a great episode. And I think it's even funnier when they put Ray in there, and Ray's just like, they're like perfectly synchronized. And Asuka gets so pissed off.
Yeah.
But the truth is they did that on purpose because Ray couldn't do those sorts of tricks in her Ava because she's not that agile with Unit 0. She just doesn't have that sync rate. So they kind of do that as a trigger for Oz to go, I'm not gonna lose to her. That's totally bullshit. I'm totally gonna go in there. That's my Oscar impression, by the way.
There you go.
Interesting.
And then now we're getting to some of the TV series exclusive angels, which are the 8th and 9th angels, which are the 8th angel is Sandalphon. I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't know. But pretty much like they're going down into a lava pit and like capturing this embryo. Now it's to capture it, it just like, psh. It's like, guess what? You gotta fight an angel in lava. Ha ha ha. Which is like, holy crap. Like, that one, I thought that episode was a little nuts.
It's good because it gives you some back area to what happened, because they're all worried that they're going to create another second impact, or third impact in this case, I suppose, because it kind of gives you some information as to why and how second impact happened in the first place, because they were trying to capture an angel, study it, probe it, get stabby with it. Yep.
You know, typical things us humans like to do when we discover something.
Mm-hmm. We get stabby.
We get stabby. We want to dissect it and see how it works. But then there's the 9th angel, which is Materiel. Yeah, I probably screwed that up, but Materiel, which is pretty much like a four-legged spider thing that secretes acid.
And that's like the easiest angel to kill ever, because like all the power's out, they have batteries on their backs, and they basically they've neutralized its AT field and then just fire a volley into it, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's like if we had full power, this would be fucking easy.
Yeah, but it's only crap hard because it's like, I think that's the episode where it's like the day Tokyo 3 stood still or whatever.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep. So we're there. Next is the 10th angel, which is Sakuya. Sakuya?
Yeah.
However that's pronounced.
Some Jewish.
Which is pretty much just like, how do you put it?
Floaty eyeball that's gonna fall on you.
Yeah, it's a big floaty eyeball that drops like bombs, basically.
It is a bomb.
It is a bomb. It's a giant bomb.
Yeah, it's basically a focused AT field. Yeah.
Keep her rolling. Keep her rolling. Come on.
Next is 11th, which is Uriel, which is pretty much like a virus. It's pretty much like a computer virus angel. Then you have Liliel, which is the 12th, and it's like a giant black white spear thing.
That thing
it's like this giant shadow body.
Yeah.
And like sucks Unit 1 into it.
It goes flat.
And in my
and then
opinion,
it gets
that's
stuck.
when it starts getting very existential. Like, that's when
Yeah.
Shinji realizes that there's something the fuck going on with his giant robot, which is not actually a robot, and his dead mom. Because he meets his mom for the first time inside of that before he goes berserk.
Yep. Next up is Bardio, which is actually one of the Ava units that failed during the activation test.
Yep.
And
Well,
there's a
picking
whole
up the
theory on
green
how
stuff
that.
in. It was in the cloud.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
The cloud infected him when they were passing through.
Those
Yep.
sneaky angels.
Yep.
In the
That was a cool
manga,
fight, too.
Toji
That was a
actually
bloody one.
dies. Like Shinji's more fucked up because Toji dies in the manga,
Yeah.
whereas he actually survives and loses a leg in the anime.
Huh. Well, next we have the 14th angel, which is Ziru, which is a really, really powerful angel that pretty much just like kicks Angel Eva 02 and 00's ass. It just like hands her asses to him.
So
I
that
mean,
is
it's
the angel
stand a
of
chance.
strength, apparently.
Yep.
And
Remember the
that's,
paper guy?
that's the one with the
Yeah.
paper arms that basically rips apart everyone else, and that's the one where Shinji gets 400% and goes berserk with that really cool music.
He
Yeah.
hacks.
And it just like
Side note, I actually had that music play at my wedding. I snuck
that's
that
awesome.
onto the playlist.
That's awesome. I wonder how many people
Every time it comes
noticed.
on, I go, hey, Machan, that was our wedding music, and she hits me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Aaron, you still
that
there?
one was friggin'
Yeah.
nuts
Okay.
because like
I can't tell if the
Like-
stream is still going.
01 ate it. 01 eats this angel.
Yeah,
And
it
takes
eats
its
the core.
S2 engine. Yep, takes the S2 engine into it, and pretty much becomes like completely self-sufficient from that point on. So it can pretty much like it has the same power as the angels from that point on.
Yeah.
You
The
also
good
find out
robot
that
is
the,
too strong, so we gotta freeze it. It's too dangerous.
The armor is not armor; it's restraints. Like it
Yep.
keeps the biological form from like going absolutely nuts and killing everything.
Which it very well could do.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome. So now we're getting to the last couple of them. The 15th angel, which is Ariel, which is pretty much like a giant glowing bird that is in orbit and is pretty much like fucking everything up with beams of light.
Yeah, it rapes your brain.
It
Yeah,
pros
no, that's
mine
exactly
with
what
a beam
happened.
of
It's
light.
not even an allegory. It just actually raped Oscar's brain.
Yeah, dude, and Oscar was
Not
just
subtle.
completely useless after that.
She chose to stand there. She wanted to work through it.
No, I don't
No,
think
they
she
tell
had
her.
a choice because it
like,
pretty
no,
much
I
just
got
raped
this,
her brain.
No, she decides to go take point for that angel because
Yeah.
she's afraid she's going to get fired effectively.
Well, she doesn't like that she keeps
Yeah.
getting shit done, and she doesn't.
And that's also how
story
they
doesn't
lose
help.
the Lance of Longinus, because that was like one of the big trump cards that Sele had, which is the evil, or not necessarily evil, but like the organization that
Overlying.
has control over over Nerve.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
they think we'll take this trump card out of the deck and throw it, and then it goes into a lunar orbit, I do believe.
It
It
does.
gets stuck on the
Big
moon.
Fear into space. That
Yep.
shit hype.
He comes back.
The movies, yeah.
Spoil it.
Let's see. Now we're getting the last couple, which is Angel 16, the 16th Angel, which is Army Seal. Once again, I'm butchering these pronunciations.
I've got to think about the same website open you do.
Which is like a giant glowing helix thing.
That sounds like a big DNA strand, too.
It pretty
It
much
tries
is.
to merge with Ray, and then
Ray
because
sucks
you
it
see
in
an
and blows
angel,
up.
yeah, Ray self-destructs to contain the angel rather than becoming
And,
one with Kari.
I think this is like the death of.
That's
The
Ray
second Ray.
2 dying.
Yeah.
Yep, it's the actual death of the second Ray.
So I just want
So
to
in the-
point out that at this point, Eva 1 is now... he was the main robot, but now they're afraid to use him again because he's got superpower
Yep.
with angel
His
juice in him.
ate the
So they freeze him,
S2 engine.
and then that
Yeah, they don't need an
brain
umbilical
drain
cable
guy
for
put the second one, put the second robot out of service because the pilot's messed up. So now the final robot that we still have is now blown up because that's the only way they could Save it.
So there is actually something on the DVD, and it's in the original series, but it depends if you've got the right color palette. Like if you're RBGing this thing on Laserdisc or some shit like that. When Ritsuko goes and finds the entry plug, and they go clean this out, if you actually look at that DVD, you see the outline of a dead body of Rei, basically. And she says, "Clean it out. All this is classified." So you actually see that Rei is dead.
Yep.
You just see kind of an arm and part of a torso and head or something like that.
Yeah. That
Kentucky Fried Rei, I think, is what they call that.
Yeah. Moving on, we have the 17th angel, which is Tabris, which is actually the vessel of Adam's soul. So this is like the counterpoint, the counter character to Rei in a sense.
Sure. And he's the one that looks like a regular kid.
Yeah, they mentioned that when Rei and Tabris make contact, they actually report it. They say, the first child and the fifth child have made contact, and that's an important.
They're like magnets. Like they kind of clash. They don't like each other. They know everything.
They know.
And by that point, Rei is now the third incarnation, and she's just She doesn't
know anything.
She's a blank slate again. She's got them vague memories. Yeah.
She just knows what she has to do.
She's got no emotional connection to anything that's happened so far.
She doesn't like fuel. All right.
Yep. And now we got the 18th angel, which is us. The Lilin. We are the Lilin. We have come from we're like the children of Lilith.
Okay.
And we get destroyed as well during the end of the Evangelion movie. The 18th angel is destroyed as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is a long episode. Okay,
hey man.
That's more or less the show.
You chose this topic.
I know. No, it's good. Okay, so we're now more or less at the end of the TV series. Now, what happens at the end of the TV series versus the moves that come after that? They basically ran out of time and money, so they got to end things quick. So we'll just give a weird Rudy Poo ending that isn't the real ending, but it's sort of a placeholder.
I think it is a real ending, actually. But I think it kind of also, it is kind of a placeholder, I think, because I do think they did run out of money. That is pretty much known.
But by this point, it still was Steam in popularity. More so than the average anime.
So they did have a higher budget than most, I think.
Yeah.
They did run out of money, and they admit that, but they did the best and tried to tell the story with what they had. And apparently, at the end of that, Anno got death threats. And you got to remember, this is kind of before the internet, and the internet was around, but people get death threats all the time now. But back then, that was a really big deal.
Japanese death threats.
Yeah, especially in Japan, and some people congratulated him, and basically he was forced to do a movie, and I think part of it was he was probably burnt out a bit at the end of doing the series, and then all the popularity that came afterwards, and he probably wanted to do something else with it, but the way he was forced to do it, and he did it, and it wasn't a giant fuck you as much that it was a kind of a giant, well, you want this, you got the bad end of what actually happened rather than what happened in the TV series.
Because it's not a very good ending.
The TV one, you mean?
No, I mean the entire ending of it. It's not a good ending. It's a bad ending, but it's a good ending. Yeah. If that makes any sense. As far as in the universe, it's an excellent ending. I think the
it's super cool. Good luck figuring it out.
Pronunciate things. I'm tired. It's 2 a.m. almost. So.
Okay, so let's talk about the movie then. Because the TV ends abruptly, everything's more or less, all the angels are gone, but then it's well, we run out of time, so here's a bunch of weird psychological stuff, and then everyone's clapping. You sort of work through your psychological issues, yay, this show is over, and everyone's like, what the hell? So then they're like, we need more, give us more. They're like, okay, we'll make a movie. We'll make a few movies. So they make a movie. First one is kind of a recap of everything that happened for anyone who didn't see the show. Second one more or less replaces the last couple episodes of the TV series. And at that point, the SEAL guys who kind of run everything behind the scenes, they want to get rid of everyone for this company that control the robots. So they send in an army who are told these people are going ape shit and causing terrorism, so they have to shoot them all. So now the good guys are sort of being treated as criminals, and they gotta figure out a way to save their own lives, and what the hell's going on. Does this sound about right? And then
Yeah, I mean, it's
so
a
they send the
little more-
army basically to defeat this one.
Yeah,
group of
basically
people.
the Japanese self-defense force has to come in after all the angels are dead. You know, the Avas are way too powerful to leave in the hands of an organization which doesn't need them anymore, so they go in and try and kill everyone under the orders of the Japanese government, which is actually Sele, you know, and
'Cause they weren't-
it's a giant trigger for Third Impact, basically.
So they put Asuka back in the robot, even though she was sort of comatose. Then she wakes up and she's like, "Wait, I get it now. I can understand how to run this thing properly."
Mama!
Yeah, she synchronizes and realizes it's her dead mom in there, and she goes, "Oh, you were here with me all along, mammy."
You always had mom. Her mom was with her, and then she's happy. And now she's kicking ass. She's kicking human ass instead of alien ass.
It's
And
important to
what did
note
she
at the end of that fight, after she's being torn to pieces by the other AV units, that she
Oh,
does
we're not
actually.
there.
Oh, okay, all right.
Not
Sorry.
there just yet. Okay, so she's killing the army guys who are trying to kill her. Everything's going pretty good, all things considered. But then what's this overhead? A bunch of giant planes come by, and each one of them has a new Evangelion robot in it.
And they're numbered.
And they're all the same, and they were the mass production series that we knew they were working on in the past, in the background. We thought they'd help us, but now they're being sent in to kill everyone we know and love from the show. Holy shit! So they fly down. They don't seem like that much of a big deal. Asuka kicks their ass, but whoops! They cut her power cord. Now the robot is down and out of service. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? All those robots you defeated, they're coming back to life. She ripped them in half. She ripped their heads off. She cut their arms off. But they're still okay because they've got the fancy S2 engine in them. They're the hype new model. And once you know it, they were sent to destroy her robot and her. So what happens? They put themselves back together. Her robot's now out of power. And they swarm that motherfucker. It's like seagulls and a piece of bread. That shit is ridiculous. That is some violent robot destruction right there. People watching it happen on computers are throwing, oh my god, ripping. Suddenly at this point you realize, yeah, it's like a humanoid body into that robot, because that thing is ripped to shit. They rip the eyeballs out in her arm. Finally she figures out how to make her robot work again with the berserker power. She's like, I'll kill you, and then she puts her arm up and the robot's arm is up, even though the things are ripped to pieces, shit flying everywhere. And then they see she's moving, so they throw all of their own spears down, and
That like iconic scene where she's reaching up towards the cockpit and just.
it's so good. It's so good. That was
Oh.
that
It's
was
important because she
groundbreaking.
does actually realize and does make its Ava move on its own accord. According to her, it does go berserk, just like Unit 1
I
did
know.
in the first
But at
seconds
that
of its
point,
life.
It's in so many
It's too-
pieces that it can't do anything.
Yeah.
You're like,
I
no.
gotta say though, overall that entire fight scene with Asuka fighting the army, then fighting the mass production Avas, that was probably my favorite part of the entire movie, bar none.
Oh, it's so good. It's so
Like
good.
honestly,
It shows
even if
that
someone
Asuka was
isn't,
such a great pilot. Like that's why she was the best child until she got fucked up.
Yeah.
Like with all the things that happened to her, that's why she was, regarded in so highly, because she had full control over her Ava.
Yeah, she
I'd
never
also
felt
say
like
it's like a
got
big character
credit.
redemption moment too, because like watching the TV series, I really did not like Asuka. Then seeing the movie, I liked her a lot more.
Hmm.
Yeah, because she's kind of a bitch the entire TV series.
Okay, so here's where it gets even wackier. So Shinji, he gets back in his own robot.
Oh.
After much convincing.
By the way,
He's just a
episode
mess by that
25
point.
ends at the end of the Ava 1 fight, or the Asuka fight, basically.
What's that? What?
The episode 25 Prime, which is the first half of End of, ends at the end of the Asuka fight.
Okay.
I also like though how Ava isn't getting to the robot until after what's her face promises to do more adult things once he comes back.
Yeah. She
Yeah.
wants
That's
that
kind of
shit to do. That sounds awesome.
Oh, Shinji, the real hero.
Well, she knew she was dead anyways. Cause
Oh no, I know that.
But
I love how,
yeah,
like,
no,
that
it's
was
all
like a
good.
final
A little bit of
motivator.
extra motivation there.
It's all good. So he gets in the robot. They send him up. Does he get sent? I don't know. Whatever. He sends himself up. Okay,
well,
so what's going on there? Holy shit! Everything I knew was going on. And then he goes crazy, and then we could spend another half hour just explain this next part, but then he goes crazy, which is what the guys behind the scenes want to have happen, because then they can do all this crazy shit and everything.
Well, he barely even manages to fight any of the rogue. He doesn't fight any of the Avas. They pretty much just like take him, crucify him, and like start lifting him up. And then you start saying like all this Jewish like the Judeo-Christian mythological imagery, and like they're restarting the Tree of Life and all that shit.
At this point, it's basically Jesus on the cross. And
it's the Tree of Life,
this
which
weird
is what happens.
Science, but it's magic-y.
Which is from like this is where it starts pulling from like the Jewish mythology and stuff like that.
Kabbalah and all that kind of stuff. Yep. Yeah.
Kabbalah.
And then that thing that we didn't want to have happen is one of the angel types, who's actually Ray this time, gets in touch with Lilith, and then that thing becomes a giant Ray, and it's like a ghost, and then puts its hand through that one girl. She's like, "Oh my God, what's going on?" Mm-hmm. And then that thing.
Everyone basically loses their AT field and becomes LCL, like you'll find in the Ava cockpit. They just basically break down into their core components, and then their soul flies off. Yep. They all go into one giant egg, which is what Nerve was. Nerve, the headquarters, basically lifts out of the ground. Everyone goes towards that, and that's instrumentality. That's like crushing everyone's minds together, so everyone's whole again.
Yeah, which is what the secret organization wanted to have.
Well, actually, what the secret organization wanted was for only them to be like merged into this one being.
No,
they wanted everyone else to just die. They didn't care.
No, it's called the Human Instrumentality Project. Yeah. They wanted everyone.
They're kind of good guys. They're trying to help all of humanity to fill the holes in everyone's heart with each other, sort of thing. Which is an awful lot like the Odo race in Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Well, basically, like I think they're pretty much like how do we put it? You pretty much realize while watching End of that the entire series, Sele and Nerve was pretty much just like a project to bring about the apocalypse. Humanity was bringing about their own apocalypse, or at least that's what I picked up from it. Like the whole series was pre-planned because they mentioned multiple times like the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff like that.
Yeah. This has been a while. I'm trying to speed on. Okay, so
Sorry.
Okay, so the thing that was in the basement merges with the angel thing, so then it goes into it's a giant person, and it gets a hold of Eva 1, which is like the key. It's like the gatekeeper and the keymaster. Those two merge together. It's the end of the world as we know it. There's this hype music playing.
I also want to point out that when Shinji sees the giant naked Ray, he freaks out, but then when it turns into the guy, he becomes all happy. And I was like, come on, Shinji.
Well, that's good.
I mean, it's a good point of reference because he was the only one who ever showed any genuine affection towards Shinji.
But who would be terrified of a giant naked Ray?
It's pretty freaky at that point.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty freaky.
It's an occasion to celebrate.
Dude.
Trust me, if a giant 14-year-old naked chick appeared in front of me, I'd probably freak out, to be honest.
But would you be relieved when it turns around to a giant naked male?
You know what, I'd go, this whole situation is fucked up. It's probably time to sing some, Komsusa Todd karaoke or something.
Yeah. Okay, so then he's in everything is all merged together and this weird new life form is created, but then Shinji's like, well, this is kind of weird. Maybe we should go back to the way things were, but then because he's in the giant robot, he's somehow able to make that happen. He gets to talk to his dead mom for a little bit. And they go back to this weird Adam and Eve thing where he just wished to be back as a regular person. There's nothing left. Everything's been destroyed. There's blood all over the moon. What was left of Eva 1 is now this weird space monument, and it's floating through space for all time. And yeah, cool.
So basically, Unit 1 drifts off into space, and that is like the last and final proof that no matter what happens to humanity,
yeah, that's sweet.
Ava Unit 1 will always survive and be like a marker that this was proof that humanity existed. And that's interesting because Gendo Ikari was obsessed with getting his dead wife back, because no matter what happened, he was always in love with Yui, and he even took her name. And the whole conclusion of this series was he never got Yui back. Of all the minds that were crushed together after everything that happened, she got sent off into space by herself, and Gendo got fucked royally. Yep. Yep, Unit 1 drifts off into space as basically, as lonely as it is, says this is proof that humanity existed.
I don't think she was there, though. I don't think she's
I think
part
she
of
was still part of Unit 1.
I think she just falls away with all the other souls. We go back to her.
That's the way I
No.
interpret it. I think it's interpretation at that point, but yeah.
We can open our wikis up and read on.
Like,
Yeah.
EVA's one of
This is
those
just
series where a lot is left to interpretation.
Yeah.
Like, you're not supposed to, like, the less Hideki Anno says about it, I think the better. He doesn't need to go back and, like, detail all of this, because it's supposed to be things like, you're supposed to interpret it for yourself and find your own meaning from it.
And that's one of the great things about Evangelion is it actually gets you thinking, and not a lot of TV shows, even like great TV shows, very entertaining, but don't always get you to exercise your brain and make you want to go back and watch it and think for yourself about what happened.
Mm-hmm. I think we should save the rebuild movies for a new episode of the Capmax Hypecast. Do you guys agree with this?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I'm okay with that.
I feel like this episode has been a really long episode already, and I don't want
It is 2 a.m.
Yeah. Yoshi has to get to the starving
Dude.
student. And
I don't need to
obviously,
screw my sleep schedule up.
yeah,
That would be
we can
really
go
bad.
on and on.
I have math classes at like 9 in the morning.
Yeah, and we can certainly we can touch upon I'm sure we'll all think of things we should have talked about. I definitely want to talk more about Gendo. Shinji's dad, also the guy that runs the company that runs the robots, and he kind of has his own agenda throughout this whole time, and there's definitely more to discuss. But I think for this episode of the Capmax Hypecast, it's about time we wrap things up. Oh, it's been a long one. That's what she said. Good times. All right. So much to discuss. But yeah, I think we can all agree it's a pretty neat anime, and I think everyone out there should definitely check it out. And if all this sounds like too much work, then definitely there's 3 movies which we've been referring to as the rebuilds. We'll get into that in the next episode.
And that's
they're
what
a
they're
lot faster. They're a good way to learn everything that's happened. But in 3 short movies as opposed to a 26 episode TV show and 3 movies. Okay.
It's kind of a different thing entirely, I think, but
yeah,
it's a new continuity altogether. Like you think that it's like when you first watch it, you think, oh, it's just a condensed version of a TV series, but no, it's its own thing in its own right. I think.
And like when you watch the first rebuild, that's what you feel. It's like, oh, it's just a reboot. We're just rebooting the
you don't
TV
think
series.
You
watch the second one, and you're kind of like, wait a second, this doesn't seem right. And you watch the third one, and you're like,
the third one's where everything gets.
Oh. What
You watch
the
number
hell?
2 and you're like, what the hell? Shinji's actually likable. And number 3, you're like, what did I just watch?
Yeah. But I definitely want to spend
That's so true.
On the third one. All right. I'm going to shut her down then. Thank you, everyone, for listening to this latest episode. We just still have our looking forward to, but I just want to say a special shout out, of course, to our guests for this episode, AC, Musty Knuckles, and Darren. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. And I was curious, what are you guys looking forward to next? We'll go down that same list. AC, if you want to tell everyone quickly again about where they can find you and what you're looking forward to next.
You can find me at www.gamelifebalanceaustralia.com, all spelled how it sounds. I'm at ProdTally, PRODTALLY, BAER. And yeah, we do a podcast at the moment. I am looking forward to doing a review on Pure Tetris, which is a Japan-only release, which combines 2 fantastic puzzle games. And we've got the Vita and the PS4 version, and it is a fantastic game, and I can't wait to talk more about it.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
And who is next? Was it Yoshi? I think it's Yoshi. Yoshi, take her away.
No, I'm not really sure.
There's not a whole lot. It's kind of a quiet time.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Star Fox. Most of the things I'm looking forward to are months away.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking forward to finishing this semester and having time again.
Yeah, I bet.
It's a good thing to look
I've
forward
only
to.
got like about a month and a half, 2 months left.
Cool.
Dang, you have still 2 months left of your semester? I have like 3 weeks left.
Well, were you going to a community college as well, Darren, or is your?
I go to Simon Fraser University.
Okay.
I'm up at SFU campus.
Okay.
I
You're
think
familiar
it's
with
like
that.
a 15-week semester or something like that. I don't know. 14, 15 weeks.
Yeah.
Like,
Whatever
I
gets
wish
you
my math classes were more often.
done. I bet.
So, like, I think math classes are something that they should make you take almost every day of the week because that's easier and it'll give the professor more time to go over concepts and like teach people shit instead of having to like rush through all of this fucking material. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, that's
Alright.
like a whole rant unto itself.
Oh, I bet.
All right.
Well, thank you for being here once again on the Capmax Hypecast. And Darren, if you want to tell the folks once again about Game Pilgrimage and what you're looking forward to.
If you want to see me ramble on about all things JRPG, I'm currently going through the Shin Megami Tensei titles in a retrospective format. I just released my review of the Persona 2 Duology, which is a fantastic set of games on the PlayStation 1, which is kind of similar to Evangelion in a lot of ways, especially with how the ending rolls out in that series. So it's very amusing. And the Lance of Longinus is there.
Nice.
And so is Hitler.
Oh boy.
Hitler's the final boss in one of the Persona 2 games. It's great. But, so yeah, that's the thing I'm doing. And I'll also be having a review upcoming of Fire Emblem Conquest and eventually the other versions of that game. And that's all on YouTube / The Gaming Pilgrimage. Just type in Fire Emblem review and you'll probably find me. Or just type in The Gaming Pilgrimage and I'll pop up. I also run a weekly podcast called the Gaming Pilgrimage Podcast, which we talked about earlier, which is just found on any podcasting application and or service. And finally, what I'm looking forward to, I'm looking forward to the Street Fighter V March update, which probably won't come out till March 31st,
There you go.
where we can see the return of everyone's favorite character from Third Strike, Alex. Looking forward to that, and to actually having... Pardon?
Who?
Oh,
You
you don't
mean
know
Yoshi
fighting
does-
games, do you, Yoshi?
No, I don't.
Ugh. Alex is great. He's the best. But he's
He's
going to be
basically
returning back.
Hulk.
Yeah, pretty much. He's Street Fighter Hulk Hogan, and there's going to be 8-man lobbies, which will be a huge improvement over the current system. There's going to be a lot of content coming there, so looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to the release of Dark Souls 3, which comes out on April 12th in North America.
Holy shit, does it?
Yep.
April?
Yep.
Man, they're cranking those out. Super
I'm really looking forward to that, and I already have it pre-ordered. And yeah, that's it for me.
Shit, nice. Good stuff. All right, well, everyone, I'm Steven. Thank you for listening to this latest episode of the Capmax Hypecast. Sorry it went on so long. There's so much we could go on about. But we'll be back for more. Yeah.
We could have spent this whole thing just talking about the other series, the original series, and we'd still have a couple more hours worth of talk in us.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah. We could probably do a 4-hour podcast on every single episode. And 5 hours on the video, 6 hours
analyzing
on the video.
everything.
Shit. Definitely a lot to go over. And yeah, by all means, gentlemen, if there's things you forgot to mention, just make notes. We'll probably just do another show plan like this one. You're welcome to add to it. I might just copy everything we have for the rebuilds and put it in a new episode 17. But otherwise, check me out, Capmax Gaming, YouTube, or Twitch streaming, or the Podomatic edited version of what you just heard. And looking forward, I still haven't played that Senran Cairo game I mentioned earlier, so I'm still looking forward to starting that up. And the new KOF, King of Fighters game on PS4, I want to see it. I'm getting really excited about it.
You need more King of Dinosaurs, right?
Right. And do you see that new girl? The one with like weird eyeballs?
She's based off of that one K-pop singer.
So weird.
It's a very weird design. I'm actually really excited about that too, but I wasn't sure when it's ever going to come out.
Eventually. All right. Well, I guess that about does it. So everyone, thank you for listening. And we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody. Bye, Izzy. Bye, everybody. Bye. Thanks for listening.
Bye-bye.
Omedeto.
Sayonara.
Omedeto.
Bye-bye.
Good work, everyone. Thank you very much.
Oh, we may now rest.
That was intense.
I don't have to go very far. Yay!
Oh, all right.
This is how prevalent Neon Genesis Evangelion is in Japan. Shinseki Evangelion. I have a Hello Kitty dressed up as a Oscar Langley Soyu.
I like it.
This is the thing you're meant to strap to your
Echo.
bag.
Wait.
One
Hey.
of the most innocent
nice.
things mixed up with one of those fucked up things ever.
It's a
Next, you're gonna tell me there's like a berserk Hello Kitty.
Nyaska.
That'd be cool.
It's Nyaska Shoru.
I'll kill your family!
Black
He's gonna eat us.
You guys want to see all the crap I'm surrounded by?
I'd love that if you squeeze the Hello Kitty and it just screams Baka at you.
That'd be cute. Alright.
That will
choose
be
it.
the last thing you ever see.
So we got these are little like boxed figures I ordered from eBay.
Ooh,
That's cool. We've got the whatever this guy's called, Mark 6. I like this guy, but we never really get to see him, so we'll definitely talk
No,
about that.
because he's not in 3.3, is he? He just kind of spears Unit 1 at the end of 2.2. Or 2.0.
You see him more in the pachinko machine than you do anywhere else. Here's
Pachinko.
here's Eva 2 doing her, I guess,
That's
double
cool.
swipe attack. That one's one of my favorites right there.
Yeah, I love that one.
And then we've got
I see
back to the
Yoshi's.
very end. This is Eva 1 when he's running up to get to the drop E bomb explodey angel in time.
Yeah, dude.
And I've got a bunch of these little heads. These I think were like bottle tops from like 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah, they were part of. I think they're on Pepsi caps, if I remember correctly.
I saw a lot of those for different Gundam robots for coffee in Japan when I was there.
Man, you should have picked those up because you could have paid for your trip if you
Mm,
just like got a couple of $2 coffees and then sold those separately.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got that Evangelion, the one with the card. Yeah, I think I have
Take
that.
them
I have
home
my
and sell
all
them in
three
Canada.
models, which they released in the early
Yeah, no
2000s somewhere.
Exchange rate.
Dude,
Here's a pretty cool looking toy. Look at that. This is when the show was still new.
got nerve on it.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then I've got a bunch of other stuff. I've got some Revoltex, which I haven't opened because they look so nice in the box.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah, they're actually, I think they're the ones that come with the little tiny entry plug that goes in there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I saw a couple
I
of
used to have
those
a-
at the Kyoto Manga Museum, and I was this close to buying one of them, but it was like $50.
Would
Mhm.
anybody know how to turn the autoplay for Crunchyroll off on the Wii U?
Mm.
On the Wii U? No, I do not know.
Because that is annoying as shit.
And here's
I don't think
the.
I've ever used the Wii U for any of the streaming services now that I think of it.
Because, like, I'll
Like,
put it
that's
on,
all-
like,
yeah.
some anime. I'll just put on something that I don't care that much about and, like, go to sleep. And then I wake up and I'm like, I would have watched through all of this, but, like, now I can't remember what episode I'm on because it just auto-played the entire series as I slept.
Why you start off the Wii U?
Because sometimes I fall asleep during the episodes.
Well,
Thought I'd show you this. This is the Dreamcast Rei Ayanami game. Why is this
Not
unique?
bad.
Because it comes in a big fat fucking box and it has. This was so much smoother in my vision. It
Yeah.
actually comes with like the Dreamcast mouse, which has Nerve written on it.
That's fun.
It's like kind of like a dating visual novel, Rei Ayanami dating sim. And it comes with like little Rei Ayanami badges.
well, it's how you know she's best girl.
I haven't played this yet. It's one of those things that my wife and I think, oh, we're going to do that for a new video series. And then we read what it's about and just go, that's kind of fucked up. I'm not sure I want to play that. It's more worrying if people get into it,
I'll
then we
play.
have to keep doing episodes of it.
In
Oh,
the
wait.
final scene, you have to
Oh,
swim
wait.
through the Ray Aquarium.
I would play that. That's a great mini game.
It'd be like a
Don't
fun-
drown in the Ray Aquarium.
Get the best time. Do the most laps in time. Oh man. What a mess. What a mess. I got no room for anything. Ooh.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Great chatting with all
Time
of
for
you.
you to go to
I
bed,
gotta
I
head
think.
out and pass out because I have to record Emblemcast early in the morning because all of them are in different time schedules as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, thanks everyone for being here. I know we all had busy lives. Do we want to go for this around the same time for the next one? I trust you all want to do the next one.
Yeah, that works for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Once again, we will just keep in touch via the DMs and all that. And
Would
Do
it
we
be
want to-
best to wait till movie 4 if we're specifically talking about rebuilds?
I wish
You could be
We don't
waiting a
really have
long
concrete
time.
details.
we'll never get
Dude, it might be 2018 before we see movie 4.
Yeah.
That's
We
crazy.
don't know.
Well,
It
we'll set it
depends
for
on
next
where
month. 'cause
Gainax decides to.
This is generally a monthly thing I do, so.
The way I look at it is like we should just do the first 3 rebuilds, and then once movie 4 comes out, just get back together again and like
There you go.
just do a whole episode on movie
Oh.
4.
That's
Yeah, I
gonna
reckon
be.
that's
It's
a good
like
idea because, like,
It's
after it comes
called
out,
the
it'll be fresh in our
final-
minds. It'll be new, and it will probably be a lot more relevant to the other Ava fans out there if we
Yeah.
give our 2 cents on it.
For sure. Alright, sounds good.
Give our own interpretations of what
All right,
the
sounds
hell
good.
the rebuild
I'll talk to you
series
all
is.
later then on the
You
Twitter.
may leave, Darren. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
That's it.
Mm.
And you may rest now, Yoshi.
It's got to be close to 3 a.m. there or something.
2:16.
Yeah.
And my cat always lays in the damn middle of my futon. Always.
That's the best spot. They know it. Alright.
I think my cat likes this thing.
I've still got some fries to eat.
Dude, those are like definitely not good anymore.
Nah, they're good. I'll just microwave. Microwave is the future. Yeah. Alright. Of course, I'll tag you all when I have the edited version up. Otherwise, by all means, feel free to leave a link. What we've just done will be up on YouTube, the raw version, pretty quick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
I'm
when this
just
goes
wondering.
live on YouTube, I'll put it on the Game Life Balance Australia website and everything and do a bit of promotion and stuff for it.
There you go.
I have access to that
Like
site, so
Kanata.
much to Rob's chagrin.
Great. I'm going to shut her down now, too. So we'll see
Okay.
you next time. Omedetou.
See you, boss.
おめでとう。
おめでとう。お疲れ様でした。